Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
Blackmailed by the Billionaire. An Enemies to Lovers Secret Baby Romance Audiobook. Book 10 of the Irresistible Brothers series. By Scarlett King and Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
I've always enjoyed the company of a woman in my bed. But I've never committed to being with only one for too long. That was before I met her. Zuri's got everything that I love from a woman. She is tall, sensual, and has beautiful dark eyes. I know she is the perfect woman to satisfy all of my needs and desires. It only took one look from her to make me crave her, and I won't stop until I get what my body desires. I might be playing with fire, but I'm willing to get burned for her. She's got a job to do, and to her, it's a matter of life or death. Blackmailing me sounded like an easy job at first, but now she's carrying my baby and doesn't know what to do. I know someone gave her an offer she couldn't refuse, but now she is mine, and I'm going to make him pay.
Chapter 1. Casey.
I had to admit, I felt a bit on edge as my brothers and I entered the meeting room at Whispers Resorts and Spa. 4 more chairs had been added to the round table to make room for us. Although not official as of yet, we were on the cusp of becoming part of our cousins, the Gentry brothers' budding empire. All thanks to a hefty inheritance left to them by their grandfather, the men had taken something negative and turned it into something positive for more than just themselves. The Nash brothers had been the first to receive a generous loan from the Gentrys to build their dream resort. And it had blossomed in ways they'd never dreamed it could. That's what we were hoping for when we'd asked for the meeting with the men. We had big dreams. What we didn't have was the huge amount of money we'd need to begin our endeavor. Why do I feel like barfing? My brother Chase asked. He was the second oldest after me. It made for an odd spot for him. Even though not the eldest, he still felt a lot of pressure and responsibility for our 2 younger brothers. I understood how he felt and patted him on the back, giving him and myself a little pep talk. I feel that way too. What we're asking for isn't small. And it won't be easy to leave our current employment either. But this is important to the entire world's future. So we have to swallow the nerves and present our ideas to our cousins. They're family, Chase. We can count on them to let us down easy if that's what they think is best. Chance, being the youngest, still held tons of optimism. Why would they say no to our magnificent idea? Callan was second to the last and sided with Chance, as he so often did. Yeah, this idea is the bomb, man. I agreed, but that did not alter the fact that I had no idea if our cousins, who were into ranching, farming, and the hospitality industries, would share our enthusiasm. Especially with something that hadn't been deeply explored yet. The echoing sound of dress shoes against the marble floor grabbed our attention. Dressed to the nines in expensive business suits, the Nash brothers entered to greet us with wide smiles on all their 5 faces. Baldwin, the eldest of them, extended his hand to me. Casey. Glad to see you again, cousin. Glad to see you too, Baldwin. I shook his hand as I smiled back at him. I'm really happy you all decided to hear us out on our proposal. Sure thing, Casey. From what you've told me so far, I think it's an amazing concept. I'm eager to hear more about it. His brothers, Patton, Warner, Cohen, and Stone, greeted us all. Then we heard the sounds of boots coming toward the meeting room. Stone chuckled. Here come the cowboys. The 3 Gentry brothers were decked out in highly starched blue jeans and button-down shirts, sporting large shiny belt buckles and straw cowboy hats. Tyrell, the oldest, tipped his hat as he said, "Welcome, Duran brothers. You boys remember my brothers, Jasper and Cash, don't ya?" Chance nodded. Of course we do. He ran his hand over the brightly colored, beach-themed shirt he wore. Seems we all have brotherly themes. The Nashes are businessmen. The Gentrys are cowboys. And the Duran brothers are all beach bums. He laughed and everyone joined in. I wouldn't say you look like bums. You look like guys who live in paradise to me. Colorful button-downs with short sleeves and khaki pants with Sperry's, Patton said as he gestured to the round table. Gentlemen, you can find your seats by checking out the place cards, so we can get this meeting of minds started. My heart raced as we all took our seats. I liked the idea of the round table. It made me feel as if we were all equals, where no one person lorded over anyone else. Tyrell began the meeting. So, will you boys tell us all about this ocean energy plan you have? I looked at Chance, wanting to give the youngest of my brothers the first S. Chance, would you care to open this discussion? Sure thing, bro. He wasn't as articulate as Chase and I were. He and Callan shared a casual way of talking, so I thought it best that they spoke to our cousins, at least to start the ball rolling. So, here's the easiest way for me to describe this thing we'd like to build. Using his hands, he started mimicking the motion of the waves. Waves never stop moving in the ocean. We all know that for a fact. And anything that moves creates energy. And that energy can be captured and stored for use. Callan took over. Sounds basic, I know. But it's anything but that. See, the ocean can't be trusted. It can go from relative tranquility to insanity in a heartbeat. And therein lies the problem. People have built machines before to create electricity out of the things the ocean offers, Chase added. It's not that there's any shortage of ideas. There is a shortage of ideas that work, though. No one wants to lose astronomical amounts of money whenever a hurricane comes through and demolishes precious equipment. I can see that, Jasper agreed, nodding his head. So, you'll need to really work on making us see how this will end up making our company money, not losing it. It was time I added something. We're going to stay away from materials that can be bent and destroyed. That means we're looking at using things like silicone, latex, polypropylene, polyethylene, and resin. These materials bend and can be made thick enough to withstand some clashes without splitting wide open. Chase was excited about this part, so he took over. Repairs to these sorts of materials are easy too. It would require pulling them onto the shore to carry out the repairs, but that's not insurmountable by any means. Cash asked, have you been able to build any prototypes? We hadn't had time to do a single thing, since we still held on to our current jobs, which demanded almost all of our attention. So I answered his question in all honesty. Cash, we're currently working 10 to 14-hour days at Mantabo Industries in Brownsville. I've been asking for some time off, or at least shorter workdays, for over a year now. Our boss won't let us have time away from weapons development. Jasper seemed curious as he steepled his fingers, then leaned his chin on top of them. You guys are into making guns and stuff. Something like that. What we designed was much bigger than just guns. We're not at liberty to discuss what we've been working on, though. Chase nodded. We've all signed non-disclosure agreements that make it impossible for any of us to go into specifics about what we do at the company. So please don't ask us about any of that. How do you plan on working on your own things then? Cohen asked. I hoped it wasn't going to be too much to ask, but the asking had to be done. We would need to be able to quit our jobs at Mantabo. And that would mean our salaries would need to be included in the loan amount. I gulped, praying that what I was about to say next wouldn't sound too greedy. For like the next 5 years. Tyrell nodded. Of course. I couldn't believe he'd agreed so readily. I'd been more worried about that than anything else. Well, that is a relief. Baldwin smiled knowingly. With any loan given by us, there is always an inclusion of money for each of the lenders to live on. And we also like to take care of your living situations, so you can direct your complete attention to what you're doing. We'll pay your bills, is what I'm saying. That way, you won't have to do anything other than focusing on your work. Things were sounding too good to be true. Hold on a minute. I wasn't about to get greedy. We don't want to take advantage of anybody here. Tyrell just laughed, the sound of his deep voice filling the room as he said, "You're not going to take advantage of anyone, Casey. See, we're all in this together. We share all profits made by all the separate ventures each of us possesses. And we'll continue doing that if we think your venture will make us some money." "It'll do more than make money, Tyrell," Chance said. "It will change the world for the better once we get this thing figured out. We can sell our mechanisms throughout the entire world. And we can keep improving on them as we go, too." Baldwin and Tyrell exchanged serious expressions before Baldwin asked, "Are you men in this for the long haul? We need to know that. If this is a passing thing, then we don't want a part of it. But if you're looking to do this for the remainder of your careers, then we can think a lot more about coming in with you on this thing." "This is my dream," I said quickly. "It's all our dreams. It would be a privilege to work on this for the rest of our lives." Stone looked at each of my brothers as he asked, "Does that go for each one of you guys too?" They all nodded, and then Callan added, "You have no idea how invested we are in this thing. And we make great money where we're at now. It's not about the money though. This is about helping people. This is about creating energy from what is so readily available to us, but that very few have harnessed." "But some have," Cash stated. "Can you tell us about some of the experiments that have proven to actually work?" Chase was the one to answer this question. Several inventions have been produced and are currently being put to practice. There's a point absorber buoy. Like all buoys, this is anchored to the bottom of the ocean. The bobbing motion it makes as the waves move is converted into energy that's stored in a generator and then sent ashore to a grid system. But this too can be torn to bits when a storm hits. "Sounds daunting," Warner said as he shook his head. "We could lose a ton on this." My heart stopped beating as both the Gentry brothers and the Nash brothers nodded in agreement. I felt the air leaving my lungs as I was sure they were about to let us down. "Time to take a vote," Jasper said. "Raise your hand if you think we should give these men a real shot at making life a lot better for the planet." One by one, each man raised his hand. And I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. Thank God. My brothers and I left that meeting feeling as if things weren't real. Within a week's time, we'd each have $2 billion in our personal bank accounts. By the end of the week, a business account would be opened for our new business, Whispering Waves Electric Company. We had $20 billion to work off of, and that was just for starters. Baldwin's wife, Sloane, was going to get to work designing homes for each one of us. They had even given us the enviable job of finding the land we wanted our homes built on. We'd be completely taken care of for the next 5 years, at least. Now that we had more money than we knew was possible, there was only one thing left to do to end our old lives and allow us to begin living the new ones. The ones that we always dreamed of. We had to tell our boss that we were quitting our jobs, effective immediately. We wouldn't go back to work for Mantabo Industries, not even for a single day. We had bigger fish to fry now. I prayed our boss would understand and wish us well, but knew that it was only a pipe dream. The founder and CEO of the company we worked for was a man in his early 40s with tons to prove. Nico Armstrong wasn't one to accept no for an answer. But that was the answer he was going to get if he asked us not to leave his employment. Giving up a $500,000 a year salary had sounded like it would be hard on us. But now that we had a couple billion a year guaranteed for at least 5 years, that didn't bother us anymore. Thank God for the Gentrys and the Nashes.
Chapter 2. Zuri.
Why the hell does Nico Armstrong want to see me? Working in the research department at Mantabo Industries hadn't put me in the position of meeting with the founder and CEO thus far. So, when I got the call that he wanted me to come to his office, I immediately assumed the worst. I'm going to get fired. But for what? I hadn't done anything wrong. At least as far as I knew. Brushing shoulders with someone as I rushed past them, I mumbled an apology. Sorry, Hold up. I stopped and turned to find my supervisor staring at me with narrowed eyes. Oh, Tommy. Sorry, I muttered. Where are you going in such a rush, Zuri? Armstrong's office. I looked down at the floor, my stomach pinching and grinding upon itself as worry filled me. I cannot lose this job. Tommy came closer to me, his eyes now wide with what resembled worry to me. He asked for you. Nodding, I began wringing my hands. Even he knew that being called to our boss's office wasn't a good thing. I don't know what he wants. I don't know what I did wrong. You've done nothing wrong. I'm your supervisor. It would be me you'd be reporting to if you did anything wrong. He sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't like this at all. Yeah. Me neither. I didn't want to make my boss any madder at me than he must have already been. I've got to go, Tommy. I hope I'll get the chance to let you know what happens. Yeah, you don't want to leave him waiting. As I turned to leave, I felt his hand on my shoulder. Turning back, I asked, You want to say something? Do you have anything you'd like to tell me? I didn't do anything wrong, Tommy. I swear I didn't. I couldn't blame him for asking, though. Well, get in there and try to keep a stiff upper lip. The man hates weakness. Act tough. I guess you should act that way. And hold your head up high, shoulders back, positive attitude. You did nothing wrong. Own that. Pulling my shoulders back, I took a deep breath and tried to steady my mind. Yeah, I did nothing wrong. He can't break me if I have nothing to hide. Thanks. I turned away, walking at a slower pace, feeling less frantic than I had before. I am innocent, and have nothing to fear. Confidence filled me. Until I got to his office, and found his personal assistant's desk empty. Shit. We're going to be alone. I knew this was bad. I could feel it tingling in my spine. Nico Armstrong was an intimidating man. Tall and muscular, with ridged facial features that made him resemble a Viking, he was the face of the weaponry division of Mantabo. Stern, stoic, and hard to the core, the man was impenetrable. And he wants to see me in his office. Guts twisting, I knocked on the door. It's me, Zuri Nala, Mr. Armstrong. The sound of something buzzing had the door coming open. At first, all I saw was black emptiness. Then, as the door opened wider, I saw a large stainless steel desk. I got the eerie feeling that he liked to slaughter lambs on top of that desk. It seemed like something out of a meat market instead of common office decor. My eyes caught movement from the corner of the room, and then a hulking figure emerged. You took your sweet time coming to me, Zuri. Stepping inside, I tried my best to keep my shoulders back and my head high. I came as soon as I could, sir. I had to keep reminding myself that I'd done nothing to warrant this visit. The black jacket of his business suit lay draped over the back of a long red sofa. He was only wearing a white button-down shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, showing off his muscular forearms. I didn't care for how hairy they were. Not that I was there to look him over. Averting my eyes, I scanned the room. You should take a seat, Zuri, he suggested. Striding over to a chair that looked completely uncomfortable with its straight wooden back and no cushion at all, I took a seat. I thought the discomfort would help me keep my posture in the appropriate position. Looking right into his ice blue eyes, I asked, Why did you call me, sir? He leaned back against his desk, his long legs jutting out in front of him, arms crossed over his massive chest. Only then did I notice the top few buttons had been left undone, and a tuft of black hair had billowed out, meeting his dark beard. The man is as hairy as a bear. Forward, aren't you? I didn't want to come off as weak, since Tommy had said he hated that in a person. So I cocked one brow. To the point is more accurate. Fine. I'll get right to it then, Zuri Nala. I know about your ex-fiancé, Reese Andrews. He and I share the same stature in this city. Meaning you both are billionaires, I quipped. Yes, I know. What I didn't know was what that had to do with me being called to his office. What about that? He stood up and walked slowly around his desk to take a seat behind it. The red leather wingback chair came out on either side of him, shrouding him like a red cloak. Somehow that made him look more powerful. You were engaged for a year. Before that, you dated for 2 years. In that time, I'm sure you became used to having money, being able to buy what you want when you want. I'm not spoiled, Mr. Armstrong, if that's what you're insinuating. I liked having money, as anyone would. But it hadn't defined me in any way. I know you went from living in a mansion on his estate to living in a tiny efficiency apartment in town. You drove a Mercedes that he let you use, and now you drive a used Kia. You've made some drastic changes in the last year since you and he split up. I can help fix that a bit for you. I'm not offering billions, but I am offering you $1 million. Please don't ask me to sleep with you. Yuck. I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to even think about what he wanted me to do to earn that amount of money. But my mouth opened anyway, the words spilling out. What do I have to do to get the money? Although I didn't need or even want the money, my mother and sister back home in Pretoria, South Africa needed it desperately. I'd been sending home all the money I could. My sister had been born with special needs, both mentally and physically. She was only 2 years younger than me, and our mother had had a hard time caring for us both. Dear old Dad left not long after Antiqua's birth. She was too much for him, especially when she cried hours on end at times. A recent fall had my sister needing surgery to repair her right hip. Even with public health care, the cost of the surgery and support she needed was more than our mother could afford. Mom was in need of surgery herself as well. Her eyes had gotten bad, cataracts. She was nearly blind. But she didn't have the money for it. $1 million would get them both the surgeries they needed. I've got to do whatever he wants for my family. Are you familiar with the Duran brothers who work here? I don't know any of them, but I have heard of them. Casey Duran is the oldest of the 4 brothers. He will be your target. Target? That sounded unbelievably bad to me. I'm not a killer, sir. Don't be silly. I'm not a killer either. Funny. You look like you could most definitely be one. Please explain. Casey and his brothers quit their jobs here a few days ago. They've gained a loan somehow to start working on this ridiculous idea they have to make something to get electricity out of the ocean. They'd been bothering me about that for some time now, but I wouldn't give them the time of day. It's an absurd idea anyway, and not worth my time or money. What do you care if they want to work on that, rather than work on making weaponry? I saw no need to target anyone over something like that. As a matter of fact, I thought their idea quite brilliant. Just as I finished my sentence, his fist slammed down on the metal desk, making a terrible sound, hitting my ears sharply. You don't ask questions, he shouted at me, his face a deep shade of red. Nodding, I stayed silent. I wasn't about to apologize. I watched the color fade away, and then he said in a calm voice, "They know too much for me to let them go. I want them back, and I want that to happen as soon as possible." Everyone who worked at Mantabo had to sign a non-disclosure agreement that stated we couldn't tell a soul about what went on inside these walls. Why he thought these men would leak company secrets, I didn't know. But I wasn't going to ask either. And you want me to make that happen? Exactly. I want you to target Casey Duran. I want you to get something on him that we can use as blackmail. Once that's done, I want you to tell him that he has to get all 4 of his brothers back to work here. I had to point something out. With all due respect, sir, how am I supposed to make that happen? Why would I, a person who works in the research department, want to blackmail anyone to get them to come back to work here? He'll know you're behind this. I know that. He grinned, revealing sharp incisors. I was quite sure he sharpened them to look that way too. I want him to know it's me who ordered you to do this. He wouldn't take it seriously otherwise. If I could get him to do something that I could hold against him, then I would. Being a woman, you'll find it much easier to get him to do things that can be used against him. Why me? I had to ask the question. There were other women who worked at the company. Why would he pick me to do this terrible thing? Do you not realize how beautiful you are, Zuri? That long, silky, silver blonde hair is alluring. And your dark as night eyes give you a dangerous air. Your creamy ivory skin almost makes you look like an angel. You're a mixture of both darkness and light. You're beautiful enough to reel him in, and dangerous enough for him to take what you say seriously. My appearance had never been described in such a way. You have faith in me. But I'm not sure I can pull this off. I didn't want to pull anything off. But I did need that money. You can do it, Zuri. I know that you can. Just put on an act. Pretend you're someone else. You can act, can't you? I'd never acted before. Mom and Antiqua came into my mind, both wearing frowns at the thought of me deceiving someone, but also looking helpless. Both of them desperately needed money. I can act. I'll do it, Mr. Armstrong. Call me Nico, Zuri. After all, we'll be working closely on this. You know you can't speak a word of this to anyone. Nodding, I knew this was a huge secret. Now how can I get this Casey Duran guy to do something inappropriate, or illegal, that I can use to blackmail him?
Chapter 3. Casey.
Damn. Who is she? I was sitting at the bar counter of the same cafe where I'd had breakfast nearly every day for the last year. But this was the first time a woman had walked in, captivating me from the very moment I set eyes on her. She had the body of a professional dancer, lithe and graceful without even trying to be. Long, silky, straight silver hair moved in waves around her shoulders. Her dark eyes stood out the most, but everything about her stood out to some degree. I'd seen the hair color multiple times on other women and hadn't found it attractive. But on her it was gorgeous. Maybe it was because her flawless skin was the color of ivory. Maybe it was that it combined with her silvery hair to make a dramatic contrast between them and her dark as sin eyes. Eyes that were surrounded with thick, dark lashes. Eyes that didn't seem to take me in at all. She took the empty seat right next to me at the bar. Coffee black. The waitress, Jean, put a cup in front of her, then handed her the menu. "What'll you have this morning?" The gorgeous woman pointed at something on the menu, then picked up the coffee. Pursing her lips, which were covered in a shiny purple lipstick, she blew across the surface, sending the steam to swirl in tendrils over the cup. Not wanting to out stare at her, I observed all this out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't like me to be so awestruck. Suddenly, I realized my mouth was hanging open, so I quickly shut it. I wiped my lower lip, wanting to be sure drool wasn't hanging off it. Gosh, what an amateur. I wouldn't call myself the smoothest man in the world. But I wasn't the dork I was making myself out to be at the moment, either. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single thing to say to her to initiate a conversation. The young woman looked at her phone, scrolling through it. After a few minutes, Jean came back carrying 2 plates. She placed them in front of us, smiling away. "Here you go." We'd ordered the same thing, and finally, the mesmerizing girl looked at me with a smile. "Seems we like to eat the same thing for breakfast." My ears heard her speaking to me, but it took a moment for my brain to catch up as I just gazed into those amazing eyes of hers. Like a moonless night sky, they were so dark and full of mystery. Sausage is good. What a dumb thing to say. I mean, out of the breakfast meats, I like sausage the best. Me too. Picking up her fork, she cut into the cheese omelet. I try to stay away from dairy as much as I can. It produces cellulite, you know. But once a month, I allow myself to have my favorite breakfast treat, a cheese omelet. I couldn't imagine cellulite daring to show up on her perfect body. "You seem to be taking excellent care of yourself." "I try to." She looked me up and down. "You look like you work out too." 5 days a week. I take weekends off though. Saturday is meditation day, and Sunday is my cheat day. An image of the two of us cuddled up on my sofa, a fire in the fireplace, some soft music wafting through the air came to my mind. Would you like to join me this weekend? Wow. She just shook her head. We don't even know each other's names yet, and you're already asking me to spend the weekend with you. Ouch. I didn't mean it like that. I had meant it that way, but now I regretted saying it at all. Let's start over. My name is Casey Duran. And you are? Zuri? She didn't seem like she was about to offer her last name. Okay, Zuri. Cool name, by the way. I took a long drink from my bottle of water, trying to think of other things I could say without offending her. Thanks, she said before turning her attention back to her plate. As she continued eating her breakfast, she seemed to be trying to ignore me. I didn't want to be pushy, but I had my doubts that I would ever run into her again. I didn't want to let this opportunity slip by. But once again, I was stumped for what to say. So I just ate my food while trying to think of something witty. Jean came to refill Zuri's coffee cup. Beautiful morning, isn't it? What do you have planned for your day, miss? A run on the beach to start off with, Zuri said as she gestured to the tracksuit she wore. Finally, I had something I could say. I'm looking at some property out that way after breakfast. Jean and Zuri just looked at me, as if what I'd said was odd in some way, but I didn't see it as odd at all. Despite what I thought, it didn't change anything as Jean asked, "You're just about done, Casey. Ready for the check?" I wasn't about to leave. No. I'd like a glass of orange juice. Gotta get in some vitamin C. Funny, you've never ordered that before. I'd grown up in Brownsville, Texas, and Jean and I had gone to high school together. She was a couple years older than me, and didn't have a problem telling me what she thought. You two know each other? Zuri asked Jean. We're locals, went to school together, Jean said as she went to get my juice. Zuri had a rather unique accent, so I asked, "Where do you hail from, Zuri?" I moved here to Brownsville from Pretoria, South Africa, a few years ago. With your family? I figured she was in her mid to late 20s, and probably wouldn't have left her home country all alone. No. My mother and sister stayed there. What had you making the move to Texas all on your own? I knew there must have been something serious to make her leave her family behind. I've always wanted to live in Texas, she said with a smile. And I love the beach too. So I got out a map of Texas and picked the location that suited me best. I found that hard to believe. So, you just up and decided to move here all alone? And you had no idea what you would do once you arrived. I knew I was being nosy but couldn't seem to help myself as I went on. Do you do freelance work or something? Yes, she replied curtly as she took the last bite of her food, then wiped her mouth with the napkin. And what do you do, Casey? I did work at a large company here in town. But I recently quit. My brothers and I are working on our own thing now. That's why I'm going to be out at the beach after this. I'm meeting a realtor to check out some land we can build on. She finally looked interested in something I had to say, and turned her chair to face me. What kind of thing are you and your brothers working on? I never shied away from a chance to talk about our dream, so I turned to face her too. We're going to design a device that will generate electricity from ocean waves. Her eyes went wide as her lips curved into a smile. So you're smart. I am on the brighter side, and so are my brothers. Jean placed the glass of orange juice on the bar. Here you go, Casey. And why didn't you say something about quitting your job? Shrugging, I didn't know why I'd kept that to myself. I guess I've been distracted with all the things we have to get going on. Plus, our conversation is usually about what I want to eat, not what I'm doing with my life, Jean. Hands on her hips, Jean asked, when did you quit Mantabo? 3 days ago. And it hadn't been easy either. We had to go and see Nico Armstrong in person to let him know we were leaving his company. And he was not happy about our leaving. That Armstrong was pissed, Jean said as she nodded knowingly. He hated anyone leaving that place. When my husband quit his job as a custodian there, Armstrong threatened him with disembowelment if he ever spoke a word about what goes on out there. Zuri leaned in close. What goes on out there? I knew I couldn't say a thing to anyone about that. And before I could say a word, Jean answered, he won't tell you, honey. My husband wouldn't even tell me what they did out there. Nico Armstrong is into something that he wants no one to know about. And he guards those secrets like a dragon guarding his stolen treasures. In Nico's defense, if anything is leaked about the weapons being created there, it could cost him billions, if not trillions. He pays his people extremely well, and then there's the cost of all the materials used. Some of the inventions don't even pan out and have to be scrapped. I understood why the secrets had to be kept. Not everyone can be trusted to stick to the agreements they signed. But my brothers and I can be trusted. We have no desire to screw over Mantabo in any way. What did he threaten you guys with? Jean asked. Zuri watched me closely. Yeah, did he threaten you? I'm not exactly the type of man one threatens. I wasn't boasting, but it was true. Nico knew enough about me not to throw any threats our way. Otherwise, there would have been hell to pay. I don't negotiate with terrorists. What does that mean? Zuri asked as she eyed me warily. I come from tough stock. Last year, some people thought they could do some pretty bad things to some of my cousins. In the end, the perpetrators ended up becoming the victims, and now they're 6 feet under. I had it in me to be every bit as ruthless as my cousins, the Nash brothers. If it came to anyone threatening me and my brothers, I could easily take someone out without batting an eye. 6 feet under? Zuri asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Dead? Jean enlightened her. Zuri's eyes dropped and she stared at the floor. Oh. Not that I would ever resort to violence, unless I saw no other way out. I didn't want Zuri to think I was some ticking time bomb. I believe in trying to reason with people. But some people can't be reasoned with. I'm just glad that Nico Armstrong let us go, with nothing more than him objecting strongly to our leaving. If he'd said a thing about disemboweling anyone, then that could have led to some very terrible things. Zuri looked up, reaching into the front pocket of her pants. What do I owe you, Jean? I've got it, I said as I took out my wallet. No, Zuri said, nodding her head as she placed a 20 on the counter. Here you go, Jean. Keep the change. Jean placed the check on the counter. It's only $8. Zuri seemed to be in a hurry to leave as she got up. No, you keep it. I handed Jean a 22. Keep the change from mine as well. See ya tomorrow. Walking out behind Zuri, I had to ask her out. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. Hey Zuri, wait up. Stopping just as she got out the door, she turned to me. What? You want to go out sometime? Shaking her head, she sighed. Look, I don't know you, Casey. I don't like the idea of going out with someone I don't know. We could meet for drinks or something then. I'd really like to get to know you better. Turning around, she began walking to her car. I don't know. I moved up beside her. Come on. I'm harmless. How can I know that for sure? She stopped by a small silver car. Especially after what you just said in there. She gestured toward the restaurant. Jean would have told you to stay away from me if I was anything but a nice guy. That was God's honest truth. I couldn't help but smile. You really like the color silver, don't you? I really do, she said as she ran her hand through her silky hair. Give me your phone and I'll put my number in. I'm not saying I'll meet you anywhere, but if I'm in the right mood when you text, I just might show up. But I might not. Opening my contacts list, I quickly put her name in, then handed her my cell. I'll hope for the right mood then. Handing me my phone back, she shrugged. You can hope, I suppose. See ya, Casey. You certainly will.
Chapter 4. Zuri.
Getting into my car, I found myself watching Casey as he walked away from me. One had to appreciate a man's body when it was so close to perfection. Tall, dark, and handsome, Casey Durant had it all. Too bad Nico has it in for him. Personally, I thought Casey's idea was amazing. Coming up with a new way of creating electricity was far more important than coming up with new weaponry. I had to be honest with myself about what Nico wanted me to do. I might not be up to doing this to Casey. There were aspects of myself that could do whatever I needed to do. I'd done it in the past. Got on a plane, came to America, searched for a well-paying job, sent nearly all my money back home to take care of my mother and sister. I'd found the cheapest place to live. I'd paid cash for a used car. I'd done whatever I had to, so that I could send most of my money back home. Not many people would give away most of what they'd worked so hard for. Casey had said something about me liking the color silver. But it wasn't like I'd went looking for a silver car. I just happened to find one that was for sale and cheap. Only after buying the car had I decided to change my appearance, to reinvent myself. I'd been shy, quiet, and utterly dull when I first came to America. I hadn't been quite ready to completely come out of my shell, but I thought it was high time to start trying. Dyeing my dark hair silver had taken some time. Month after month, I bought platinum blonde hair dye and did the deed myself at home. When my hair was at its whitest, I splurged on the first thing I'd ever splurged on, a hair appointment with a color specialist. She made my hair shine like a brand new dime, and I finally felt anything but dull. With my new hair, I went shopping for cosmetics. I wasn't into spending big money on makeup, so I kept things simple: black mascara, purple lipstick, soft pink blush, and tinted moisturizer. I'd only recently added a black eyebrow pencil and palette of pink and purple eyeshadows to my small collection of products. I hadn't realized that I'd transformed myself into someone with daring looks who appealed to men. But with Nico picking me out from all the other women who worked at the company based on my looks, I had to admit to myself that I was no longer dull and drab. When I saw the attraction in Casey's dark eyes, I knew I'd come a long way. And that look I'd seen in his eyes had set me on fire. I'd never been set on fire before. But I liked it. No, that's not exactly true. I loved it. My ex, Reese, had fallen for me before I'd made my big transition to a beautiful siren. He'd liked the plain old me. My life would have been so easy with him. Only, I'd never fallen head over heels in love with him. I did love him though. Just not enough. He was genuinely nice, caring, supportive. But he wanted me to stay home, have babies, and be a housewife. I didn't want any of that. He'd still wanted to marry me, even after I'd confessed my true feelings to him. I knew he deserved more, so I told him things needed to end between us. I gave him the engagement ring back, kissed him on the cheek, and then I left. Our parting was amicable, thankfully. Through it all, I'd never let my tiny efficiency apartment go. I'd kept paying the rent just to make sure I had a place of my own. Leaving the mansion that sunny afternoon, heading home a bit over a year ago, I wore a smile on my face. Reese's estate had never felt like home to me. The cars he let me drive never felt like mine, not really. My little silver Kia made me happy. My little apartment was just fine with me. If it weren't for my sister and mother, I wouldn't have entertained the thought of blackmailing Casey. It was odd that Nico had asked me to do this so soon after the news about my sister and mother needing operations had come about. But can I really do this? Pretending that I wasn't interested in Casey wasn't easy. As he drove away in his shiny black four-wheel drive truck, I found my mouth hanging slightly open. Damn, he looks good. He looked back over his shoulder, smiling at me just before he drove out of the parking lot. I sat there, wondering if I could really pull this horrible thing off. Do I really want to do this? I held the steering wheel with both hands, unsure what to do. Nico would surely fire me if I didn't do what he wanted. But I could not afford to lose my job right now either. My cell rang, drawing my attention away from my dilemma. My mother's face was on the screen. I swiped to accept the FaceTime call, and tried not to look as despairing as I actually felt. "Hi, Mom. How are you doing today?" "I'm doing okay. It's your sister who isn't doing well at all. She took another spill this morning. She can't seem to fully understand that she has to use a walker to walk now, and that without it she will fall again." With a tired expression, she sighed. "What to do with her, I do not know. My sister needed full-time aid. I could see that now. Taking care of Antiqua had taken such an enormous toll on our mother, and it was showing now more than ever. You know that after you get your cataracts operation, you'll have to get someone else to take care of Antiqua while you recover," I pointed out. "Just another reason why I can't have the surgery, Zuri. No money means no one to care for your sister. No hope at all of ever regaining the perfect eyesight I once had. And all the knowledge that one day I will open my eyes and not see anything." My heart ached as it always did when she spoke with such hopelessness. "Mother, please try to keep up hope that someday things will begin to work out for us. For all of us." And how might I do that? She'd lost all hope. It was evident on her drawn face. "You've lost more weight." "I have." I hated the fact that our mother was going downhill, and fast. If I could come home to help, I would. "No. The money you send home is valuable to us, Zuri. You must stay there and work. And what will become of Antiqua if you can't care for her anymore?" I knew I had to do something. Maybe I should just move back there. Now that I have experience in the research department of such a huge company, maybe I can find something similar there in Pretoria. At least you would have some time off then. And what of you, Zuri? What time off would you have if you work, then come home to take care of your sister? You must think about things before you say them. Nodding, I knew I wasn't thinking straight. I just wanted to fix things, but had no idea how to do that. The whole time I was with Reese, I never let him give a dime to my family. I sent my entire paychecks home to them, and felt that his taking care of me was more than enough for him to do. Especially since I couldn't find it in myself to love him the way he deserved. I did not use people. Not even when it made sense to do it. $1 million would pay for someone to care for them both while they recover. If I had to take on a second job to keep paying the caregiver after the $1 million ran out, then I would do that. No. I can't go through with this. Mom, I'll do more from here then. I wasn't sure how, but I knew I had to figure things out. I didn't call to try pressuring you into doing even more than you already are. Closing her eyes, she rubbed her forehead. "I'm sorry, Zuri. You do so much for us, and here I am, venting to you about things. Ignore me. I'm tired is all. I need a nap." She needed more than just a nap. "You rest, and I'll see what I can come up with. I will help you get the supplies you both need, and I will help with finding someone to take care of you both. You can count on me. You're such a good person, my dear daughter." A smile slightly pulled up her thin lips. "Not if I do what it will take to get the money you need." It seemed as if I was between a rock and a hard place. Do nothing, and my family would suffer. Do something, and Casey and his brothers would suffer. There was another thing that I had to admit. I might suffer a bit as well by blackmailing someone. As much as my mother didn't want to burden me, she had no one else to turn to. We both knew that. I would do whatever I had to do to help her and my sister. It was something that I knew without a doubt. Give Antiqua a hug for me. And try not to worry about things. I've got a good feeling about the future. I love you, and I'll talk to you soon. I love you too. Take care of yourself, Zuri. Goodbye. As I put my cell back on the passenger seat, I felt my stomach cramp, as I knew I was about to do something I had never thought I would do. Hurting someone for my own gain hadn't ever been on my radar. But somehow, I had to learn to put the real me to the side and become a person I was not. Acting. That's all this is. Pressing my forehead against the steering wheel, I knew this was much more than just an act. The things I would do would have real consequences. The things I would do would hurt people. The things I would do would give my sister and mother the help they truly needed. Being between a rock and a hard place is the most uncomfortable place to be.
Chapter 5. Casey.
The spot that the realtor showed me was perfect. In my opinion anyway, it was. I had to get the opinions of my brothers before making an offer though. The afternoon sky was clear, the seagulls glided through the air gracefully, and I laid back in the bed of my truck waiting for them to show up at the property. The day was working out well so far. I'd met an interesting young woman and had gotten her number. I'd found what hopefully would become the place we'd begin building on. Yep, a pretty good day. Roaring up the lane, Chance's truck careened up next to mine, the radio blaring some hard rock crap he loved to listen to. I sat up, waiting for him to get out. My other two brothers weren't far behind him, pulling up in Callan's car together. Hopping off the tailgate of my truck, I got ready to show them around the property. Hey guys. Chase took his cell out and began snapping pics. It's pretty far out here. 15 minutes from town, Chance added. Yep. I like the fact that it wasn't too close to town. I think that'll work out well for us. Keep the looky-loos away. Callan laughed. Looky-loos? You know, the nosy people who like to trespass and get into things that aren't any of their business, I clarified. Chase pointed out the tall sand dunes. I like that aspect of this place. It'll help control the wind, but we'll still have access to the water. Let me show you the best part of this place. Leading them to the center of the property, I couldn't help but smile. There was a facility here about 10 years ago. Everything was cleared off, but they did leave the cement foundation. And it's big enough for what we intend to build. Callan stomped around on the cement. There are no cracks that I can see. And it seems dense. The realtor told me that it was made to hold a lot of weight. It's 6 feet deep. I really thought we had a winner here. There's ample space left over too. We could do a lot with what there is. What do they want for the place? Chance asked. 6 figures, I said. Well, that's within the budget now. You sound like you want us to agree on this place, Callan said. But this is only the second place we've seen. I think we need to see one more spot before we make any decision. Am I the only one here who's itching to get this thing going? I'd been waiting what seemed like forever to begin our own company and do the work we always wanted to do. I know it's a good idea to check out more sites, Callan. But there's not much available. We need to have an oceanfront property that's large enough for us to build on. And you might not know this, but most of the properties have extensive rules and regulations. This one doesn't have any. We can do whatever we want out here without anyone saying a word to us about it. Chance had climbed to the top of the sand dune. Hey, there's something out here, he shouted. That's a loading dock, and next to it is a boat ramp. It's got easy access to the water too. I knew this place was the right one for us, I just needed them to see it too. It's like this was built just for us. Chance came back down, smiling away. I love it. We can even fish from that loading dock if we want. Which I do. And we won't have to use a public boat ramp when we need to put our boats in the water. I think Casey found it, guys. Callan and Chase began heading up the sand dune to check things out themselves, and I followed along as Chance bounded back up with us. An empty beach for as far as the eye could see was laid out in front of us. 300 feet of this would be ours exclusively. That's almost as long as a football field, Chase pointed out. We could do an awful lot with that amount of space. I'm with Casey, Chance said. Let's get this place before someone else does. Chase looked at Callan. I think they're right. Throwing his hands up into the air, Callan admitted defeat. Okay, you guys. You win. I get it. You don't want to keep looking for anything, and you want to jump on this. Yep. I was beyond certain that this was the right call. So, we're all in agreement then? Yes, they all said at the same time. Great. I texted our answer to the real estate agent. He would be overjoyed, and I felt like celebrating myself. What a day this has been. We found our place. And I met a girl. You met a woman? Chase asked as we walked along the shoreline. I did. She's gorgeous. Cool. Built like a ballerina. I could go on and on about Zuri, but only sighed as I shoved my hands into my pockets. Callan pulled his sunglasses down to show me his furrowed brow. Bro, it's not a good time to start something with anyone. We've got tons to do. Chase laughed. Callan, you can't expect him to put love on hold just because we've got a lot on our plates right now. I found it funny that any of them thought they could tell me, the oldest, what I could and could not do. It's not like I have to explain myself to you, Callan, but we can't let this business venture get in the way of living our personal lives. Not entirely. Chance bumped my shoulder with his. Tell me about her, big bro. She's got silver hair. It was crazy how much I adored her hair. It's long, silky, and shiny. I'm not normally into the whole weird hair dye look. But this girl pulls it off like no one I've ever seen before. She's got flawless porcelain skin. And she wears purple lipstick too. The contrast between the color of her lips and her dark eyes is amazing. And the most endearing thing about her is that I think she's almost completely unaware of how attractive she is. Callan rolled his eyes. Great, Casey. It sounds like you've been thinking about this girl too much already. What have you been doing all day? Daydreaming about her. Planning your wedding. I had been picturing her, but I definitely was not planning any wedding. No. Anyway, she's cute, and I like her. And if I can get her to spend time with me, then I sure as hell will put some of my energy into her. What do you mean, Chance asked, if you can get her to spend time with you? Have you asked her out yet? She's a little on the iffy side about me. She did give me her number, though. She said I could let her know the next time I'm going out, and she might show up. I knew that sounded bad, but it was all she'd given me. Wow, Chase said as he chuckled. So someone has finally turned you down. Must feel weird for you, Casey. It does. He was right, it wasn't often that I got turned down. But I'm not looking at it like that, not exactly. She didn't turn me down completely. She did give me her number. And I do plan on letting her know that I'll be out having drinks later. I want to celebrate us making this decision. How about we all go down to Hattie's on the beach later? We can do a little celebrating, and hopefully Zuri will stop by. Chance shook his head. Who are you? Casey, you've been the man all this time. I mean the man. You sound like a high school kid who has never been on a date. This is so not like you. You're the guy who takes control right off the bat. She's not like the other women I've dated. She's different. A good different. I don't mind going off course from the way I've been seeking women's attention so far. It's not like I can't go back to being that man, the one who sees what he wants and takes it. With her, it sounds like you can't go back to being that kind of man, Callan pointed out. If you're going to act this way, then she's going to expect you to keep acting this way. He was right. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with me. Shoving my hand through my hair, I took a moment to think about whether or not I'd made a strategic mistake. Shit. I was like a total puss. She had me hopping around like a scared rabbit. All I could think about was getting her to agree to go out with me. And I went about it so differently than I normally do. Gosh, I've really blown it. You don't have to keep acting that way, Chance said. Invite her out tonight. With us around, you wouldn't dare act like a puss. But what if that turns her off? I hadn't ever been this worried about how to act around a woman. What if I act normal and she hates me? Sounds like she wasn't that interested in you anyway, Callan so eloquently pointed out. Maybe if you act like yourself, she'll be into dating you. Right now, it sounds like she's not that into you. I had to admit that he was right, but I hated doing it anyway. Damn. I just shook my head, not wanting to cop to my mistake out loud. I don't know what got into me. Taking out my cell, I texted Zuri. "Do you know where Hattie's is?" "What are you doing?" Chance asked as he looked over my shoulder. "You texting her right now?" "Yeah." I didn't want him to see what I'd written, so I quickly put the cell back into my pocket, hoping that the fact that I still wasn't on top of my game with Zuri would change soon. We started heading back to our cars, and I couldn't help but notice that she was taking her sweet time texting me back. It was a simple question, one that shouldn't have been hard to answer at all. I had the distinct impression that she might be blowing me off. Just as I got into my truck, I felt the phone vibrate in my pocket and hurried to take it out. "Calm down, dork." Looking at the message she'd sent back, I noticed how she was taking the upper hand. "I know where it is, but I don't care for the place." "Why do you ask?" "Crap. If I changed the place we were meeting up at later for drinks, my brothers would know I did it just for her. But I wanted to see her, so I had to stop caring about what they would think. I'm going out for drinks later, and thought you might like to get some too. We can meet up at the beachy scene if you'd like that better." I knew I could easily change our location to that place without giving my brothers the idea that I had done it just for Zuri. Not loving that place either. I'm thinking I want some wings and maybe some fried pickles and mushrooms. Dilly's Bar and Grill sounds good to me. How about you? I couldn't believe that Zuri had picked one of the few places my brothers and I had never frequented. I was going to catch hell over this. But I wasn't going to risk her not showing up by picking another place either. Dilly's it is then. I'll be there around 8. 7's better for me. We never went out that early. I knew there was going to be some serious razzing going on, but I agreed to it anyway. I'll be there at 7 then. Can't wait to see you again, Zuri. Now I have to face the music with my brothers.
Chapter 6. Zuri.
Walking through the door of Dilly's Bar and Grill at 7 p.m. on the dot, I scanned the room, hoping to see Casey. "Seating for one, ma'am," the hostess asked me, drawing my attention. "I'm meeting someone here." I looked back at the half-filled room, and finally found Casey sitting in the very back. The dimmest corner. His eyes started dancing as he saw me, and he immediately got up, coming toward me. "I see him. Thanks." "Oh, you're with him?" the hostess asked. "Wow." "Yeah, wow." I knew Casey was an attractive man. And I should have known that other women would be attracted to him as well. What I didn't know was why some sort of sharp pain suddenly jabbed at my heart. Jealousy? A chill ran through me. If I were going to do what I was supposed to do, real emotions couldn't be a part of my interactions with Casey Duran. This was a mission and nothing more than that. "You look gorgeous." He took my hand, leading me back to the dark corner. Bolts of electricity shot up my arm, zipping around my entire body before settling in my nether regions. "This is not good at all." "Thank you. You're looking rather dashing yourself." Casey wore typical island garb, khaki shorts, a button-down shirt with colorful palm leaf prints all over it, and leather sandals that showed off his rather perfectly formed feet. Men didn't often have nice-looking feet, so I had to admire them. "Nice feet, Casey." "You too, Zuri." He pulled out a chair, and I took the seat he offered. I'd worn a flowing dress that went down to my ankles, and strappy sandals with a low heel. My hair was pulled up into a messy bun, and silver hoop earrings were my flash that evening. I'd even toned down my lip color to a muted pink, and had used a small amount of pink eyeshadow. I felt pretty, something I hadn't felt in so long that I'd forgotten what it felt like. Heat rushed to my cheeks as Casey took the seat across from me. The space between us was alive with chemistry. However, along with that feeling of excitement came feelings of remorse. I will never be able to hurt this man the way I'm supposed to. Nico Armstrong had chosen the wrong woman to pull off his evil deed. I may have looked like some femme fatale to him on the outside, but on the inside I was just a normal human being with morals. As those thoughts rushed to my mind, the waitress came up beside me. "What can I get you two to drink?" "I'll have mineral water and a basket of fried pickles and mushrooms." Drinking alcohol wasn't something I could do. As it was, I could barely trust myself with Casey. Alcohol would only make that worse. Furrowed brows met my eyes as Casey said, "I'm going to have a beer." "You sure you don't want something stronger than water, Zuri?" "No, thank you." The waitress left us alone. Butterflies began to move about in my stomach, and I fidgeted in my seat. Casey noticed and asked, "Are you nervous?" "Me?" I asked in a high-pitched voice. "No." "Why do you ask?" I was nervous as hell. Not that I could explain why. "You're moving around like someone who is. That's why I asked." "You know you don't need to feel that way when you're around me." He moved his chair a bit, getting closer to me. "I've got some confessions to make. I'm not quite the man you met this morning." "You're not?" The closer he got to me, the warmer I got, and the more intense the butterflies in my stomach grew. "No." His eyes penetrated mine as he looked at me. "You make me act a little differently than I usually do. And that intrigues me." I didn't want to intrigue him. I knew that was what I was supposed to be doing, but I wished like hell that he would find something about me that he didn't like and just leave me alone. Then I would be able to go back to Nico and tell him that the deal was off because I wasn't Casey's cup of tea. I'm not that intriguing, Casey. Far from it. "Here are the drinks," the waitress interrupted us as she placed them on the table in front of us. "I'll be back soon with the food. You two enjoy." "Thank you," Casey said with a nod. "We'll try." Sipping the mineral water, I found it to be on the salty side. I'd never ordered that type of drink before, and had only done so because I thought it sounded sophisticated. Trying not to make a face about the acrid taste the water had left in my mouth, I asked, "Did you like the property you went to look at today?" "I did." "We did. My brothers and I. They'll be coming here in about an hour or so to join us. I hope you don't mind." Picking up the frosted mug of beer, he took a drink while looking at me over the rim. Why would I mind? But even as I said the words, the butterflies in my stomach began to swarm. More Duran brothers to contend with? After placing the mug back on the table, he left his hand there close to mine. "I don't know. I just thought I should give you the heads up that 3 more people will be joining us later." Sounds great to me. But that was far from the truth. It sounded horrible to me. There was no way I could pull off anything if there were so many close witnesses. If I was going to get any kind of dirt on him that would be useful to Nico, I had to do that in private. So I had to come up with a plan that would have Casey and me alone. As of yet, I had none. A clever blackmailer isn't something that I am. Although everything in me wanted to get closer to the man sitting next to me, I knew I had to act aloof. I had to act as if I didn't feel the insane attraction that I did feel. If I showed too much interest or tried to rush things, he might get suspicious. Music started playing, filling the air. A few people went to the small dance floor and began the ritual of making their best moves to impress their dance partners. "Do you like to dance, Zuri?" "Me?" I gulped, then picked up my glass. "Not really." "And why not?" He looked me over. "You have the body of a dancer." "I don't think it's acceptable for you to talk about the way my body looks," I reprimanded. "You said I had nice feet." I didn't see any harm in returning the compliment. He picked up the beer mug and took a drink. His expression seemed as if he was slightly embarrassed. Feet and body are very different. I didn't even know where the words were coming from as I went on. In this day and age, it's imperative to watch the words that come out of our mouths. Even I, as a woman, must watch what I say to a man. We all have to take a step higher, or we'll never get there. Get where? He put the mug down, a smile on his face. You know, higher up on the level. I was coasting on fumes with the discussion. Leveling up, as far as treating others with respect goes. You think I'm disrespecting you by saying you have a nice body? Yes. I gulped again and took another drink of the nasty water. I was sitting there, lying my ass off. I liked that he'd noticed my body, and I liked that he fancied my shape. I don't know why I did, but I did. Yet here I was, making an argument where there really wasn't one. Well, I'll be sure not to say anything else about your body then, not until you want me to. I do take what you say very seriously, Zuri. I'd like to get to know you, to spend more time with you. So, if you feel disrespected by anything I say or do, please be honest with me and I'll adjust myself to accommodate you. Damn. What a gentleman. Thank you, Casey. That's chivalrous of you, and I appreciate it. With a deep chuckle that tickled my ears, he said, You make me feel so odd. In a good way, though. If he says I make him feel like being a better man, I will have to get up and leave. I'd had dreams since I was a young teenage girl that someday, a man would tell me that I made him want to be better. I believed with everything inside of me that the man who told me those words would be the man I was supposed to spend the rest of my life with. But I could not spend the rest of my life with Casey Duran. We'd met on false pretenses. I was a liar. I was sent to make him do something that could be used against him. If he ever found that out, he would push me away. And he'd be right to do that. Here we go, the waitress said as she placed the basket of fried foods on the table along with a couple of plates and some napkins. There's ranch inside the basket for dipping. Can I get y'all anything else? Another beer, Casey said. He looked at my half-empty glass. More water, Zuri? No, thank you. The waitress smiled at me. It's free refills for the mineral water if you change your mind. I didn't even want what was left in the glass, much less get more of the nasty stuff. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Okay. Just wave if you want anything else, and I'll come a-runnin'. I'll be back in a jiff with your beer, sir. 2 beers in about a half hour, I mused as I picked up a battered and fried pickle, then popped it into my mouth. I'm a big guy. I can take it, he assured me. Another song came over the speakers. This time it was something soft and easy on the ears. I would love it if you would dance with me to this song. I'll keep it sweet and simple for you. My heart begged me to take him up on his offer. My head told me that it was a bad idea. But despite all its objections, my feet pushed my chair back and I got up. Sure. I'm not good at it though. So if I step on your toes, please don't hate me. Never. He got up and took my hand, then led me out to the dance floor before taking me into his arms. Arms so strong that they could have easily crushed me, but instead held me gently. Side to side, Kay. Kay, I wanted to lean my head on his broad shoulders so bad that it hurt. But I didn't do that. I did something far worse instead. I gazed into his eyes as he gazed right back into mine. Your eyes mesmerize me. So much about you mesmerizes me. And I mean nothing disrespectful about that, at all. Ditto. An hour passed in the blink of an eye as we danced and he drank, and then his brothers called to tell him they'd gone to another bar. So they're not coming. The time had come. No witnesses. You know I can drive you home, Casey. I can get an Uber to bring me back here to get my car afterward. You don't have to do that, he answered as he paid the tab and we headed out. You've had a few beers. I've had nothing. Let me drive you home. It would make me feel better. Well, okay then. He handed me the key fob to his truck. She's a big girl, Zuri. Take it easy with her. Closing my eyes, I knew this was wrong. This is all so wrong. Then the image of my mother and sister reappeared in my mind, and I knew I had no other choice but to do what I'd been told. I'll be easy with her, Casey. I promise. Gosh, can I really do this to him?
Chapter 7. Casey.
It felt odd, sitting in the passenger seat of my own truck. But looking at Zuri, as she sat behind the wheel of my four-wheel drive, did something to me that nothing ever had. It turned me on in ways I didn't know were possible. I hope I'm not offending you when I say that you look good driving my truck, girl. You're drunk, so I'll let that slide, she said with a crooked smile. I am not drunk. I'd had 4 beers. It took a hell of a lot more than that to get the best of me. I was glad to hear that she would let that compliment slide, though. You know, I believe in equality between the sexes. And I do think we all should become better at letting others know we're attracted to them, without coming on so strong that it is offensive. That said, I'm still a good old Texas boy at heart, and when I see something I like, I usually just go for it. That's such a bad idea, Casey. It could get you into real trouble someday. She pulled out of the parking lot and onto the street. Which way? I leaned over, putting in the address to my place in the GPS. Follow the yellow brick road. Laughing, she followed the directions the navigation system gave her, and we were on our way to my place. It's been a while since I had a car with a navigation system in it. I've almost forgotten how useful they can be. A while? She drove a little pause. I had to wonder when she had something better than that, and why she didn't any longer. So you had a nice car once upon a time? A flash of something indescribable moved across her face, then she shook her head. My mother had a nice car. Not me. Not ever. Oh? Back in South Africa. Yes? She took a left turn, and I watched her chest move with a heavy sigh. Back home. You miss it, don't you? I could see that she did. It was the way her eyes had gotten crinkly at the edges that told me as much. Of course. I thought her to be courageous for coming to America all by herself. You know, leaving your family behind couldn't have been easy. I have to wonder if there were other reasons for coming to Brownsville, Texas. I just wanted to come to Texas, was all. And here I am. She took another turn, coming into the prestigious neighborhood I lived in. Oh, this is the nice side of town. I couldn't help but admire her. She was gorgeous without even trying. I'm glad you came to my neck of the woods, Zuri. She hadn't told me her last name yet. What follows that unique name, Zuri? Nala. She looked at the house I lived in, as the outdoor lighting was lit up nicely. This says that we're here. So this is your home? You can push the little button on the visor overhead to open the gates. I gestured to it. And yes, this is my home. It's very nice. She pushed the button, opening the gates. You must make lots of money to afford a place like this. I've made good money in my life. I can't say that Mantabo Industries didn't pay me well. But the kind of work I was doing there just wasn't what I wanted to spend my time on. I pointed out the 4-car garage. You can park in there. Push the button on the far left and the garage door will open. She did as I'd directed, and the light came on inside the garage. Very nice, Casey. Although there was some form of being impressed with my home in her eyes, I found it odd that there wasn't more. Did you come from money back in South Africa? Not at all. She looked at me with wide eyes. I mean, my mother did okay. Just not to this standard. I see, I said, yet I didn't, but there was no reason to push it. You should come in and I'll show you around. Oh, I don't know. She took her cell out of her purse. I'll call an Uber now and get out of your way. You can take my truck home. Forget the Uber. In the morning you can come back and we'll go have breakfast, then I'll take you to pick up your car. I had no idea where that came from. I wasn't one to let people drive my beloved truck around, especially alone. Her eyes went soft as she tilted her head. You mean that? Sure. I got out of the truck and went around to help her out. Opening the door, I reached out for her hand. Come inside for a bit. I promise I won't bite. Let me help you. I don't want you to fall out of this tall truck. I guess I can stay for a little bit. Thank you. She put her hand in mine, and there were the same sparks I'd felt each time we'd touched all night long. It is quite the jump. Placing my hands on her waist, I eased her to the ground. Her hands lingered on my arms as she looked up at me, the slightest smile curving her pink lips. "You're a very nice man. I guess you've been told that a lot." It never hurts to hear it again. My lips pulsed, aching to kiss hers. A fire smoldered inside of me. But I knew better than to push her. "Come on." I took her hand, leading her toward the house. "Let's get something to drink, and I've got to eat something. I'm starving. I haven't eaten since breakfast." "There was food at the bar, Casey. You could have eaten something." My mind hadn't been on food then. And it wasn't now. I just had to toss something in to occupy my mind with it, other than kissing this woman. "I just want a simple sandwich, is all." Going in through the side door, we walked into the mudroom, then out to the kitchen. "Hop up on one of the bar stools, and I'll serve you up something. I've got all sorts of drinks in here. A water will be just fine." She looked around. "And I'd love to use your lavatory." "My what?" I had a lot of rooms in my home, but wasn't sure what type of room she was talking about. She grinned. "Your bathroom." "Oh." Walk out the door and turn left. It's the first door on the right. I set to work, getting her a bottle of water out of the fridge. Then I got myself a glass of orange juice and grabbed the strawberry jelly. After making myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I took a seat on one of the bar stools. She came out just as I took the first bite. I pulled out the stool next to mine and she sat down, taking the bottle of water I'd given her. Twisting the lid off, she took a long drink. I was thirsty. That mineral water didn't come close to quenching my thirst. It actually made me thirstier. "Why didn't you order something else?" I had noticed that she'd barely drank that one glass. Shrugging, she chugged the water. "I'm wary of drinking at bars." "And why is that?" "People can spike your drinks when you're not looking." She put the nearly empty bottle down. "It happens more than you know." "So, you're afraid someone will drug you?" I'd heard of that kind of thing happening. But I'd never seen it done. And I didn't know anyone who'd had it done to them, as far as I knew at least. Nodding, she turned to me. "I'm not saying that you would do it. But each time you leave your drink on the table, anyone could put something into it. That's why I didn't pick my drink back up after we went out to the dance floor. You're a very good dancer, by the way. You kept your feet out of my way, so that was a plus. So, you'd rather go thirsty than order a new drink?" That was a bit ridiculous to me, definitely overly cautious. Another shrug, then she nodded. "I guess so." She picked up the water and drained it. "Would you like another bottle of water, Zuri?" "No thanks." Jumping off the stool, she walked around the island bar, then put her elbows on it and rested her face on the palms of her hands. It was the first time I'd seen her acting relaxed around me. "I'm glad I met up with you tonight. I had a good time." "Me too." I finished off my sandwich, then got up and went to throw away the napkin I'd used. "So, want a tour of my home?" She held her hand out to me. "Yes. I would like that very much." I had no idea why she suddenly felt so comfortable with me, when she hadn't seemed so at all back at the bar. But I wasn't one to overthink things. I took her hand and pulled her up to my side. "I've got a great fireplace in the den." "Show it to me." She let go of my hand, sliding her arm around my waist as she leaned against me. Running my arm around her, I held her close to my side. "Okay, here we go." I had no idea why she'd suddenly become so touchy-feely, but I liked it. The lights came on as we entered the den. Just as they did, she looked at the enormous fireplace with sparkling eyes. "Wow. This is amazing." White rocks made up the grand fireplace. It was the nicest focal point in the whole house. I knew you'd appreciate it. Moving around in front of me, her arms slid around my waist. Our bodies pressed against the others, heating up with the connection. "I bet you've slept with many a girl in front of that thing." She really wasn't acting the way she'd been acting before. "Zuri, are you okay?" "Why do you ask?" She smiled. You don't like me touching you this way. I love it. I just want to be sure you're okay. You haven't exactly been this affectionate so far. Yes, I know. But we're alone now. And I think you're safe. She moved one hand off my body to trail it over my lips. And very hot too. I had to wonder if she'd taken something when she'd gone to the bathroom, because suddenly this girl was on fire for me. I could nearly see the blaze in her dark eyes and feel the pulse of her body as she inched closer. You sure you're okay? I'd be better if you kissed me. Her arms ran around my neck as she urged me to meet her pursed lips with my own. Not one to let a lady down, I kissed her softly at first. Then her arms tightened around my neck and her lips parted, ushering me in. Before I knew it, we were both breathing hard, and then she wrenched her mouth away from mine. Zuri? I mumbled, my heart racing. Casey, what if I didn't leave tonight? What if I stayed here with you? I think I've died and gone to heaven.
Chapter 8. Casey.
Rays of sunlight woke me. A smile crept over my lips that ached from all the kissing we'd done the night before. I turned to one side, finding my king-size bed empty, made up nice and neat. That was where Zuri had been sleeping the last time I saw her. Yawning as I stretched my arms over my head, I sat up, looking at the attached bathroom door to find it closed with no light peeking out from the opening at its bottom. I got out of bed, my body stiff and achy in only the best ways, then headed to the bathroom. Although the slightest bit of insecurity niggled at me, I thought there was no way Zuri had left. We'd had an amazing night, connecting in ways I'd never connected with anyone before. I was pretty sure the same had gone for her as well. She had been glowing as she had fallen asleep in my arms. I'd never seen anything so beautiful in my life. After a quick shower, I threw on some shorts and a t-shirt, then went in search of the woman of my dreams. Zuri, where are you? Not finding her, I went to the garage to see if my truck was still there and found that it was. Where can that girl be? I found my cell on the counter in the kitchen and texted her. Had a magnificent time last night. Missing you this morning. Call me and we can meet up for breakfast. Going back to the bedroom, I put on my shoes, hoping she'd call soon. But then an hour went by with no response to my text. I did notice that she'd read it though. Is she ashamed of herself for what we did last night? If she would have called or texted back, I could have told her that everything was great between us and nothing had been ruined by having moved so fast. But if she wouldn't contact me, then I had the feeling that she would fill herself with ideas that were simply not true. I wasn't the kind of man who wore his heart on his sleeve. But at that moment, I would have declared my undying love to the woman. If she would just call me. Reluctantly, I left home after waiting for another hour for her to call. I went to the cafe and got breakfast as I usually did each morning. Jean refilled my coffee cup as she eyed me. So what's the problem, Casey? Am I that easy to read? I didn't like to be so transparent. Well, you look like you just lost your puppy, so I know something's gone haywire in your usually charmed life. She put the coffee pot down on top of the white dishcloth she'd placed on the counter. It might help to talk to me about it. I couldn't talk about my night with Zuri. That might make her feel even worse if she found out I was jacking my jaw about us. Let's just say that I thought I'd found a great connection with someone, but now I'm wondering if it was only one-sided. I see. Putting a finger to her chin, she seemed to be contemplating my ordeal. So, the great Casey Duran has finally found a woman who isn't falling all over herself to be with him. Interesting. You think this is karma? I had to wonder that myself. I have been elusive with some of the women I've been with. I have to admit that. But she could have at least said goodbye. So this woman left you without saying goodbye. Nodding, I picked up the warm cup of coffee. Yeah. And that's a first for me. Usually, I have to pry them off me so I can leave. So you took this one to your place? I know it's rare that I do such a thing. But yeah, I took her to my place. And I've got to say that no one has ever left me without saying a word, or at least leaving me a note of some kind. I took my fork, shoving the eggs around my plate. My appetite was non-existent. Jean gestured to my half-full plate. "Shall I get that out of your way, Casey?" "Please." Placing the fork on the plate, I pushed it to her. "You know, I don't like seeing you like this." She took the plate and stashed it under the counter. "Who is this mean woman that did this to you?" "I'll go beat her up," she teased. "No one you know." I didn't want to give her or anyone a hint about who I'd taken home the night before. Though I trusted Jean, people in this town did talk. "I know a hell of a lot of people." "Try me," she challenged me as she put her hands on her hips. "At the very least, I can give her a good tongue lashing." The words made me wince as I recalled the bite I'd given Zuri. Nah. That won't be necessary. Maybe I read her wrong. It hadn't felt that way, but maybe I had gotten all the signals crisscrossed. Maybe Zuri had gone further than she'd wanted. And maybe she'd done that thinking that it was what I'd wanted. I'd been honest with her about everything. It wasn't me who had initiated the rough stuff. But Zuri might have begun to feel ashamed of herself for being so assertive about what she wanted. She may have been feeling that I wouldn't respect her after the things we did. But she would have been wrong to think that way. All I need is a chance to let her know that. I'd placed my cell on the counter so I wouldn't accidentally miss anything that Zuri might have sent to me. When it rang, I jumped a little. Damn. Jumpy today too. Jean just shook her head as she walked away to wait on another customer who'd taken a seat at the bar. The real estate agent's number lit up the screen, and I swiped to answer the call. "Hi there, Bill. I hope you've got some good news for me. I needed something to pull me out of the funk I'd gotten myself into. The owners have already accepted your offer on the beach property. They're ready to move forward as quickly as you want." That was great news. Only, it didn't resonate with me the way it should have. "Well, we're ready to move right now." "Great. I'll get things going on my end then. I'll shoot you a text about when and where we'll meet next. Later, Casey." I put the phone into my pocket, then left a 20 on the counter. "See you tomorrow, Jean. Hope you feel better by then. Have a nice day." There was only one way that I'd feel any better, and that was if Zuri would contact me. But I had things to tend to that day, so I had to get her out of my mind. Calling my brothers, I set up a lunch meeting at Sandy's seafood shack on the beach. Callan was the first to arrive, and came to sit with me at the table I'd gotten us. "Have you ordered yet?" "I got some things coming. The fried shrimp and fish sampler, the crab egg rolls, and some scallop kebabs for starters. I also have a pitcher of beer coming." I wasn't feeling any better, and the idea of drowning my sorrows always made things look better to me. "How'd the date go last night?" Chewing on my lower lip, I wasn't sure if I should say anything about that or not. "Well? You don't look or sound like it went well." He held up his hand, signaling to our other brothers who'd walked in. "Over here." Now that all three of them were there, I knew I didn't want to get into the fiasco of my date. "Great. We can get this meeting started." Chance stopped at the front, ordering something as Chase came our way. "I hope this meeting has some good news in store for us." It does. I knew they'd be happy about us getting one more on our list accomplished. "So how'd the date go?" Chase asked as he took a seat. "Well," Callan said as he chuckled. "That's all he's said so far. But the way he said the word has me wondering what the heck happened last night." Chance came and sat down, an icy margarita in his hand. "I need some hair of the dog to cure my hangover. I may have overdone it last night. Our baby brother was dancing on the table last night with a sweet, sweet senorita," Callan filled me in. "You missed it, big bro." "Oh yeah, cause of his big date," Chance said before taking a sip. "Oh hell." He made a hilarious face that had us all laughing. "Not funny. Bad. Very bad. And painful." He took another sip. Dear God, let this be over soon. Thankfully, my order number was called. I quickly jumped up to my feet to go get it. I'll be right back. And then we can hear all about your date, Chase said. My heart hung heavy in my chest as I went to get the platter and the pitcher of beer. Their topic of conversation wasn't one I was interested in. So I sat the things down, then went back to grab 4 beer mugs before I came back and took my seat. So they took our offer. What? Callan asked with shock on his face. It's been less than 24 hours since we made it. I didn't expect to hear back on that until maybe next week. Well, we've got the answer, and it's yes. I filled the mugs with beer. So, we should make a toast to commemorate this auspicious occasion. Chase held up his mug. I'd like to say that I knew we could do it all along. Callan added, I'd like to say that we're on the way to doing some great things. Chance picked up his mug and held it up. Here's to hard work and the rewards that come with it. Holding up my mug, I wasn't sure what to say, but then something came to me. Here's to you guys. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Thank the Lord Almighty for our family, and let Him lead us down a path of historic proportions. Clanking glasses, we all said cheers. It did feel good to be with my brothers, celebrating the beginning of what we all hoped would be a successful endeavor. One that would change the world for the better. Even though the day had gone by without hearing a thing from Zuri, I'd made it through. I wasn't on top of the world as I should have been with the excellent news we'd just received. But I also wasn't as low as I had been when I'd first found out that she was gone either. As I went into my bedroom, I found my eyes lingering on the side she'd left vacant. My heart began to beat hard, and I found it hard to breathe. Gosh, Zuri. I just want to talk to you. Putting my face in my hands, I realized that I'd never felt this way before. Worried. Insecure. Sick. Pulling my hands away from my face, I took out my cell and texted her. You could at least let me know that you made it home alive so I can stop worrying about you and imagining all sorts of horrible things in my mind. Tossing the phone on the bed, I went to the bathroom to undress and shower. I felt sure that she'd say something back. But when I got into bed and picked up my phone, I found that she'd read the text but hadn't bothered to answer it again. I was suddenly filled with an overwhelming urge to fling the phone across the room. But I turned and laid it down on the nightstand instead. I can't let her get to me. But what did I do wrong?
Chapter 9. Zuri.
Nico, I can't. I stood in front of his desk, my body shaking and my hands in a knot behind my back. He leaned down, picking up something from underneath his desk. Laying a briefcase on top of it, he opened it then turned it toward me. I saw rows and rows of stacks of $100 bills. I haven't counted it. Just filled this thing up for you. My mouth hung ajar. I'd never seen so much money in my life, and had never thought that I ever would. Nico, please. I can tell, you know. Your face is flushed. Your skin is glowing. Your dark eyes are a bit lighter than they usually are. You got him. And I need that. He leaned back in his chair, looking me up and down. It's not that hard. Just tell him that you never consented or some shit, and that he's messed up. Tell him that if he comes to see me, I can fix things for him. He'll never come to see you. I knew enough about Casey now to see that he would never go crawling to the likes of Nico Armstrong, or anyone else for that matter. He's not going to make it easy for you to blackmail him, is what I'm trying to say. There's a reddish-purple mark on your neck. Bet he left some marks elsewhere as well. He nodded as if he could see right through my clothing. You can use that. It unsettled me to know that he'd so easily caught on to what I'd intended. Maybe I was more like him than I realized. I shivered in revulsion at the thought. And if I refuse? I had to know what he would stoop to. I had to know if it was something I could deal with or not. He closed the briefcase, put it back underneath his desk, then looked into my eyes with pure evil. Zuri, how do you think you'll be able to get back to South Africa when you're dead broke? I'm not dead broke. I knew he couldn't have found out that I had very little money in my bank account. So I felt I needed to bluff a little. Oh right. Those $200 in your account. He laughed as if he thought himself hilarious. I've got more pull than you can even understand, girl. So you see, I know that if I fire and blackball you, you will soon run out of that pittance you have. And what will you do then? I think you forget about my ex Reese. He wouldn't let me rot in the streets. You really want to bring that poor man into this? His narrowed eyes told me this was a threat. How, I wasn't sure, but it was a threat just the same. Not really. No. Not at all. But I don't want you to think that I have absolutely no one to help me either. If you fire me, I can get another job. Not one that makes the kind of money I've been paying you. And when I fill out the paperwork about why you were fired, paperwork that will follow you for the rest of your life, then no one will hire you. Not even some minimum wage job. See, not many people like to hire someone who steals from their well-paying company. Nico, look, I said as I knew I had to change my tactics. I don't have it in me to hurt Casey. I'm sorry that I even told you that I could do this. I can't. I cannot do it. You can and you will. He turned to the computer and started tapping away on it. You will do it because I'm going to frame you. I fell into the seat behind me. Why did I ever come into this man's office in the first place? When he spun the screen around, I stopped breathing. The screen of my work computer was on his. He'd used it to hack into the company's payroll account and moved $12,000 into my personal bank account. How? I stammered, incredulous at what I was seeing. Laughing like a madman, he just shook his head. I know how to do lots of things. And now it looks like you've stolen from the company. The money is in your bank right now. Go ahead, check. I pulled out my phone, pulling up the app for my bank, and found that he was right. Shit. Yeah, shit. Anyway, I expect you to get this thing done sooner rather than later. You can't let those marks he's left on your body fade away, or you'll have to do it all over again. Cocking one brow, he added, I'm sure you enjoyed yourself, but I don't want to wait for you to reenact your crime just for the pleasure of it. Plus, it's hard to claim that someone forced you to do things when you've gone back for more. Pleading seemed like the right thing to do at this point. Nico, please, I'm begging you. Don't make me do this. Take that money out of my account. Fix this. You don't want to see me go to prison. I knew my mother and sister wouldn't have a chance in hell if I couldn't send money home to them. They couldn't go a month without me. I was all they had. I couldn't go to jail. I will fix that as soon as you do what I've asked of you. He smiled as if he'd given me a great bargain. Hurry now. I hate waiting. And you should also know that I hate weak people. Right now, you're coming off pretty weak. Once I've written you off, it sticks. Don't let it get that far, Zuri. Getting up, I knew all I was doing was digging myself into a deeper hole. Nico, I'll try. That's all I can do is try. You will be successful, or you will end up in prison. I can keep making my money go straight to your account. And once it's over 100,000, that'll mean many, many years as a guest of the state of Texas. That might sound like a nice thing, but it's really not. I'll be in touch. I had to get out of his office. His presence took the air out of my lungs and left me feeling as if I were dying. And maybe I was dying. No one had ever been this cruel to me. I had no idea it would feel so oppressive. I had no idea about the weight that now fell upon my shoulders. But I had no choice. I had to do it or go to prison. Don't make me wait. With each passing day, I will add money, and your crime will keep growing larger and larger. I tried not to listen to him as I left his office. I walked back to the research department, my head hung low. I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket and took it out to see that Casey had texted me. Had a magnificent time last night. Missing you this morning. Call me and we can meet up for breakfast. My finger hovered over the screen. But then I put the phone back into my pocket. There was no way I could communicate with him if I was going to go through with what I now knew I had to. It had to look as if I had regrets about our night together. I did have them, but only in the way that I had to use what we'd done against him. But what we'd done had been amazing. It hadn't been easy to get up and leave him once he'd fallen asleep. I'd called an Uber and got out of there before sunrise. The man was just as attractive in his sleep as he was when awake. But Casey was far more than just some attractive guy. He had substance. He had compassion. He had it all. It bothered me that I hadn't ever met the man before. If I had, then there would have been no way Nico could have ever used me to blackmail Casey. As I opened the door to the research room, everyone looked up from their computers at me. I tried to ignore their stares as I took my seat. As soon as I opened my computer screen, I saw the screen frozen where Nico had stopped and had to quickly change screens. He'd screwed me over so very well. I was done for. Whichever way I went. During the night, I'd gotten the impression that what I would have to do to Casey would hurt us both. Now I knew that it was the truth. I would never be the same after this. Not ever. That sure was a long bathroom break, Noreen said as she leaned around the cubicle wall that separated our stations. You feeling okay, Zuri? Great. I pulled up the next research item. Thanks for asking. You were gone nearly an hour. Yes. You're right. It wasn't like I could tell her where I'd really been. I had a late night yesterday, and my stomach gives me fits when I stay up too late. I sounded like an old lady and knew it. My mother complained of the same thing, so I knew it was a real issue some people had. Oh, my Nana has that problem. Sorry to hear that, Zuri. Maybe you should grab something for it when you take your lunch break, she said helpfully. Yeah. I'll do that. I gestured to my computer. Gotta get to work now. I've gotten behind with the hour away from my desk. Oh yeah. Sorry. With people all around me, I knew I couldn't cry. But I wanted to break down so badly. My world was ruined. I'd been a fool to ever think I could pull off something this evil. Money was truly the root of all evil. I knew that for certain now. If I hadn't thought about being able to get the money for my family, then none of this would be happening. And I wouldn't have had that insanely wonderful night with Casey. One good thing had come out of it. But soon Casey would rue the night we made love. And I knew I would soon do the same. It was inevitable. Once I saw the way I'd crushed Casey, it would crush me, and I would begin to wish I'd never met the man. Some would say it is better to have loved and gotten hurt than to not have loved at all. I couldn't say that. It would have been better if I had never even heard of Casey Duran. It would have been better for both of us. I had to put everything out of my mind so I could get my work done. The last thing I needed was to come up short with the allotted research I'd been assigned. If that happened, then my manager would have to come to look at the history on my computer to be sure I hadn't been messing around, looking at social media, or spending my time online shopping while on the company's time. If he looked that up on my computer now, I'd be in huge trouble. And I couldn't let that happen. I had to be on top of my game where work was concerned. At least until I did what Nico wanted me to do, and he erased all he'd done to frame me. When I climbed into bed later that night, I heard the sound of a text coming in and looked at my phone. You could at least let me know that you made it home alive, so I can stop worrying about you and imagining all sorts of horrible things in my mind. Ah, but you do need to be worried, Casey. You truly do.
Chapter 10. Casey.
After a fitful night of bad dreams, I woke with a headache. All I wanted to do was lay in my bed and wish away all the negative feelings. But life goes on, and I knew that. So I got up and took my morning shower, dressed, then headed out to eat breakfast. When the gates at the end of my driveway spread apart, I saw a small silver car parked there. Zuri got out, arms akimbo, hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, and a frown on her nude-colored lips. No happiness lit up her eyes. No smile curved her lips. Instinct told me she was not happy about something. Parking, I got out of the truck. Zuri, I'm glad you came. We have to talk. I've got time. Come on. We can go inside. Shaking her head, she said sharply, No. I'm not going inside with you. Zuri, what's going on? I looked around, spotting one of my neighbors checking his mailbox at the curb. Hi, Mr. Stone. Nice morning, isn't it? He looked a little worried as he saw Zuri's stance. Sure is. Everything going well, Casey? Sure. I stepped closer to Zuri so we could talk without being overheard. Zuri, please come inside and talk to me, so the neighbors don't start to worry. I'm not going anywhere with you, she said in a quiet voice. I don't want to cause a scene, but I want you to know that I think you gave me something the other night. My eyes went wide with her accusation. You think what? You gave me a bottle of water. I think you put something in it. The wind left my lungs. Zuri, how could you think something like that? I'm not that kind of person. I didn't act like myself that night. That wasn't me. Her cheeks went pink, as if she was embarrassed, but fury filled her eyes. So admit it. I'm not about to admit to something that I did not do. I'd been worried and feeling insecure, but now I was just angry. You can't just come here and accuse me of something like this. Well, what else do you expect me to do? She asked as she hugged herself tightly. You did things to me that I would have never allowed. Pulling her shirt back, she showed me the bite I'd left on her shoulder. You did this to me. Because you asked me to, I objected, starting to feel bushwhacked. Look, I'm not sure what's going on here. I've got this horrible feeling, though. Zuri, we shared something beautiful. Now you're making it sound ugly and nasty. Because it was. She may as well have slapped me in the face. I took a few steps back, shock washing over me. Zuri, don't. So you don't want to know how you made me feel? Anger danced in her dark eyes. You don't want to know that I woke up crying, ashamed of what had happened. You don't want to hear that I think you gave me something that made me act so out of character. Please stop saying that. I didn't do anything of the sort. I gave you a bottle of water directly out of my refrigerator. You unscrewed the cap yourself. How could I have put anything in the water? People can use a syringe to poke a tiny, almost invisible hole in the plastic bottle top and inject something into the drink. Substances that will make a person do things they wouldn't normally do. She didn't blink once as she looked at me. I think that you used MDMA on me. Reeling from her words, I took a few more steps backward, wanting to put plenty of space between us. You think I slipped that into your unopened bottle of water? I've never been into drugs in my life, Zuri. I don't even know how to go about getting something like that. And I can't believe you're standing here, accusing me of something this bad. I've never had a mark on my body, until you. Tilting her head, she asked, and didn't you say something like that I'm yours? I had, but I didn't mean it like that. Zuri, that's just sensual talk is all. I know you're not mine. I know you are your own person. What we did wasn't bad. I had had my ideas about her feeling ashamed of what she'd done, but that hadn't even been close to how she was actually feeling. Zuri, I don't want you to think this way about me, or to think like that about our night together. What can I do to fix this? What do you think you should do? She looked up at the sky, throwing her hands into the air. What could possibly fix this? I feel used, and infused with something I had no interest in taking. For God's sake, I didn't even drink anything with alcohol in it. I can't be blamed for the things I did or participated in. Look, only you and I know what went on in my bedroom. I'm not telling anyone, and you don't have to either. Pretend it never happened if that's what you want to do. But please, don't even think for a minute that I gave you something, because I did not do that. I would never do that. I don't know a thing about you. Her lips pulled up to one side. How do I know that you don't have a representative for doing things like this to unsuspecting women? Sleeping with a virtual stranger was proving to be a very bad idea. I'd done it more times than I cared to admit, but the consequences had never been this bad. I don't have a representative for things like that. Do you have a representative of sleeping with lots of women? I don't know what that has to do with anything. I hated the way she was thinking. Maybe, because of your good looks, the other women you did this to didn't care how it happened. Maybe they were just glad to get a taste of what you were offering. Only, I'm not like that. I've had minimal partners. I've never been in bed with a man I'd known for any less than 6 months. So, explain to me how I suddenly became a skank in a matter of a few minutes with you. A skank? I shook my head, horrified that she'd describe herself in that way. I could feel a part of my heart breaking that she wasn't the person I thought she was. I'd like to know how you changed as well. You were anything but the person you are now. That was the truth. I hadn't given her anything to change her actions. But she might have had mental problems, like a split personality disorder. Not that I was about to tell her that I thought she might very well be crazy. Telling a woman something like that never went over well. Never. Crossing her arms over her chest, she seemed to be trying to hide her body from me. All I know is that I was in my right mind when I came out of the lavatory, but then I drank that water and got all hot. I had this lust for you after that. I wanted things I'd never wanted before. And if you will recall, I kept asking about that. I kept asking you if you were sure about everything. I never forced you to do a thing. The reality of this whole thing, and everything we did in the process. You asked me to bite you. You asked me to leave my marks on your body. I'm not into that shit. I thought you were. But then you cried, and I knew you had to have thought it was something I wanted. I pointed out to you that it was not how I rolled, that it was not something that I needed or wanted. One tear ran down her cheek, and she quickly wiped it away. That's just not the way I remember it. I noticed that she wasn't saying my name. That told me that she was mentally distancing herself from me. Zuri, if you're going to accuse me of something like this, the least you can do is speak the name of the man you're accusing. Say my name, baby. We can talk about this. I want to talk about this with you. I don't want you to feel bad at all. And I'm not about to turn my back on you, just because you're having an issue with what we did. I swear to God that I will never touch you again if that's the way you want it. But I don't want you to feel the way you're feeling right now. I'll do anything to make things right for you. I had no idea what that would be, but I was desperate enough to seek help for her. Shaking her head, she whispered, I don't want a thing from you. You can't fix this. You can't go back in time and undo it. I wish you could. I wish to God that you could. She lifted her head and finally looked into my eyes. I wish you would have thought twice about how you saw me acting. I wish you would have stopped yourself from giving in to the things I said I wanted. I wish you could have just taken me to my car so we could have parted ways without that happening between us. It's done now. No one can change that. The anger in me had morphed into pure terror. What are you saying, Zuri? I don't know what I'm saying. More tears spilled down her cheeks. I just know that some things happened. Things that I had no intention of letting happen. I'm feeling like my mind is slipping. If you could just admit to what you did, I might stop feeling like I'm on a cliff, dancing on edge, about to fall into an abyss. Do you understand that your lack of admission is making me think I might be crazy? Or is that exactly what you want me to think? She was past the point of me wondering if she might be crazy. I pretty much knew it now. Zuri, all I can say is that I'm sorry that you perceived things in a negative way. I thought it was a beautiful, mutually agreed upon exchange. I'm serious about doing anything I can to help you. If you want to get therapy, I'll pay for it. If you want to get a drug test so you can see there wasn't anything in your system, I'll get that for you too. Slamming her fist against the roof of her car, she made a terrible racket. "So you think I'm crazy?" "Please don't scream." Things were quickly getting out of hand. "Zuri, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You have my number if you'd like to talk further, or if you'd like for me to pay for anything you feel that you need." I had no idea how to handle something like this. Besides, I began to grow worried about the things I had said being used against me, like in a court of law. Shit. Do I need to hire a lawyer? With a slight nod, she got into her car, then hit the gas hard, making the tires squeal as she drove away. I stood there, feeling like I was smack in the middle of a nightmare. Nothing felt real to me anymore. I looked up at the sky and saw fluffy white clouds drifting through a baby blue sky. The air I breathed into my lungs, cool and crisp, seemed real enough. But nothing else did. There was no way in the world that I could have seen this coming. Not that I could even blame Zuri entirely. Maybe she didn't even know there was something wrong with her. It was my own fault for being such a hustler. Note to self: know a woman for a few weeks at least before taking her to bed, you fool.
Chapter 11. Zuri.
Hands on the steering wheel, holding it tight, my eyes stung as tears ran down my face. The sound of my own sobs made my heart break even more than it already had. I felt horrible, but I knew that didn't hold a candle to how Casey was feeling. "I am so sorry." With too many tears clouding my vision, I pulled to the side of the road. The lies I told stayed with me, churning inside my stomach, making me sick. More weight had been added to my already burdened shoulders. I began to feel as if I could bear no more, and needed to get some of the weight off. But how? Finding something to wipe my eyes with, I searched my brain for some inkling of an idea that would somehow save me. I could just tell Casey the truth. I blew my nose on some fast food napkins I'd found crammed in the glove box. I was a mess, a complete wreck. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm down. I needed to think rationally. Just turn this car around and tell that man the entire truth. Casey might even be able to help me get out of the blackmail Nico was pulling on me. But will he do it now that you've put him through this torture? I'd lied. How could I expect Casey to believe a word I said now? My gut told me that Casey Duran was a good man. Maybe he could find it in his heart to forgive me for the lies I had told. Maybe he would find a way to help me. My cell phone, which lay on the passenger seat, lit up. Seeing Nico's name on the screen made me shudder. "Please, not now." I watched as the call went to voicemail, and then it rang again. The man was insistent. With much reluctance, I answered the call. "Yes, Nico." "You're late for work. I hope that means you've taken care of things this morning." "I've begun taking care of things." I knew that wouldn't be enough for him, and braced myself for further threats. "You do recall what we spoke about yesterday, don't you? I'll be adding money each day you make me wait." "I know. What else could I do?" "So, you saw him this morning then?" "Yes. I just left him." I sniffled. It wasn't easy. I told him that I thought he put something in the bottle of water he'd given me that night. Smart girl. Anyway, he denied it, of course. He's not the type of man who admits to something he didn't do. You should know that, Nico. This won't be easy for me to accomplish. I really do wish you would take me off this thing. I wish you would fix things and just let me do my job. I'm sure there are others who are better suited for this type of thing. I'm just not. You're perfect for this, Zuri. You got him into bed in the matter of a day. You came up with a brilliant and plausible plan too. How can he prove that he didn't put something in that bottle of water? It's your word against his, and a girl like you could make the courts feel pretty sympathetic, I'm sure. You said I'm to get him to go to you. I would never take this to court. He could make me do all sorts of things, but not something like that. He doesn't know that. Nico, I can see how you think I'm doing good at this. But the thing is that it's killing me. I didn't sleep at all last night. I can't eat. My stomach hurts. I knew he hated weakness. But I was weak at the moment. There was no way to hide it. You think I care? He laughed, and the sound made my stomach clench with dread. I can see that I haven't motivated you properly. Are you going to make me find more ways to get you to do what I've asked? Gosh, no. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have burdened you with my problems. I wasn't sure what to say to appease the man. But I had to try. Do you think you can give me some ideas on how to tell Casey that he needs to see you? I honestly have none. I think you should figure that out, Zuri. And if I were you, I would figure that out fast. I've just made another withdrawal. This time it was for $20,000. My blood ran cold. But I did something today. Can't you give me a break, since I did do something to help get Casey exactly where you want him? The man was completely unfair. Nico, be reasonable. Please. The begging and groveling are growing old, Zuri. I never go back on my word. I told you how things would go until you give me what I want. You should hurry and come to work. It would be a shame if your supervisor got a chance to look over the history on your computer. He ended the call without giving me the chance to say anything. I quickly threw the car in drive and took off, heading to work, worried that he would actually alert my supervisor. The writing was on the wall, and now I could read it clearly. If I didn't hand over Casey to Nico on a silver plate, then I'd find myself in prison for embezzlement. Wiping the smeared mascara from underneath my eyes, I did my best to look decent as I drove like a maniac to work. 10 minutes later, I ran into the building and all the way to the research department. Tommy, my supervisor, stood at the doorway. You're late. I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling well this morning, and it took me a bit to pull myself together. You look pretty bad. You sure you're okay to work? I had to be there. Sure I am. I'll be okay now. I took some medicine for my stomach. I'm sure that it's not contagious. He handed me the assignment sheet for the day. Here's today's work. I was just about to do these myself. My heart stopped as I realized that if I had arrived just a minute later and he'd done that, he would have had to use my computer. I should have called you to let you know I'd be running late. Sorry, Tommy. It won't happen again. I would make sure of that. I couldn't take that risk again. Putting my tragic life to the side, I got down to work. Losing myself in the research, I felt a bit more solid. Not so strung out. And the anxiety melted away. But it only lasted a little while. As soon as the workday was done, I found the anxiety coming back with passion as I walked out to my car. I had come up with an idea for what to do next, and I wasn't looking forward to that at all. Sitting in my car, I took out my phone and began researching what people must do after they've been forced into bed. I needed to find something to tell Casey I'd done, so he would take what I had to tell him seriously. With the man knowing full well that he was innocent of any wrongdoing, it wouldn't be easy to force him into doing anything. If Nico hadn't been pure evil, then he might have been able to understand these facts. As I was searching on my phone, a call came in. It was from my mother. I answered the FaceTime call, with a smile on my face so she wouldn't worry about me. Hi, Mom. Smiling back at me, I noticed the lines on her forehead had grown deeper and the wrinkles around her mouth had gotten worse. She was under tremendous stress and it showed on her face. Hi, honey. How was your day? It was good. I got all my work done, so that was nice. How are things going with you and Antigua? The last few days have been okay. Mostly because your sister has a little cold, and she's been sleeping a lot. At least that keeps her from trying to move around more than she should. Maybe I could buy her an electric wheelchair, instead of the manual one she has now. She might actually enjoy that. I'd never had the extra money to buy her one before. But now there was plenty of money in my bank account. Don't be a fool. You can't use that money. Those are very expensive, Zuri. You shouldn't. She's fine with the one she has. But she's always getting out of it and trying to walk on her own. I'm sure that if she had something electric, she'd stay put and not hurt herself any further than she already has. I had a credit card I could buy it with, so I wouldn't have to use my bank account. I have to do something about that damn bank account too. The first day of the month was coming up, and I would have to use it to pay my bills. My paycheck was automatically deposited into that account too. Nico had really messed things up for me. Zuri, don't even think about that right now. You barely have enough money left over for yourself after you send some to us. I can't ask you to do any more than you already are. She's fine. I'm fine. She paused, then added, well, as fine as we can be. I'm just thankful for your health. Without that, we would have nothing. As stupid as it might be, being the only healthy member of my family made me feel guilty. I had to do as my mother said, though. She was right. I didn't have money to spend on an electric wheelchair right now. I had bigger fish to fry at the moment, too. I can see you won't let me win this argument. So I'll drop it. It's nice to see your pretty face, Mom. It's nice to see yours too, Zuri. I didn't care for your silver hair at first, but it's grown on me. But you look tired. Are you getting enough sleep? I hadn't been sleeping at all. I've got a stomach bug is all. I'm getting over it. Take care of yourself, honey. I heard something crash in the background, and her head jerked to one side. I've got to go. Goodbye. Antigua. I held the phone against my chest, wishing I could feel my mother's arms around me, her soft voice telling me that everything was going to work out fine. With a long sigh, I put the phone down on the passenger seat. I needed to get home. I had plans to make. I had morals to compromise. I had to try harder to get the evil within me to come out and play. I'd read that every human being has both good and bad inside of them. Even the worst person has some good in them, and the best person has some bad in them. So far, I'd found enough bad in me to lie to Casey about how I felt about our one night together. I felt like I was paying with my soul for letting that bad part of me out, but it had come out still. To help my family and stay out of prison, I had to pull a little more evil out of me and use it on Casey. I held my stomach as it cramped. Great, that's all I need. I was only 2 days away from my time of the month, and the overwhelming stress I was feeling right now was going to make this period a nightmare. Just one more cherry on top of this shit cake Nico served me.
Chapter 12. Casey.
I hadn't told a soul about Zuri and her insanity. There was a huge part of me that thought this would all just go away. That she'd stop acting so crazy, and that we'd never see each other again. The scenes from that night had been replaying through my head all day. I did have to accept the fact that she'd completely changed her attitude before she so aggressively came on to me. I should have seen that as a red flag. The strong attraction I had for her had distracted me from paying closer attention to the drastic change in her personality. I supposed it was because I wanted her and had been hoping she simply felt the same way I did. In a weird way, she'd morphed into pretty much exactly what I wanted. My little head had begun to do the thinking, and my big head had taken a back seat. That night had been amazing. But as I looked back on the events that had taken place, I had to admit that Zuri seemed to be trying too hard at times. The whole marking her thing had been a little strange, especially since it was our first time. Did she set me up? I'd been trying to divert my attention from the events of that morning by watching television. But it hadn't worked so far. Getting up off the couch, I went to the kitchen to get something to drink. If television wouldn't get the job done, a shot of tequila might do the trick. Pouring myself a shot, I noticed a knot had formed in the pit of my stomach. You can't get this stressed out. You didn't do anything wrong, I repeated to myself as I downed the shot, then refilled the glass. My phone went off, and I took it out of my pocket to find it was Zuri calling. For a moment, I just stared at the screen, wondering if I should even answer the call. But then it suddenly hit me that she might be calling to clear things up. Closing my eyes, I prayed for good news. Hello, Zuri. I'm glad you called. I went to the hospital, and I was checked for any evidence of physical harm done to me. The room began to sway in front of me, and I staggered backward, falling down on a bar stool. You did what? I downed the shot I just poured. It followed the path the last shot had, sending fire down my throat then settling in my stomach. Zuri, why would you do that? You know I didn't do anything to you. I've been reading up on this sort of thing, and when you give someone anything that might alter their behavior without their consent, anything that happens after is against the law. Her words cut me to the core. Zuri, what we did was neither of those horrible things. I can't believe you would put our one night into such a disgusting and dirty light. It was anything but that, and you damn well know it. I didn't know what would happen to me now that she'd done something so drastic. Should I be on the lookout for the cops now? I didn't give them a name, she said, giving me a little relief. I'm glad you didn't give them my name. I'm upset that you went to get that done, though. There was no reason for it. I didn't say that we didn't sleep together. You've put yourself through something that wasn't necessary. I think you should accept my help, Zuri. I think you might have some problems that you should talk to a professional about. I had my reasons for doing that. In case I need evidence. Evidence? My skin began to crawl. Why would you need evidence, Zuri? Why did you sleep with me when I was clearly not acting like myself? Okay, look. I admit that in hindsight, what we did was a mistake. I'm deeply sorry for that too. I mean that. But I didn't give you anything with your drink. Now if you took something, that's on you, not me. But I will say that you're right. I shouldn't have slept with you when you switched gears so quickly. So you admit it then? She asked with what sounded a lot like skepticism. You admit that you slept with me when I was not in my right mind. I wasn't about to admit to something like that. No. That's not what I did. We don't know one another well enough to know what's normal for either of us. That was our mistake. For all I knew, it just took you a while to warm up to me. It also ran through my mind that you might be someone who doesn't like public displays of affection. But when you get behind closed doors, you let your freak flag fly. So you think I'm a freak? I really need to just shut the hell up. And yet, I kept talking anyway. You're not a freak. I didn't mean it like that. I meant that you are able to let go of your inhibitions when you're alone with a man. That's all I meant by that. And I'm sorry for saying it that way. This is far too important of a discussion not to weigh my words before they come out of my mouth. I should say so, she quipped. So far you've admitted that you shouldn't have slept with me, and you've called me a freak. Not very smart of you. Yes, those things were not smart. And I did consider myself to be a very smart man. I think that this can be settled quite easily. I am willing to apologize for anything I did that you weren't 100% in agreement with. And I will also never ever touch you again. I won't call you. I won't text you. I won't think about you. I will never disturb you again. I swear that to you right now. If you can just drop this, we can both move on with our lives. Funny how you think that this hasn't permanently scarred me, Casey. Zuri, I didn't give you anything. I didn't do anything to alter your behavior or inhibitions in any way. I will not take the blame for that. I'm sorry if you feel that you've been scarred. I really genuinely am. I never meant to hurt you in any way, and it pains me that you're hurt now. I will gladly pay for any type of therapy you feel that you might need to help you deal with this. See, I think it's odd that you would offer that. To me, it says that you did give me something, and that you're willing to pay some shrink to mess with my brain to make it all better somehow. It reeks of guilt, is what I'm saying. I don't feel guilty about what we did. I enjoyed being with you. I thought we had a connection. Like, a genuine connection. To be honest, I've never felt the way I felt with you with anyone else. It was probably a bad idea to be so honest with her, but I didn't know what else to do at this point. Can you tell me what you felt at the time instead of how you felt after? A long silence was all I got before she whispered, "At the time, I felt like I was in heaven." Closing my eyes, I sighed as my heart skipped a beat. Me too, Zuri. I felt the same way. What we had was truly remarkable. But that wasn't the real me. And here we go again. Maybe it was the real you, and you're just too caught up in being perfect to admit that the way you acted was natural. Maybe this idea you have, waiting at least 6 months before being intimate with someone, has you feeling guilty about what we did. I don't think drugs played a part in how you acted at all, and I certainly never gave you any. You weren't loopy the way someone who'd taken or been given drugs would act. You were in the moment at all times. So what I'm trying to say is that maybe there's a part of your moral code that you violated, leaving you with this residual guilt. Maybe then your brain manufactured the idea that I gave you something to get you into bed and do whatever I wanted. All I know is that I've never done anything like that. I've never asked anyone to put marks on my body. And I sure as hell have never asked anyone to bite me. I believe you. The way you reacted when I did that told me that you'd never done it before. I can't explain everything, especially since it's not me having this reaction, it's you. I did find myself wondering if you were trying to impress me or something by wanting to do those types of things. And I do recall telling you that you didn't have to do that for me. I did tell you that I wasn't even into any of that stuff. But I was more than willing to give you whatever you wanted. I was willing to give you whatever you craved. So you're a giving lover, is what you're telling me. You will give a woman whatever she asks for, without considering how you might feel about it. She laughed a little. How wonderful you are, Casey Duran. So giving. Sarcasm doesn't suit you, Zuri. I'd begun to feel that she wasn't interested in getting to the core of why she felt the way she did. She'd rather pin something on me than have to look inward. She wanted me to be at fault. I'm only trying to help you feel better about things. Like I said, it pains me that you're hurt over this. You don't even know me. Why do you care if I'm hurt and upset? Because I felt a connection with you. And I'm not making that up. She fell quiet for a long time, then asked, "Why did you do it? Why did you take my body when I wasn't aware of what I was doing?" I'd had it. I'd been trying to help her, but she was acting like a broken record. I told you that I didn't know that you were unaware of what you were doing. You were wide awake. You were sober. You weren't incapacitated in any way. So I need you to stop asking me things like that. It's like you're not even interested in figuring out what made you act that way. It's like you just want to blame me. But the thing is that I didn't give you anything to turn you on. And I only did what you asked me. You were the one who came on to me. You were the one who asked if you could stay the night with me. You were the one who started the whole damn thing. I suppose it's easier for you to blame me, she said with weakness in her voice. You must think that I'm strong enough to handle what you did to me. You must think that you can talk in circles long enough to change the way I feel. But you can't do that. I'm not trying to do any of that. I only wanted to help you. But I'm done trying. I don't think you want help. I don't think you even want to feel better. You just want someone to blame for you finally giving in to your desires. You're not a skank for what you did. You're not a bad person in any way for sleeping with me. I respected you. I treated you well. You took me to your bed while I wasn't acting like myself. I was done. I'd had it. Just tell me what you want from me, Zuri. That has to be her agenda.
Chapter 13. Zuri.
I chewed every single one of my fingernails as I talked to Casey. Guilt racked me with every word I said. Except for the part where I was completely honest. I had really felt as if I were in heaven at times that night, especially at the end when he was so tender and caring. But that was the only honest thing I'd said to him. And now he'd thrown it out there. He wanted to know what I wanted. I wasn't sure what to say or how to say it. But my chance was right there in front of me. You want to know what I want? I bit my lower lip, not wanting to say the words. I didn't want to do any of this to him. It was tearing me apart. My only hope was that once this was done, Nico would fix my bank account and leave me the hell alone. But I knew I wouldn't ever forgive myself for the things I'd said or done to Casey. Just get it over with, Zuri. This shit is nauseating. Tell me what you want from me, and I'll give it to you. Because you feel guilty? I asked. No. I don't feel an ounce of guilt. Not any at all. I feel irritated and want the irritation gone. So, what will it cost me to get rid of this situation? More cramps hit me hard as I tried to make myself say what I needed to say. I doubled over with the pain. Dear God, this coming period is going to be a killer. Lying back on my bed, I took a few deep breaths and the pain subsided. Closing my eyes, I knew this was the best chance I had to tell him what Nico wanted. Nico Armstrong wants you and your brothers back. You get them to agree to return to Mantabo Industries, and this will all go away. Nico Armstrong. Yes? He's behind all this? Yes? The silence was deafening as I wanted for him to speak. You've been lying to me from the very moment I met you. Yes? I could feel the break in my voice as I admitted the truth, and I only hoped he didn't hear it. Tears burned the backs of my eyes and I squeezed them tightly closed. I knew I had to keep something for Nico to hold over his head. I couldn't be honest about much more than I already had been. Then you know you weren't drugged, he stated. For a second, I thought about confessing about that too. But then I thought, I'd better add a bit of ammunition to the arsenal. The hospital took a blood sample, and there were traces of MDMA in my system. So it will look like you drugged me. Damn. You're a real pain, Zuri. You set me up. I hope he paid you well for this. I've never seen evil in real life, but now that I've seen you, I know what it looks like. You didn't have to do this to me. I have no idea why you would want to come for me like this. I had to, I didn't have a choice. Go see Nico tomorrow. Accept his offer and take back your old jobs. Then all this will be over. Why would I do that, Zuri? So Nico will get off your back? Here's an idea for you, baby. Go to hell. I'm not even going to talk to that jerk. Then I'll go to the cops with the evidence. You don't have a choice. I hadn't thought that he'd just refuse to even talk to Nico. You take that trash to the cops. And I'll tell them about all this horseshit, he said with pure hate and anger in his voice. They won't believe you, I quickly threatened him. I hadn't prepared for this kind of reaction from him. They'll think you're making it up to get out of trouble. We have the papers from the hospital. Don't mess this up, Casey. Just go talk to Nico. You have no idea what he's like, what he's capable of. Get your old jobs back. It's great money. And you can keep doing your other thing on the side. I didn't know why I was offering advice. Maybe the guilt was beginning to be too much for me. I truly didn't want Casey to get himself into any trouble with Nico or the law. Look, I'm not going to go to the cops with this. Just do what Nico wants. The hell with Nico and with you too, Zuri, he spat out and then ended the call. Opening my eyes, I stared at the ceiling. The white paint had begun to peel in places, and there were a few spider webs. It was time to take stock of my situation. My soul was empty. My heart heavy. My mind shattered. I'd known that by doing this, I would lose a part of myself. I would lose a piece of me that I would never be able to get back. But I had no idea just how huge that piece would be. Blackness filled my body where light once resided. I could no longer call myself a good person. I was anything but a good person. I'd let evil overtake me. I'd let evil win. Rolling over on the bed, I buried my face in the pillow and let out the sob that had swollen inside my throat. I'm a monster. For an hour I cried nonstop. When the tears began to dry up, I got out of bed and went to wash my face. But I couldn't bring myself to look at my reflection. Not because of how horrible I thought I must look after doing all that crying, but because I could no longer look myself in the eyes. Now that I'd told Casey the truth, there were some things that I needed to do. I thought I would start by calling Nico, hoping I would feel better about having accomplished the deed. But I didn't feel good at all, and most probably never would again. "Hello," he answered. I told him what he needs to do. "You should prepare some fake reports too." I told him I went to the hospital earlier today. I also told him that they drew blood, and there were traces of MDMA in my system. "You'll have to come up with some paperwork to verify that. You should have gone to the hospital and really gotten that test done, Zuri. But what's done is done. I'll make something up and make it seem real to him. Should I expect him in the morning? Doubt it. I didn't know how this would affect our deal, but I'd done all I could. He told me that he wasn't going to talk to you. He told me that you and I could go to hell. I hope you told him that you'd go to the authorities with the claim," he said with irritation in his voice. I did. He said he would just tell them about our blackmail attempt. I had no idea how I could do anything else to get Casey to do what Nico wanted. I also told him that no one would believe him. They would think he was just saying that to get out of trouble. He didn't seem to think that, though. "Okay, new deal, Zuri. Since you've done what I've asked of you, I will fix the whole embezzlement thing. But you're not going to get the briefcase full of cash until Casey and his brothers come back to work here. And I will expect you to do all you can to make him come back to Mantabo Industries. Even if that means taking this to the cops." I couldn't do that. "Nico, it's all a lie. Any cop worth his salt will see right through me. Plus, we don't have real reports from the hospital. They'll definitely check that all out and find out I'm lying. I have no idea what will happen to me for lying to the cops. I can't go to jail, Nico. I can't do that. I'm sorry. I've done all that I can. If you don't want to pay me for what I've done, that's fine. I'm just happy that you'll take the embezzlement thing off the table." "You don't understand me, Zuri," he said in a growl. "This isn't done. You're not finished. You've done just enough to deserve a bit of a break. I'll fix the accounting issue. But if you don't get him to come back within a reasonable amount of time, I'll come up with something even worse. Don't make me rack my brain trying to think up something that will properly motivate you." So this isn't over for me? I could not believe the man. "Nico, I've done everything you asked me to. It's not my fault that it didn't work." "You're not done. If I were you, I wouldn't try to argue with a man like me. Things never turn out well for people who think they can argue with me. I will make up the phony papers, and you can pick them up from my office tomorrow. Use what you have, Zuri. Make this work." He ended the call, and I broke down in uncontrollable sobs again. There should have been no more tears left in my body, but somehow there were. Taking off my clothes, I crawled into a tub of hot water, still crying and breaking more with each passing moment. I'd heard of people having nervous breakdowns, but had no idea how they felt or came on. But I was sure that was what was happening to me. I could no longer deal with my life. I could no longer carry all the weight I'd been carrying. My mother and sister had needed me for what seemed like forever. I'd been there for them, and thought I would always be able to. They were my only family, after all. If I couldn't provide for them, they might as well starve. I'd carried that burden with pride. I was the healthy one of us all. I could be there for my family. I'd never thought of myself as a hero. But I knew that what I was doing was a good and admirable thing. I had even thought that God smiled down on me for my good deeds. How wrong I've been. No one was smiling down on me now. God must have turned his back on me the moment I accepted Nico's offer. That had to be it. God no longer looked on me with favor. I was no longer the good woman he'd made me to be. And now, I was utterly alone in this world. Alone and burdened with two other souls who needed me. Sliding down, lower and lower into the tub, I held my breath and went under the water. The thought of drowning myself hadn't crossed my mind, but as I was under the warm water with my body encased in its comfortable embrace, death didn't sound that bad. Eyes wide open, I looked up through the swirls. The light above the tub shined down on me, and one thought came into my mind. When did I start thinking of my mother and sister as burdens? Pushing my body back up, my head popped out of the water. Had evil really encompassed me so completely that I had changed so much? Will the goodness that once filled me ever come back to the surface, or will I remain evil forever now?
Chapter 14. Casey.
Pacing in the den, I tried to recall every last word Zuri and I had said to each other the night I made the worst mistake of my life. The night I went to bed, WTH, the evilest woman alive. So, want a tour of my home? I'd said with no hint of seduction in my voice at all. I remembered that very clearly. She had held her hand out to me, not the other way around. I had not made a move on her at all. Yes, I would like that very much, she'd said with a sensual nuance. I remembered wondering why she suddenly felt so comfortable with me, when she hadn't seemed so back at the bar. I'd taken her hand and made a little move by pulling her close to my side and saying, "I've got a great fireplace in the den. Show it to me." She'd made another move then, letting go of my hand, then sliding her arm around my waist, leaning against me. I did run my arm around her too at that point. "Okay, here we go." As soon as the lights had come on in the den, she had said, "Wow. This is amazing. I knew you'd appreciate it." At that point, I may have been doing a tiny bit of seduction, but not much at all. Again, she'd made a move on me, moving around in front of me, running her arms around my waist. When she'd mentioned that women I must have slept with, I had begun to really notice that she wasn't acting the way she had been before. I'd even asked her about it, making sure she was okay. I'd felt like $1,000,000 when she'd told me she felt safe with me at that point. How wrong I had been to believe her, but I had. When she'd so boldly admitted that she found me attractive, I had wondered if she'd taken something when she'd gone to the bathroom. She had suddenly been on fire for me, just as I was for her. I had seen the blaze in her dark eyes and felt the pulse of her body when she moved close. I had asked so many times if she was sure about us taking things further. I wasn't the type of man who took advantage of a woman. More than anyone else I'd ever been with, I wanted her to be sure. I'd wanted that night to be our first of many. Damn. What an idiot I am. By the time we'd made it to my bed, I'd felt crazed for her. I'd known her less than a day, and I was already feeling head over heels for her. For the first time in my life, I felt like an idiot. It wasn't an easy pill to swallow for a man like me. I prided myself on my intelligence. It had gotten me far in life. I went to bed with my mind reeling from that night's events. But I didn't sleep a wink as I stewed on what I needed to do to make this shit stop. When morning came, I made the call to Nico Armstrong, the menace behind the whole ordeal. "Casey, I'm glad you called," his voice greeted me. "Well, you won't be for long," I let him know. "I'm not someone you can blackmail, Nico. My brothers and I have our own thing now, and we have some powerful people behind us. We will never go back to your company. With what you've pulled now, we will never work under you again. Never. Then you leave me no choice. Zuri will file charges against you," he said flatly. "They're bogus. You know they are. I might go to the authorities right away to let them know what you two are up to, though. What do you think that would do to your reputation, Nico?" The man was private, he didn't like the press, and had steered clear of anything illegal. Until now. Or so I'd thought. I was starting to realize there was more to Nico Armstrong than he ever let on. "You'd be a fool if you did that, Casey. Zuri has tests backing up her case." "What do you have?" he asked, the smirk on his lips obvious from his tone. "You know I didn't give her that MDMA. I'm sure you gave her some, though. Using her was cowardly of you, Nico. You should have been man enough to just talk to me yourself. Instead, you sent a woman to do your dirty work. Pitiful. That's what you are, a pitiful, sorry excuse of a man. Name-calling is so juvenile, Casey. Honestly, I expected more to come out of the mouth of a man with your education and intelligence. You've begun to disappoint me. I don't like to be disappointed. Bad things happen to people who let me down. I'll hire lawyers, Nico. I didn't do anything wrong. You can't pin anything on me. I have no history of illegal activities. You picked the wrong man to frame for something like this. Fury filled me. At this point, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. If you drop this shit, I might not go to the authorities. But I can't make you any promises about that. I can't let you think that you can hold this over my head indefinitely. I'll do whatever I need to do to put an end to this. You and your brothers were an invaluable part of our team, Casey. All of you left without even giving me a chance to offer you more money or more of whatever you wanted. I would have given you anything to keep you men on. Anything. Homes, cars, boats, cash, you name it. I would have gladly given it to you just to keep you here, developing products for Mantabo. But you left. You didn't even give me a 2-week notice. You didn't even give me a chance to talk to any of you. Because we've tried to talk to you about our ideas, and you blew us off each time. We have tried to work with you on what we wanted to do, but you didn't even care to hear us out. All you want are weapons. One's more powerful and destructive than the last. I'd begun to think that was all the man could think about, too. All you know is destruction. You think you can destroy me to get what you want. Apparently, you've never heard the saying that you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. What would I want with a bunch of flies anyway? He laughed. This isn't going to just go away, Casey. You can threaten me all you want. We both know that the crimes you've committed are considered heinous in nature, and even if the charges don't stick, your reputation will suffer. Even if a court decides you're not guilty, the public will forever think of you as a predator. Do the right thing, Casey. Talk your brothers into coming back here. You all hold precious secrets of mine. I don't like my secrets wandering around out there all alone and unguarded. We have signed legal documents that say we will never tell a soul about your secrets, Nico. We don't give a shit about your secrets, we just want to get on with our lives and our business. That should be enough for you. The man was driving me insane. That should be, but it's not. Besides, I don't have anyone as gifted as you four at what you do. You men are geniuses when it comes to coming up with ideas for weapons. With space exploration back on the table, we may need the most powerful weapons we can get. Let's not forget that the United States military has finally been truthful about the presence of aliens and alien craft here on Earth. Countries all over the world are going to want to be prepared for an onslaught, rather than being left as defenseless as lambs. Mantabo stands to profit a lot in the coming years, and you and your brothers leaving is messing with my business. Pinching the top of my nose, I'd heard all that I could stand to hear. I can't listen to your insanity any longer. I had to stop trying to talk sense into a crazy man. Just leave me alone and tell your crazy blackmailing skank to do the same. My hand shook as I swiped the screen to hang up. Once again, I had to resist the urge to hurl the phone through the air. But I managed to control my temper and shoved it into my pocket instead. The day was going to suck. That much was obvious. No sleep, tons of anxiety, and not having a clue about what I should do made a terrible concoction for my brain. Going to find something to ease my pounding headache, I went to the bathroom medicine cabinet. When I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, what I saw shocked me. My hair was a mess, standing straight up off my head as I'd aggressively run my hands through it over and over so many times, permanently leaving it standing on end. Black stubble all over my face made me look like a homeless man. Dark black circles under my eyes made me look like a drug addict. One thing was certain. I could not go out looking like this. If word got out about me being accused of anything, I would most definitely look the part. People would recall the day they had seen death coming for me, and that I'd barely fought it off. Stripping off my clothes, I took a hot shower to clean myself up. I couldn't let what Zuri and Nico had done ruin me. I couldn't let lies ruin the man I was, or ruin the dream I shared with my brothers. After a shower and a shave, I looked better, but not great. I needed to get some sleep. So I went to bed, making a pact with myself that if my tormented mind gave me a few hours of sleep, I would reward it by figuring out how to stop this madness. As I lay there in the bed that she and I had been in, I felt as if snakes were crawling all over my body. I was sure it was only an effect of the sleep deprivation, but it felt too real. I'd had a snake in my bed and been totally oblivious to it. I had honestly thought we had a genuine connection, but I had only been thoroughly tricked. How she'd made electricity zip between us was a mystery to me. How she made me feel as close to heaven as I'd ever been, I would never understand. She was a temptress sent straight from hell, that's what she was. An evil temptress who did the bidding of the equally evil Nico Armstrong. The thought of her doing his bidding of another kind, more personal, intimate kind, made my stomach clench in disgust. I felt like even more of an idiot, that she could still affect me in that way. Damn. Where Nico had found her, I didn't know or even care. I just wanted them both gone. I wanted them to forget about me and my brothers. But how can I make that happen?
Chapter 15. Zuri.
Sitting at my desk at work, only one thought was on my mind. It's been a week. The other shoe has got to drop soon. Nico Armstrong was anything but patient. Casey and his brothers still hadn't returned to work at Mantabo Industries. And Nico hadn't said a thing to me in 7 days. Part of me hoped Nico had spoken to Casey and had been able to figure out on his own that Casey wasn't going to let anyone manipulate him into anything. The other part of me dreaded the day that Nico would pull me back into his tangled web. I was sure that he wasn't about to just drop the whole thing. I just wrapped up the day's work and began shutting down my computer. The weekend would give me 2 days to chill out before coming back to work. Even though I'd had a week free of Nico's threats, the weight was still there just the same. I hadn't been able to shake it off at all. "Hey Zuri," Tommy said as he popped his head into my little cubicle. "The boss just texted me. He wants to see you before you leave for the weekend." Even though I had fully expected Nico to never give up, I still felt like crying. "Oh, I see." My head dropped as I watched my computer slowly shut down. Tommy slid his wheeled office chair into my cubicle. "Hey, I know this is none of my business, but what's going on with you two?" My spine chilled with the question. What the hell am I supposed to say? The broken part of me was quick to come up with something though. "I'm doing some ancestry research for him," I bluffed. His brows rose. "Oh. Well, I hope he's paying you extra for doing that." He hadn't given me a dime for the things I'd done for him. Not that I really wanted to accept any money from him anyway. Dirty money that I would have earned by doing terrible things, but he should have at least offered. "Yeah, he's paying me. Not sure how much though. I'm supposed to get paid when the job's done." The job obviously had not been finished yet. But Casey would never trust me again, so I had no idea what else I could do to get him to do what Nico wanted. Tommy gave me the once-over. "You would tell me if Mr. Armstrong was doing anything he shouldn't be doing, right? I want you to know that this is a safe place to work." "How wrong you are, Tommy." "I would tell you about anything that was off with the man, Tommy. Thanks for caring." "How closely have you been working with him, Zuri?" By the way he was acting, I got the feeling that he wasn't sure that things were copacetic between Nico and me. "Have you been alone with him for long periods?" "No, I haven't." I did wonder what Tommy thought he could do to the man who owned and ran the company we worked for anyway. "Tommy, if there was a problem, what could you possibly do to a man that powerful?" There are laws, Zuri. No one is above them, he informed me. And you asking me that only makes me wonder if there's more you would like to say. Shaking my head, I didn't have the same confidence in the law as he did. No. I was just asking. Where I come from, the rich get to do whatever they want, and no one stops them. It's not that way in America, Zuri. At least not always. So please, come to me if you have any issues with anyone here at work. I can help you. He moved his chair back, the wheels squealing a bit. Better go grab the lube for the wheels on this thing. You have a great weekend, Zuri. Don't work the whole time on the boss's stuff. Have some fun. You seem stressed out lately. Go have some drinks with friends or something. Yeah, I'll do that. I wasn't going to do that at all, but he was trying to be helpful, so I went along with it. You have a good one too, Tommy. See you on Monday. Grabbing my purse, I slung it over my shoulder, then headed to Nico's office. Dread filled me as I walked slowly down the long hallway leading to his office. There was no way anything good was going to come out of this. Each step had my feet moving more slowly, more heavily. It felt as if I was trudging through almost cured cement. I had checked my bank account to make sure Nico had reversed the deposits he'd made into it. The money was gone, and as far as I could tell, there was absolutely no trail that it was ever there. The man was a genius with the computer. An evil genius, but a genius nonetheless. That told me how much he was capable of. He was a dangerous man, and I knew I couldn't piss off anyone with as extensive a reach as his. Underestimating a man like him could prove to be disastrous. When I arrived at his office, the outer door was closed. As I opened the door to find an empty room, I realized that his assistant had already left. Damn, alone again. It took everything in me to keep going to the door at the other end of the room, the door that led to only bad things. Stopping in front of it, my heart banged inside my chest, begging me to turn and run away. My hand fisted and knocked at the door instead, ignoring the rest of my body that wanted to bolt. Come in, Zuri, came his deep voice. No breath filled my lungs as I took the doorknob in my hand, turning it slowly, then pushing the heavy thing open. The room was dark, with only an orange glow coming from the back of the office where his massive desk was placed. I had no idea why he kept it so dark. Reminding myself that Nico hated weakness, I imagined fear was another thing he hated in a person. So as I spoke forcefully, I tried not to show any. Hello, Nico. Hello, Zuri. His voice came from the right side of me instead of from the area where his desk was. He stepped up close enough for me to see him. A gasp hung in my throat. My heart beat so hard that I was afraid he'd hear it. I heard that you wanted to see me. His hand caught my elbow, steering me to where he wanted me. I didn't like him touching me. It made me feel sick inside. Come and sit. We have much to discuss. I thought I had better tell him about the lie I'd told Tommy, in case he was asked about it. Tommy, my supervisor, asked me why you keep asking to see me. I told him that I was doing research on your ancestry. I thought you should know in case he asks you about that. So, he's getting nosy, is he? He pulled out the chair in front of his desk for me, and urged me to take the seat he'd offered. I could see his face more clearly in the orange light. The tint it gave his flesh was fearsome. He looked like something that had come right out of hell. I'll deal with him then. I don't like nosy people. Never have, never will. I felt horrible for saying a word to him about it now. Don't fire him. Piercing blue eyes shot daggers at me. Are you telling me what to do? Averting my eyes, I knew I shouldn't have said a damn thing. No, sir. Guilt poured a little more into my soul, as I had the strong idea that Tommy would not be at work on Monday, or any other day after that. If I had just kept my damn mouth shut. Taking a seat behind his desk, he steepled his fingers as he leaned his elbows on the empty tabletop. I've spoken to Casey Duran, but it didn't go as I wanted. So you must do more than you've done thus far. Respectfully speaking, Nico, I don't know what else I can do. It's not like he's going to let me get anywhere near him now. And I highly doubt he'd take a phone call from me either. I've come up with something on my own, since you seem to be quite dim-witted. The overhead lights came on suddenly. Squinting with the drastic change in light, I felt someone coming up behind me. One hand rested on my shoulder, making me turn to find a tall man in a police uniform. The man nodded, then Nico took my attention as he said, "This is Javier. He's not a real cop, but he's going to act like one. And you are going to act like you went to talk to him about the accusations you've made against Casey. Nico, if he decides to get a lawyer or call the police station to ask if there's an officer by that name, he's going to know I lied." More and more lies were being forced on me, and I despised the way it felt. Casey and I had shared something I'd never shared with anyone else. I'd never really connected with anyone before, and I had felt extremely connected to him. Being forced to lie to him even more than I already had, felt like I was hurting myself, mainly because I did feel actual pain at the very thought of it. I'd had many thoughts about just telling Casey the truth about things. In the end, I arrived at the conclusion that he would never believe me, knowing the liar that I was. "You think this will make Casey finally come back to work here?" I asked, as I did not think this would work at all. I had the strong opinion that nothing would make Casey come back. And if he had actually spoken to Nico, and now knew for a fact that he was behind this, he would never do a damn thing for the man again. Casey wasn't like me. He wasn't afraid of threats. He knew he had the money and power to make it through anything someone tried to throw at him. And he was right to do so. But I didn't have the power and money he had, so I was going to do whatever Nico made me do. And I was sure that there was some type of threat he was about to make. I tried to be brave and powerful as I asked, "And if I just tell Casey the whole truth about the way you forced me to do this to him, then what?" "Wouldn't that be funny?" Nico asked. He stood at his full imposing height, his expression frightening. "You see, it would be hilarious if you did something like that. If you went to Casey Duran and told him that I was blackmailing you so you would get something on him for me to use to blackmail him, then what a laugh you two would have at my expense. Isn't that right?" Although the words he'd said sounded rather innocuous, his expression and demeanor were not. "No. That would not be funny at all, Nico." Moving slowly, but stealthily around the desk, he kept moving until he was standing right in front of me, with only a couple of feet between us. "See, if you decide to do anything other than get me what I want, then I will hurt you in ways you never knew you could hurt." I'm sure you could. I had no doubts at all about that. I took the liberty of looking into your employee file, and guess what I found out about you, Zuri Nala? My blood turned to ice, moving sluggishly through my veins, making it seem as if time was moving in slow motion. "Nico, please don't." I knew he'd found out information about my family. "Your emergency contact information was so helpful. Your poor mother has been dealt such a bad hand, hasn't she?" I cringed and my gut twisted. "Yes, she has. Living alone, taking care of your sister. All alone too. Even with the amount of money you've been sending to them since you came to work here, she still hasn't been able to move out of that shack she calls home. That's such a shame. As a matter of fact, one might say that those two would be better off dead than living in squalor the way they have been their entire lives." My blood froze. He knew far too much about my family. He'd clearly been working hard to find more he could threaten me with. Now he'd found my Achilles heel, my mother and sister. "Nico, I will do what you want." "So glad you're on board, Zuri." He nodded at the man still standing behind me. "Get going, Javier. She'll back your story up now." The next half hour was a blur, as Javier told me what he was going to tell Casey. If Casey contacted me, I was to tell the exact same story as Javier. Only then would my family be safe. But as I left the office, Nico grabbed my upper arm, jerking me to a stop. "This has to come to an end soon, Zuri. I certainly hope this ends with me getting what I want. You have a week. Make the most of it. It might be the end of so many things if you fail." If I had a knife at that moment, I would have shoved it into his stomach and twisted it until he no longer had any breath left in his lungs. But I was weak. I was afraid. The evil took even more light out of my soul, leaving me with an empty feeling that wouldn't go away.
Chapter 16. Casey.
The week had been full of progression on our building. That should have made me feel great. But I didn't feel great at all. Even though nothing had come from Nico or Zuri, there was still something niggling at me. It was as if the silence was just as bad as the accusations that had been hurled at me. I knew Nico Armstrong wasn't going to just back down and let me and my brothers go. He had what he felt like was ammunition against me, and I knew with certainty that there would come a time when he would use it. But he would absolutely need Zuri if he was going to take that route. I still had hope that Zuri would stop this. She held all the cards in her hands. She alone had all the power. I was sure he'd paid her well to do the things she'd done to me. She could simply return all the money and tell him that she wouldn't go through with it. If she felt anything for me at all, she would do just that. And if she didn't, I knew I would have to use what I knew against her. If I hired a lawyer and told him everything, he would certainly have her bank records brought in as evidence. Any big payments would be a red flag, indicating that she'd been paid to do what she'd done. She would pay for her crimes, I would make sure of it. Even if she refused to name Nico Armstrong, she would do time. In the end, my lawyers would go for Nico anyway. He'd left himself wide open when he made it known that he was behind this scheme. I'd thought the man to have above-average intelligence, but what he'd done was plain old stupid. I knew what that said about him. He thought himself too powerful, too wealthy to be held to the same accountability and laws the rest of us had to live by. He may have thought himself above the rest of us, but he wasn't above anyone. And he would come down hard too, if he went any further with this. There was also a faint hope that Nico had come to the realization that he wouldn't get away with anything, and thus had decided to drop it. But I had my doubts. As I pulled up to my gate, I saw a black car parked right in front of it. A man stepped out of the car as I parked my truck behind him. He had on khaki pants and a tucked white button-down shirt. A shiny silver badge caught the sun's light, grabbing my attention. No way. Getting out of my truck, I asked, trying not to sound as pissed off as I truly was, "Can I help you, officer?" Nodding, he stepped up close to me. "Hello. I'm Detective Garza of the Brownsville Police Department. I'd like to talk to you in private, if I may. Can we go up to your house to speak, Mr. Duran?" I didn't want any of my neighbors to hear a thing the man had to say anyway. "Yeah. I'll open the gates. Just park in front of the house. I'll park in the garage, then come and open the front door for you." This reeked of Zuri and Nico, and my hate for her grew. I'd never liked someone so much then hated them like this, only a couple of days later. It was like whiplash, not only for my brain but for my emotions as well. I didn't even know how I should feel. But I did know what to feel at that exact moment, and that was full-on anger. After parking in the garage, I stalked through the house to get to the front door. When I opened it, I found the officer standing on the porch already. "Come in. You did say your name is Officer Garza, right?" I had to remember everything the man had to say. He shook his head. "No. I'm Detective Garza from the Brownsville Police Department." He stepped inside as I took a step backward to let him in. "You have a nice place here, Mr. Duran." "Thank you." Closing the door behind him, I went to take a seat on the sofa. "Please have a seat." I wasn't going to let him think I had anything to be afraid of. Mostly because I didn't. I had done nothing wrong. Zuri had though. And so had Nico Armstrong. He sat down across from me, leaned forward, placed his elbows on his knees, then clasped his hands. "A young woman named Zuri Nala came to talk to me this afternoon." "Did she?" My stomach tensed as I got ready for his accusations. "Yes, she did. And she isn't a happy young lady right now. She did come to me in confidence and not on the record. She told me that she's got proof that she wasn't in her right frame of mind the night you two ended up here, at your home. She said she has evidence to prove something was in her system that she had not put there. She truly believes that you drugged her by slipping something in the bottle of water you gave her. What else did she tell you, Detective? So far she'd left a lot out, is what it sounded like to me. She told me that she made you an offer, a way to make things up to her. But you haven't done what she's asked. He sat back, crossing his legs as he sighed. Look, as a man, I have to say that I respect her for giving you a way to make this up to her. She doesn't want to press charges. She did say that what she asked you to do wouldn't hurt you in the least. A favor to her is all. If I were to choose between being faced with charges and doing a small favor for someone, I would pick the favor. Even if this favor meant that you had to not only stop living your dream, but convince the people closest to you to stop living theirs too. He had no idea what favor she was asking of me. Once a man has charges like these on him, it brings a fair amount of shame on him and his family as well. Even if he's not found guilty, the stigma doesn't lessen. You should understand that, Mr. Duran. My blood boiled as he looked at me, as if doing the favor was the right thing to do. This favor she's asking isn't something for her at all. Has she told you anything about Nico Armstrong? The favor is for him, not her. She hasn't said any other name than yours, Casey Duran. She only came to me to see if I could talk some sense into you. She told me that time is running out for her, and she soon will stop being so good-natured about this incident. Good-natured? I had to laugh. She said she's been good-natured about this? Wow. I really can't with that girl. I cannot. She's something else, I tell ya. Something else indeed. What a trick she is. You don't seem to be taking this seriously. Oh, I am taking this seriously. I haven't been doing much about it as of yet. But you can believe that I'm about to start. You're sitting here, telling me that I should succumb to blackmail, instead of standing by the fact that I am an innocent man. I've done nothing wrong. She's lying about everything. She tracked me down in the first place, then came on to me. This was always her plan. A plan she worked out with my ex-boss, Nico Armstrong. And you think it would be best for me to just give up my life and do what he wants me to avoid anything ugly. Well, that will never happen. I got up and went to the door, opening it as I gestured the way out. I think you should go now, Detective Garza. I had my doubts the man was a cop at all. He got up and walked to the door, then looked at me with drooping eyes. You should just do what she's asked you to. This is all avoidable. I've already heard your opinion. Thank you for sharing. Closing the door, I took my cell out of my pocket and called. She answered on the third ring. I hope you listened to what he had to say, Casey. All I heard was a bunch of garbage. Look, no one is playing around here, Casey. You need to understand that. You're running out of time to do what you need to do, she barked at me. First of all, don't yell at me. And second, don't tell me any more of your shit, Zuri. You can press charges on me. But I can do the same to you. And you might let Nico know that I'll press some on him too. I'm not biased here. I know you two work together on this whole thing. He's equally to blame. And this man you two have reeled in to impersonate an officer of the law will get his butt handed to him as well. It's a crime to do that, you know? Or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't care who gets hurt in this whole ordeal. Please just do what he asked. It almost sounded like her voice broke for a second. A part of me wanted to grab onto that vulnerability, to press her on it, and get to the bottom of why she was doing this. But then she cleared her throat and went on, and any sympathy I had for her vanished as quickly as it came. I can't tell you how much longer he'll wait. If you're lucky, he'll give you another week. But I'm not sure. I'd hate to see anything bad happen to you or your brothers. Mentioning my brothers sent my hatred for her to another level. Listen to me, you evil witch. If anything happens to any of them, you and the jerk you're working for will pay for it. Do you hear me? Silence was all I got, and when I pulled my face away from the phone, I saw that she'd ended the call.
Chapter 17. Zuri.
He hates me. My heart felt as if a fist had wrapped around it, squeezing it harder and harder with each passing moment. Falling on the bed, I closed my eyes. More tears filled them than streamed down my face. I hated myself, so why shouldn't Casey hate me too? My weakness had destroyed all the good that had once been within me. I was nothing more than the evil woman Casey had said I was. I didn't think it was possible anymore to go back to the person I was before Nico Armstrong had called me into his office. I changed. I'd done things that my old self would have found unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, I wiped the tears away with the backs of my hands, then sat up. I couldn't lie around crying anymore. I had to do something. Tommy's words came back to me. Go have some drinks with your friends. I'd pulled away from the few friends I had. No one could know about the horrible things I was doing, so I had made excuses that work was taking up all my time. And they'd backed off. There was no way I could go out and drink with anyone I knew. I couldn't face myself, much less anyone I cared about. So I showered, put on a dress and some heels, and headed to Dilly's Bar and Grill to get drinks alone. That's how sad my life had become, drinking alone. As soon as I walked into the dimly lit bar, I found myself scanning the place, looking for Casey the way I'd done the night I'd ruined his life and mine. Table for one? The waitress asked. Yes. One in the back. As far back as you can put me. I followed her to a tiny table in a far corner. Thank you. What can I bring you to drink? And would you like anything to eat? Nothing to eat. Just bring me something tall and strong. My mission was to rid my mind of everything for a while. With a big smile, she said, Our Texas tea is both of those things. How does that sound? Wonderful. You can have a lemon or a lime wedge. Which do you prefer? Lime. I took my cell out of my purse and scrolled through my social media while waiting for my drink. It had been over a week since I'd posted anything, which suddenly reminded me of why I hadn't. So I put my phone away and looked around, people watching. A couple danced on the small dance floor, holding each other tightly as they swayed slowly. I quickly looked away, not wanting to remember how Casey and I had danced that night. Here's your drink, the waitress said as she came back with a tall glass filled with dark liquid. I brought you a fresh bowl of peanuts too. It can't hurt to have something in your stomach if you're going to be drinking something this potent. Thanks. I took the drink and sipped it. Tastes just like sweet tea to me. I had my doubts whether this cocktail could cure what ailed me. You sure it's strong? She laughed. It's a mixture of 8 shots, tequila, bourbon, gin, rum, vodka, triple sec, sour mix, and soda. Out of the 8 shots, 5 are alcohol. I would say that that's a pretty strong drink. Wouldn't you? Sounds stronger than it tastes. I held the glass up. Cheers to you for telling me about it. I took another drink, still not tasting anything but tea, which wasn't even one of its ingredients apparently. With a wave of her hand, she turned to leave. Enjoy responsibly. Yeah, right. My sorrows needed drowning, and that was exactly what I was going to do. I knew I wouldn't be driving myself home that night. An Uber would get me home though. It might have only been a bit over a week since I'd turned that ugly corner in my life, and hadn't been able to turn back, but it felt like it had been an eternity. So I drank 1, 2, then 3 Texas teas. Anytime I moved my head too fast to look around at the crowd that had gathered on the dance floor, I saw things in a blur. The door opened, and I jerked my head around to see who'd come in. The blurry figure went straight to the bar and sat down. The figure seemed to have wide shoulders. The blurry outline looked tall and thick, like a man, not slender like a woman. I kept staring at the person until my vision cleared. Casey. Drink in hand, I got up slowly so as not to upset my balance, which I was sure was off. Walking nice and slow, I sauntered up behind Casey, then tapped him on his shoulder. Yeah? He turned around, but as soon as he saw me, his expression went from inviting to furious. You. Get away from me, Zuri. I can't. I sat down on the empty bar stool beside him. You're drunk, he said with disgust as he looked me up and down. I know. I placed the nearly empty glass on the bar. Texas teas. I held up 3 fingers. This many of them. Snapping his fingers at the bartender, he said, Get her a cup of black coffee. Yuck, I said. It sounded gross. Water. You need coffee. He took the cup the bartender placed in front of him. A cup of ice, too. A moment later, the bartender returned with the ice. Then Casey dropped a few cubes into the coffee and stirred it before pushing it to me. Drink. Taking the warm cup into both hands, I took a tiny sip, knowing it was going to taste awful. And I'd been right. Oh yuck. This needs lots of sugar. No. No sugar. Straight coffee. I took another sip. I've missed you. He glared at me, one eye twitching. You can't say that to me. I just said it. Haven't you missed me at all? I hoped he had. No. You hate me. I know you do. I put the coffee down. He picked it up, putting it back into my hands. Drink. Taking another sip, I couldn't help but smile. You care about me. Don't you? I care about other people that you might encounter. In this state, who knows who you'll blame and for what? Cocking his head to one side, he added, Oh wait. I forgot. You were hired to do that to me. Was there anything you said to me that was true, Zuri? Lots of things. The bartender brought Casey a beer. Anything else? Yeah, bring her some fried mushrooms and pickles, and how about a ham and cheese sandwich too? Casey looked at me. You look like you haven't eaten in a week. Yeah, that's probably because I haven't. I sipped the coffee again. This time, the bitterness didn't affect my taste buds at all. My waitress came up behind me. You left your purse at the table. I thought I'd bring it to you. Casey took the purse from her. Thank you. Can you put her bill on my tab? Sure thing, she said. A smile took over my entire face. He was such a sweet man, I couldn't stop myself. Ah, Casey. That's so nice of you. I'm not trying to be nice. In your current condition, I would imagine you would forget to pay your bill, and that poor waitress doesn't deserve that. His brow furrowed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Why I care, I do not know. I think it's because you don't hate me as much as I thought you did. Or you thought you did. And I never hated you. I liked you a lot. A whole lot. He laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. It was so bitter it made tears come to my eyes. If that's true, you have a weird way of showing it. You're the only one who can stop this from going on any longer. You have all the power, Zuri. I sat there stone still, trying to absorb the words he'd said. I have the power? I didn't feel like I had the power. I felt quite the opposite, powerless. The sandwich arrived, and he held up one half of it to me. Eat. Taking the sandwich, I bit into it. I dined on a cracker here and there, but nothing else. Oh gosh, Casey. This is so good. I devoured it in no time, then picked up the other half and chowed down on it too. When the basket of fried foods came, he took one of the pickles and ate it. I haven't eaten much this last week either. He looked at the bartender. Can I have a T-bone steak with a baked potato, loaded up with all the goodies too? Sure thing, the bartender said. How do you want that steak cooked? Rare? Casey looked back at me as he pushed the basket toward me. Don't stop eating now. The color is coming back to your cheeks. I touched my cheeks. Is it? I had looked like death the last time I had taken a peek in the mirror. Looking at me over the rim of his beer bottle, he nodded, then put the drink on the bar. Zuri, how much is he paying you to do this? I didn't want to talk about that. I had come to the bar to forget all about Nico and his threats. Casey, can we not talk about that, please? I came here to forget. Please, Casey. Can I just forget, even if only for tonight? Can you forget just for tonight too? Can we just pretend that nothing has happened? That we just met tonight? I touched his arm. Feel that? He nodded as his eyes glazed over. Yeah. It's still there, the spark. I can feel it too. Running my hand up and down his arm, I closed my eyes, remembering how his bare flesh had felt beneath my palms as we'd made love. That was the best night of my life, I whispered, swallowing hard at finally admitting it out loud. Hey, no talking about the past. We just met, right? He laughed, then took another sip of the beer. He sounded less bitter, and my heart jumped. You still have some sobering up to do. Yeah. I left my hand on his bicep. I do. Heat ripped through me. A pulse began to throb deep inside of my body. I couldn't pull my eyes off his face. He was just so good looking. And I knew that he knew how to handle my body in ways only he could. I ate the basket of food as he ate his steak and baked potato. I drank 2 more cups of coffee, and he drank 2 more beers. We sat there in silence, our shoulders touching, our knees grazing against each other. And I heated up more and more. When he pushed the empty plate away, he turned to me. You feeling better now? Much. I wiped my mouth with a napkin, then licked my lips that ached to touch his. Casey, can I ask you something? I guess. Can we have one more night together? I closed my eyes, praying he would say yes. You gotta be kidding me. There's no way in hell you'll get me to ever touch you again, Zuri. Not ever. You're afraid of me. I looked right into his dark eyes and saw the distrust there. I've made you afraid of me. Hell yeah, you have. With a shake of his head, he added, what did you expect? I won't use anything we do tonight against you. I swear that to you. A thought came to mind. It wasn't a thing I'd ever done before. But I would do it for him. Casey, you haven't pulled away from my touch. I know you want me. That doesn't matter at all. His chest puffed out. I can control myself. So you admit that you want me. I smiled. And I'm admitting that I want you. It doesn't matter. I can't trust you. I will never trust you again. The idea I had twirled in my mind. A mind that was no longer drunk, but uninhibited just the same. You can videotape us. That way, you'll have proof that everything was consensual. I held my breath as I waited for his answer.
Chapter 18. Casey.
She's out of her mind. You can't be serious, I said, incredulous. But you look like you are. I shook my head, trying to rid it of any thoughts about actually doing what she had suggested. No, I mean it. You can use your phone to record us. I'll say anything you want me to. I'll make sure it's obvious that I'm into it. Her fingers ran along my arm. You know you want to. Hell yes, I do. Zuri, you hurt me. I know. She dropped her head. I'm so sorry, Casey. I knew she could easily stop this if she wanted to. And if I had video evidence that she's willing to sleep with me again, then that evidence might knock out any incriminating documents that she might have had. You say you're sorry, but you're not doing anything to stop this from going on. You do realize that you are the only one who can put a stop to this, right? I'd asked her before, but she seemed like the idea was totally foreign to her. Casey, I don't want to talk about that, remember? Looking up, she smiled sensually. So, what do you think about what I said? I think it's a great idea. You would? My eyes moved around the place, scoping out things. I noticed a dark hallway that led to the back. Zuri, I can't let my guard down with you. Even as the words left my mouth, I was actively looking for a place where we could be alone. Her hand moved up my shoulder, then she eased it into my shirt, caressing my chest. Please, Casey. I swear that I won't hurt you with this. I just need you so much. There it was again, that tiny break in her voice that made her sound so vulnerable. Like she needed protection. Taking her hand, I stared into her dark eyes. They shimmered and shined in such a way that captivated me wholly. Why do you have to be so damn gorgeous? Why do you have to affect me so much? Why am I about to do something that I am sure I will regret? A slow smile curved her pink lips. Where should we go? I turned around. Bartender, I'm ready to pay my tab. Zuri's sigh made her warm breath wisp past my ear as she leaned in and whispered, "Thank you." After paying the bill, I took her by the hand and led her to the back of the bar, down the long dark hallway, stopping in front of a door with a sign on it that read, "Employees Only." Looks like a good place. I opened the unlocked door to find a storage room. Then I pulled her inside with me, locking the door behind us. Flipping on the light switch, I spotted an exit door. Good, we can go out that way. I'm going to make things up to you. Not yet, you're not. I wasn't going to do this without videoing it. Taking my phone out, I found a stack of boxes and propped it up, then started recording. Not yet. She turned to look at the camera. I, Zuri Nala, am about to sleep with this man, Casey Duran, of my own consent. I promise not to use this against him at any time. She looked up at me. Can you promise me the same thing, Casey? Running my hands through her shiny silver hair, I nodded. I won't use this video against you either, baby. Good. Before I kissed her, I wanted her to know more. We can be together, if you stop the blackmail. We can do this all the time. It's all up to you. I just want you to know that. You hold the key to us in your hands, baby. I meant every word, too. Searching my eyes, I knew she was looking to see if any truth could be found in mine. Casey, you have no idea how nice that sounds. You have no idea how much it would please me to be with you. I can see forever in your eyes, Zuri. She needed to know how I truly felt. I could look at this face forever. Do you get what I'm saying? Nodding, she sighed. I do. And you? I asked. What do you see in my eyes? Hope? I am hopeful that you want this as much as I do. I kissed her lips softly before pulling back. Do you want this? I want you. I do. I really do. She smiled as she arched up to me. Make me yours, Casey Duran. The sound of the doorknob turning had us both jerking our heads toward the door. Shit. I whispered as I jumped up, pulling her with me. We grabbed our clothes as some guy on the other side of the door shouted, "Hey, who locked the door back here? Where's the key?" In the meantime, he kept wiggling the doorknob, trying to get the door to open. Hey, is someone in there? Dressed now with her shoes in her hand, Zuri ran to the exit door and threw it open, making a loud beeping sound go off. As soon as it did, the guy on the other side of the door began banging on it. Hey, open up. Zuri ran, and as soon as I grabbed my phone, I wasn't far behind her. We hid behind a car as people came streaming out of the bar, and the staff ran to the back to see who had opened the emergency exit. It was chaos. Thankfully so, and it allowed Zuri and I to blend in with all the other people as we made our way to my truck. Care for a lift? I asked as we got to the truck. She looked at me for a long time before answering. I should probably go home and get some sleep. I've had about as much sleep as I've had food in the last week. Yeah, me too. I held up the phone. We could get together tomorrow to view our little production. Her cheeks went beet red. Wow. We actually did that, huh? I'm not sure I want to see it. I might look really weird or something. Maybe you shouldn't watch it either. The hell with that. I'm gonna watch it. You won't look weird. You're beautiful. Come on, baby. Let's make it a date. You, me, and our video, tomorrow. Who knows, it might kick up some more of the same. Wrapping her up in my arms, I kissed the top of her head, feeling a sudden shift in the universe. She ran her arms around me, leaning her head against my chest. Some more of the same sounds like heaven. To me as well. So tomorrow? Pulling her head off my chest, she looked up at me. Tomorrow. I kissed her sweet lips. Let me walk you to your car. We held hands as we made our way through the crowd to get to her car. When we stopped beside it, she fished her keys out of her purse. Only then did it hit me that the car she drove didn't seem like one that a woman who got paid to do such evil deeds would. Nico did pay you, right? Wide eyes met mine as the color drained from her face. Casey, we can't talk about that. For a moment, I felt like she wasn't going to stop the blackmail. You will end this, won't you? Can we talk more tomorrow? She ran her hand over my cheek. This high is wearing off fast, and exhaustion is beginning to set in its place. I need to get home and get into bed before I fall asleep behind the wheel. Of course. I kissed her one more time, praying that she would make things right. I'm glad we found each other tonight. Me too. I really am. Night, Casey. She got into her car and I watched her leave. Gosh, please let her fix the wrong she's done to me.
Chapter 19. Zuri.
Waking up, I was gloriously sore in all the right places. There was a smile on my face, a song in my heart, and I felt that the tides had begun to change in my life. No longer full of angst and regret, I now knew that Casey didn't hate me. My life would not be spent wondering what would have been if I had never blackmailed Casey Duran. He told me several times that I had the power to end the blackmail scheme. And I had begun to believe him. I have the power. I shouted as I raised my clenched fists into the air, pounding it. My cell rang and I rolled over, hoping it was Casey. My heart sank as I saw it was Nico instead. Despite how badly I wanted to ignore him, I knew I had to answer the call. So I picked up the phone. Hello. Zuri, I just wanted to call to let you know that a little birdie spotted you hobnobbing with Casey Duran last night. What's that all about? Running my hand over my face, I sighed. I hadn't thought that anyone would be paying attention to me and Casey. Nothing, I stated flatly. It had to be something. Tell me, he demanded. Or else? Nico, we just talked. I tried to get him to understand that he needs to do what you want, or things can get very bad for him, I lied. I had to make Nico think I was still working for him on this, even though I wasn't. I was going to put my mind to work and somehow figure out how I could stop this. With the chance to be with Casey dangling in front of me, I would try my hardest to make the blackmail end for him. But at the same time, I had to think about my mother and sister. Funny, my source said that you were all hugged up on him and then you two disappeared. But you were once again spotted together later, in the parking lot. He walked you to your car and kissed you. So pardon me if I don't believe that you were putting the screws on him, Zuri. Holy shit. What am I going to do? Since the way I'd been approaching this wasn't working, I decided to take another route. As the saying goes, you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. Why am I hearing that awful saying so much lately? Who wants to catch flies anyway? He huffed. The thing is that I don't feel like you're taking what I've said seriously. Maybe I've been too slack with you. Too easy. So I've decided to take some time away from you. Since you and Casey Duran are so tight, I expect you to seal the deal by Monday. Use your physical prowess to get him to come back to work for me. I will give you a week to convince him to get his brothers on board, but I want him back here on Monday. My head spun with the news. He won't agree to do that. Not yet. Not ever, but I wasn't about to say that. I needed time to figure things out, and he had just taken a hell of a lot of my time away. Make him agree. There were some clicking noises, then my phone made a dinging sound. I've just sent you a pic that you should check out. I'm not playing around, Zuri. Do as I said. You have your deadlines. No excuses. I looked at the picture he'd sent me. It was of my mother and sister, sitting in chairs in their front yard, completely unaware that anyone was taking their pictures. Please don't hurt them. I'll do whatever you want. My body sagged with the realization that he'd won again. That's what I want to hear. I want results this time. I'm sick of waiting. And when I get sick, people get hurt or worse. He ended the call, leaving me with tears stinging my eyes. Casey was counting on me to take all this shit away, and I was sure to disappoint him again. But what else could I do? My family was far more important than my own happiness. And Casey did make me happy. He made me feel like I could rule the world when we were together. Maybe I had let the idea that I really did have power over this entire situation mess with my mind. I had no more power than I ever had. Nico had all of it and I had none. My cell rang again. This time it was my mother. "Hi, Mom." I wiped the tears from my eyes. "How are you doing?" "Well, I don't want you to worry. I'm sure I'll get better. It's just that my chest is hurting. I'm trying my best not to stress over things, but it seems that I am still doing that. Otherwise my chest wouldn't hurt this way." "Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry to hear that." The poor woman never seemed to be able to catch a break. But then again, neither could I. Maybe we're cursed. "Your sister had a nightmare last night, and she woke up screaming your name. It took forever to calm her down. She wants to talk to you to make sure you're all right." "Okay, put her on." "Zuri?" Antiqua asked. "That you?" "It's me, Antiqua. I'm fine. How are you doing?" "You are fine?" she asked. "I had a dream that you were not fine." "I had a dream that you were, not fine, Zuri. You were crying and crying. You were very sad. It was all dark around you too. So dark and scary. It made me worried about you. You want to come home?" I sure wanted something, but I wasn't even certain what it was. "I miss you, sister." "I miss you too. If I had the money to come home for a visit, I would come to see you. I truly would. If I had the money." "Zuri, you should come home. Mama is sick. She's sleeping all the time." That sounded terrible. "She needs to see a doctor." I put my hand over my eyes, wishing I could do more to help them. If they lived with me, I could make sure they got the medical attention they needed. But my mother was afraid of flying, so that had always been out of the question. "Zuri, she's gonna be all right. Don't worry. I'm sorry I made you worry about her. I'm sorry, Zuri. Don't cry." "I'm not crying, Antiqua. I'm okay," I lied as tears streamed down my face. Picking up a glass of water off my nightstand, I gulped it all down. With all the crying I'd been doing, dehydration had become a serious issue. The last thing I could do was let myself get completely run down. There was so much to do. And I had so few resources to do any of it. "Zuri?" my mother asked as she got back on the phone. "You still there?" "I'm still here, Mama." My heart barely beat as depression set in. I had no power at all. Casey had been wrong. "You go rest. I'll talk to you later next week. I love you. Tell Antiqua that for me too, please." "I will. I love you too, Zuri. Stay safe. And don't worry about us. We'll pull through. We always do. Bye." I ended the call, then turned to bury my face in the pillow. I wanted to disappear. Only then would Nico be out of my life. Only then would he be unable to use me for his evil deeds. But he had eyes everywhere, I knew that for sure now. I could go to the police. Rolling over, I stared at the ceiling as I contemplated what going to the police would do. If I do that, Nico could have whoever he has watching my family kill them. I have to get them somewhere safe, before even thinking of going to the police. The problem with that was that I had no way of getting my mother and sister anywhere. Plus, how was I to make sure that they weren't being followed by Nico's spies? There's no way out of this. The sound of an incoming text had me looking at my phone. It was Casey. "I'm glad we've made up. Can't wait to see you. Come over whenever you'd like. I'm free all day and night. Text before, so I'll leave the gate open for you. Miss you. I needed to go talk to him. I had to get him to do what Nico wanted. But I had no idea how that would go over. I texted him back. I am glad we made up too. I'll text when I'm on my way. Miss you too. He wouldn't be glad to see me, once he knew the topic of our conversation would be anything but what he expected. No matter how delicately I approached the subject, he would certainly be taken aback by it. The way he had looked at me just before I had left him in the parking lot told me that he really thought I would take care of the blackmail thing. He had faith in me. But he was wrong to have it. I couldn't be the person he thought I could. It wasn't in me. I would let Casey down every single time. I knew that now. I hadn't been honest with myself the night before. There was no way Casey and I would ever stand a chance in hell. He thought I was someone I wasn't. Or he thought I could be someone I could never become. Dragging myself out of bed, I went to take a shower. I had to make myself as nice to look at as possible if I was going to be able to pull off some miraculous feat. Maybe I could get Casey to go back to Mantabo Industries. Maybe I could lure him back. I hadn't told him that I worked there. Maybe if he knew that I worked there, he would want to come back so we could work together. As the water washed over me, I knew that the chances of that happening were slim to none. But I had to try anyway. My family's lives were on the line. I couldn't fail. If I told him what Nico was threatening me with, maybe he would help me. But then again, he might just go to the police, and my family would either end up missing before anyone could even get there to protect them. I had to keep that to myself, especially now that I knew Casey was confrontational. If he started spouting off his own threats to Nico after me telling him the entire truth, it would be me and my family who would pay the price for those actions. There has to be some way I can make this work. I racked my brain the whole time I was getting ready to go see Casey. But nothing close to a good idea had set in. There was no good way to tell Casey that I couldn't end this for him. He would be mad at me, no matter what I said. And he would be hurt, too. Just before walking out the door, I texted him as I'd promised. I'm leaving now if that's okay with you. He was quick to text back. I'll open the gates now. I've prepared a brunch, so don't eat anything. I'm gonna pamper you all day long. And hopefully all night long too. See you soon. Any woman would be lucky to have Casey Duran. And he wanted me. But he wouldn't want me any longer, after he heard the things I had to say.
Chapter 20. Casey.
The oven timer went off the same time the doorbell rang. Grabbing some oven mitts out of the drawer next to the oven, I pulled out the spinach pinwheels and put them down on a trivet before going to answer the door. I knew it had to be Zuri, so I opened the door, a huge smile on my face. She stood there, looking at me with only a slight grin on her pale face. Smells amazing in here, Casey. Taking her hand, I pulled her inside. Come in. I've prepared all sorts of goodies for us to munch on. I thought we could find a series on Netflix and binge watch the day away. Pulling her into my arms, I kicked the door shut. The idea of lying on the couch with you in my arms has me feeling pretty damn good. Sounds good to me too, she said, but her eyes dropped a bit at the corners. You look sad, Zuri. I hated to see her looking this way. Yeah. Let's eat. There are plenty of things I want to tell you. I'm ready to listen. Taking her to the kitchen, I showed off the spread I'd put out. Grab a plate and stack it up with anything and everything you like. As she grabbed a plate, I went to make us some mimosas. You want pineapple juice or orange juice in your mimosa, baby? You really weren't kidding about pampering me, were you? She put a fresh pinwheel on her plate first. I never joke about something like that. I pointed at the strawberry tarts. You've got to try my mini tarts too. Will do. She picked one up. And make my mimosa with pineapple juice, please. That sounds really yummy. That's how I'm making mine, too. Great minds think alike. Is this quiche? She asked as she put some onto her plate. Yep. Wow, you know how to make quiche. I'm impressed. About a year ago, I spent a week with one of my cousins in Austin. He's a chef, so he taught me quite a bit about cooking. I took the drinks to the table and put them down, then went to grab a plate for myself. She took a seat. Taught to cook by a real chef. Even more impressive. After filling my plate, I took the seat across from her at the little table for two. Being around her made me happy. Zuri, I'm really glad you're here. Her eyes were soft as she looked at me with a smile on her face. Me too, Casey. Then the smile faded, and she looked away. So, I'd like to tell you about myself. The real me. I work in the research department at Mantabo Industries. Shock had me staring at her. I didn't know what to think about that at all. You work there? For how long? I mean, I've never seen you around there. And if I had seen you, I would have remembered. I'm sure of it. A few years. Being in the research department doesn't give us many chances to interact with the other employees. I've never seen you around either. She took a bite of the pinwheel. Spinach? Yes? I had so many questions for her. Was that your first job when you came to Brownsville? I came specifically for the job. I was recruited online, and Mantabo paid for me to fly over. They gave me a sign-on bonus that allowed me to rent an apartment and even buy my car. Sipping the mimosa, her eyes went wide. Damn, Casey, is everything you make this good? I do try to make it that way. Not wanting to get into any kind of argument, I made sure I phrased my questions the right way. I'm not sure exactly how to ask this, so please don't be offended by how I put it. But how long has Nico employed you as a blackmailer? Only you, Casey. She looked at me with honesty in her eyes. He picked me to do the dirty work because he thought my looks would help me get to you easier than, say, someone without good looks. That's what he told me, at least. He wasn't wrong. I sort of hated that Nico knew me so well. He's a real jerk. How much did he pay you? Well, he hasn't paid me anything yet. I haven't gotten you and your brothers to go back to work there, so the job hasn't been accomplished. But he did show me a briefcase that was filled to the brim with stacks of $100 bills. She picked up the strawberry tart and looked at it. Is there cream cheese in this? There is. I make my own cream cheese. I'm dying to know what you think of it. I watched her take the bite, and when she closed her eyes and smiled, I knew she loved it. I had no idea anyone could make their own cream cheese. This is the smoothest thing I've ever eaten in my life. Do you cook? I asked her as I began digging into my own plate of food. I've never had enough money to buy expensive products to cook with. And I don't always have the ingredients that go with certain things. But shouldn't you be making good money now, Zuri? I mean, if you didn't, why would you have left your home to come here? I make pretty good money. But I send the majority of it back home to my mother. She's taking care of my sister, who has special needs. I pay my bills, buy a little food, and then send the rest home. Even though I send as much as I can back to Mom, it's not enough to give them a good life. I mean, it's better than it was before I got the job, just not that much better. She sighed. And stop looking at me like you feel sorry for me. I don't like being pitied. I'm not pitying you. I think you're admirable. But I'm confused. Why would someone who is so selfless do what you've done to me? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I know. It's never been like me to do such terrible things. But my mother and sister both need surgery and extra support. The way Nico presented the job had me thinking that my part in it would be less invasive. I thought I would get some dirt on you, give it to him, and then he'd take it from there. She took a drink, then wiped the sweat off her brow. This isn't easy for me to admit. But I want to tell you the truth as much as I can. I'm trying my best to keep an open mind. Sure, I'm getting a little bothered by some of it. But you didn't know me when you took his offer. For all you knew, I was as big a jerk as Nico. I wanted her to let me in on everything. But I mostly wanted her to promise me that she wouldn't do anything else to entrap me further. It's true. I didn't think much about who I would be doing this to. And when I saw you, I knew it wouldn't be easy. After our night together, it became extremely hard to do. But it was my job. So I did what he told me anyway. So, you've done all this, and he still hasn't given you a single dime? I asked, as that just sounded ludicrous to me. None. Shaking her head, she went on, he won't give it to me until I deliver you and your brothers. What kinds of surgeries do they need? Now that I knew she'd done it for that reason, it helped me understand her better. My sister needs hip surgery. Possibly a hip replacement, if surgery doesn't cut it. And she needs a personal support worker. Taking care of her is running my mom ragged. Plus, Mom has cataracts. Until Nico offered me the money, I didn't have a clue how I would ever be able to get enough money to pay for their post-surgical needs. The cataract surgery would put Mom out of commission for a few weeks, and my sister can't take care of herself. Zuri, I can give you any money you need today. No problem at all. You don't have to do what Nico wants. Relief spread through me. We found a way out of this shitstorm. The grim expression on Zuri's face didn't bode well for me. Do you really think that Nico Armstrong will let me back out on him that easily? What choice will he have? I saw no reason why she couldn't back out on the jerk. You can quit that job and come to work for us. We'll need researchers too for what we're going to do. I wish it were that easy, Casey. I honestly do. Putting her fork down, she leaned forward. If you would just come back, then maybe we could figure things out from there. With both of us on the inside, we might be able to throw Nico off his throne. He's got too much power that it's gone to his head. He needs someone to knock him down a peg or 200. He's not so powerful, Zuri. She gave the man more credit than he was due. You think? She shook her head. He has eyes everywhere. Someone saw us together last night and told him about it. He called me first thing this morning, probing me for information. What did you tell him? Lies. I told him I was trying to get you to go back to work the way he wants. But he caught me in them, telling me that he knew better than that. The fact that she could lie so easily was worrisome. Zuri, is the lying thing new to you? Or has it been a part of your personality all along? I knew better than to completely believe her now. It's new. I've never been a liar. As a matter of fact, I'm more honest than most people are usually. That was what any liar would say, though. If I came back, would that help you? I didn't know why I'd said that at all. I couldn't go back. Immensely, she told me with a hopeful expression. Nico told me this morning that if I could get you to come back on Monday, he'd give you a week to get your brothers to agree with coming back too. Once all of you are back, he'll stop putting pressure on me. And he'll give me the money. But I honestly don't care if I get it or not. I just want out from under his thumb. Placing my hand on hers, I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing or not. Zuri, I promise to think about it. If it'll help you, I might do it. But only for a little while. You might be right. With both of us on the inside, we might be able to get enough on him to report him. If he's gone this far, there's no way this is the only illegal activities he's engaged in. Me going back would only solve part of the problem, though. We would have to work fast. I don't think I can get my brothers to agree to go back, even if I do. You coming back will buy me a week's worth of time. So I will take anything I can get. Drinking the rest of the mimosa, she put the empty glass back down on the table. Working with you instead of against you would be awesome. I couldn't make any hasty decisions. It's Saturday. I'll give you my answer by Sunday night. Or Monday morning at the latest. But be prepared, Zuri. It might not be the answer you want. I don't want you to get your hopes too high. There's a lot to consider, and I'm not one to make decisions lightly. Plus, there's the honesty issue we have. She seemed to understand. I agree. I won't push you anymore. You know the deal, so I will let you think about it and make your decision. She nodded her head and took a deep breath before forcing a smile to her face. It was beautiful to see the lines of worry disappear. Are you ready to get to the binge watching? I am ready. But am I ready to believe everything she said?
Chapter 21. Zuri.
Waking up the next morning in my bed, I felt a smile curve my lips. Spending the day, and the better part of the night with Casey had been very nice. Although I hadn't confessed every detail to him, I had told him a hell of a lot. And he'd agreed to think about coming back to work for Nico. I wasn't in a happy mood, just because I'd finally gotten him to at least think about doing what Nico wanted. That wasn't it at all. As a matter of fact, that part sort of bothered me. If he came back to work at Mantabo, that would give me some time to figure out how to get my mother and sister to somewhere safe. Somewhere Nico's minions couldn't get to them. But I didn't like the fact that Casey was only doing it for my sake. Manipulation wasn't my thing. And I hadn't been trying to manipulate him by telling him more about my life. But it turned out that what I had said had made him think about doing something he really did not want to do just to please me. The reason I felt so happy was that I'd spent time with Casey and found that I truly liked him. Not only was he a great cook, but he was also great at everything he did. Even when he gave me a massage, just before we took an afternoon nap together. We'd kissed, made out a little, but that was it. And I found myself feeling very happy about that. Being Sunday, it was the day I did all my chores. So I got up and put the laundry on to wash, then took a shower so I could get on with my weekly grocery shopping. That always took some time. It wasn't easy shopping on such a strict budget, so it took a while to find the best deals. Perusing the aisles at the grocery store, I picked up the cheapest can of tuna I could find. That's when I heard a familiar male voice coming from behind me. Get albacore. Turning around, I saw my ex pushing a basket as he came up to me. Reese, how nice to see you. I gave him a hug and he kissed my cheek. It's nice to see you too, Zuri. He ran his fingers through my hair. Will I ever get used to seeing you with silver hair instead of your natural dark color? I don't know. I took a step back and looked him over. You're looking healthy. I see you've got a tan. Been on the yacht recently? I have. Thanks for noticing. Me and a couple of other guys took the boat to Cabo last week for a fishing tournament. We didn't participate in it, just went for the festivities. It was fun basking in the sun. Raising one brow, I asked, find any cuties while you were out and about? Come on, Zuri. You know my heart still belongs to you, he said with a sensual grin. Oh, Reese, stop it. I knew he hadn't lost his feelings for me. But a one-sided relationship isn't healthy for anyone. He looked at my sparse grocery basket. Zuri, load up on whatever you want. I've got this. Put the cheap stuff back and grab some real food. I can't let you do that, Reese, and you know it. I wasn't the type of person who used others just because they cared about me. Then at least let me take you out to lunch today. Anywhere you want. And I'm not taking no for an answer, so don't even try. His arched brow told me he was serious. I smiled at him. I will accept lunch. Thank you very much. I'm just about done here anyway. Where would you like to meet? I tossed some crackers into the basket, completing my shopping spree. You don't want to ride with me? He asked with a pouty look. I've got to run these groceries home and put them away first. Then I'll meet you. I told you that you can pick the place. So you tell me where I should meet you. Chinese sounds good. What about you? I headed to the checkout line, and he came along with me. It does sound good to me. He bumped his shoulder against mine. So Kung Chao then? I do remember your favorite spot for that cuisine. Kung Chao it is. It was nice to be with someone who knew me. Since I hadn't been hanging with any of my friends, I'd forgotten how nice and comforting it can be to hang out with someone you share a past with. Meet you in, say, 30 minutes. I'll be there. He kissed my cheek again. I'm glad we're going to spend some time together. I've missed you. Me too. I cared for Reese. I wasn't in love with him, but I did have love for him. See you soon. 30 minutes later, I pulled up beside Reese's BMW and headed inside, where he was already seated at a table. Did you order yet? I asked as I sat down. I ordered some spring rolls and that green tea you love so much. The smile he was wearing wouldn't go away. I'm really glad you came, Zuri. I've been thinking about you a lot lately. Before you go any further, I should tell you that I may have met someone. I didn't want to lead Reese on at all. His smile vanished. Damn. But what do you mean that you may have met someone? It's complicated. I had no one else to talk to about this. So thinking that Reese might be the safest bet, I went on. See, my boss Nico Armstrong is mad because some employees, the Duran brothers, quit their jobs at Mantabo. They were weapons designers. Nico wants them all back, and he dragged me into it. And how did he do that? Well, he's using me to get to the oldest of the brothers, Casey. And I did get to him. I wasn't going to tell him the gory details, though. He's the man I'm talking about. But I'm skating on thin ice with him, since I'm on Nico's side of things. There are things that Casey could find out that might make him shut me out. So, everything is so delicate, and I'm not sure anything will pan out between us. I still have the engagement ring, Zuri. His blue eyes clouded over with emotion. You don't have to wonder with me, you know. There's nothing in our way. No secrets between us. We could go right back to what we were. And you could quit that job. Then your boss couldn't use you in any way. That had always been Reese's thing, wanting me to just stay home. I know you want a wife who stays home, raises the kids, and is always available to go with you to wherever you're jetting off to. But that's not going to be me, Reese. You'd rather live a life that has you wondering all the time when the other shoe will drop? You want to be in a relationship with a man who might find out about you and Nico scheming and drop you? Why would you want that, Zuri? Why would anyone want that? I know I'm odd. I mean, who wouldn't want to marry a man as wonderful as you and have your babies? Who wouldn't want to stay home when you've provided them with a mansion on a magnificent estate? When I was with you, I felt completely taken care of. Good, I meant for you to feel that way. He grinned at me. I want to take care of you. But I don't want to be taken care of. Not like that. Not entirely. I'd never been able to make him fully understand that. You deserve someone who wants the same things you do. I want you though, he said with a lopsided grin. And it sounds like you've gotten yourself in over your head. I can see that you're dancing around words, but it sounds like your boss is getting you in on blackmailing this guy. Damn, he's good. Reese did know me. Maybe too well. Let's not talk about that. I had the strongest impression that Nico had eyes on me wherever I went. I don't want any birdies telling him I'm gabbing about his private affairs. There was still my family to worry about, so stepping on Nico's toes wasn't safe in the least. I get the feeling that you're not safe, Zuri. Maybe you should come out to stay at my place until things settle down, he offered. You don't have to stay in my bedroom. Unless you want to. He laughed lightly, but I knew he meant it. I'm safe. I felt like I was safe. A hell of a lot safer than my mother and sister were. Thank you for the offer, though. It's very kind of you. I want you to keep me in the loop about this, Zuri. I'm worried about you, even if you don't seem to be worried about yourself. You're valuable, you know. I knew my family valued me. I was the only one there for them. Reese, you're the sweetest man I know. And I'm lucky to have you in my life. I'll keep you in the loop. He might even prove to be a valuable asset when it came to moving my family to someplace safe. I reached across the table, and he took my hand as we looked into each other's eyes. You will always have a place in my heart. I want you to know that. You hold my heart in your hands, Zuri. But you know that already. All you have to do is say the word, and we're right back where we left off. We were only a month away from getting married. I honestly thought you were only having cold feet. I thought you'd come back. I kept asking myself what I'd done wrong. I loved you completely. I gave you everything and would have given you even more. I know you would have. Reese, you did nothing wrong. As they say, it wasn't you. It was me. I meant that too. There are times that I've regretted leaving you. I want you to know that. You made life easy. You spoiled me. Not every day was easy after I left you. Hardships became the norm though. My life got back to what it had been before I'd met you. See, I don't like that. I don't like that you have to live that way, Zuri. I told you that you could have the car I gave you, but you left in that little Toyota instead. I tried to sell it, but you wouldn't let me. It made me think that you never planned on going through with our marriage. That's not true. I did plan on marrying you. Then I felt that I couldn't be what you wanted in a wife, so I called it off. I could see that this was a bad idea. I want to thank you for inviting me to lunch, Reese. But I have to go. Please don't, he pleaded. We'll talk soon. I promise to keep you in the loop. Walking to him, I leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. I do love you. He gripped my hand, not wanting me to leave. I love you too, baby. Talk to you soon. Nodding, I left him, knowing it was for the best.
Chapter 22. Casey.
With lunchtime rolling around, I got a craving for Chinese food and headed over to my favorite place, Kung Chao. I would have invited Zuri to come with me, but she'd told me the night before, just before she left my place, that she always did all her chores on Sunday, so she wouldn't be available. Still, I was in an awesome mood. The day and night before had gone great, and she had stayed until nearly midnight before heading home. Even though we didn't sleep together, it felt good to get closer in other ways. She told me a lot about herself and the way things were with the Nico garbage. I still wasn't sure what I was going to do about that situation, though. I didn't have a lot of time left to make my decision. She'd said Nico wanted me there on Monday, and I would have a week to get my brothers to come back too. If I did go back, it wouldn't be for long, and it would only be for Zuri. So, I wasn't sure if I should do it or not. I felt like I could trust her. But there was still something telling me that she hadn't been completely honest with me. There might have been more that she wasn't telling me. So, making a decision like that wasn't coming easy to me. I figured having some food in my stomach might help me to think. So, when I entered the restaurant, I was thinking only about what I wanted to eat. Then I saw the back of a head with long silver hair. Zuri. She was sitting at a small table with another man. And the two were chatting away. Jealousy sprang up in me like an angry viper. What the hell? You can sit anywhere you like, sir, the hostess let me know. Thanks. I went to sit at a table close enough so I might be able to hear them talking, but out of Zuri's line of sight. Reese, you're the sweetest man I know, Zuri said. And I'm lucky to have you in my life. I'll keep you in the loop. I watched as she reached across the table, taking his hand. You will always have a place in my heart. I want you to know that. Fisting my hands, I wanted to get up and confront her. But I sat still and continued listening in on their overly loving conversation. I listened as the guy mentioned their wedding and how she'd left. So this guy is her ex-fiancé? She spoke so sweetly to him, telling him that she sometimes regretted leaving, and it made me clench my jaw so hard I could have broken some teeth. I kept listening, hanging on their every word. So his name is Reese. And she regrets leaving him. He listened as the guy, Reese, mentioned the car and how he'd wanted to sell her crappy used Toyota. I knew she still drove it. Maybe she wasn't ever going to marry the guy. Keeping her car when he gave her something better to drive makes no sense, unless she truly wasn't planning on going through with the marriage. Which proves she's inherently deceitful. I watched as she stood to leave after telling him that she knew she couldn't be the kind of wife he wanted. But did she really mean it? I bet she's feeling like he's uncovered her as the liar she truly is, and can't take the pressure of someone figuring her out. "Don't go," he said with sort of a whine in his voice. "Dude, don't beg her. She's not worth it. We'll talk soon. I promise to keep you in the loop." She went to him and kissed him on the cheek. "I do love you." She what? She loves him? What the hell? He grabbed her by the hand, clearly not wanting her to leave as he looked at her with puppy dog eyes. "I love you too, baby. Talk to you soon." He still loves her after she left him, and made him think she was going to marry him, when that was never her intention. What a loser. Poor guy must have really fallen for her. But I hadn't fallen yet, at least not completely, thank God. And now I knew enough to know that I had to guard my heart against her. Zuri was as conniving a person as I'd ever known. I watched her as she went out the door. No longer hungry at all, I got up and left, following her as she walked to her car. "Real nice, Zuri." She spun around. "Casey." She smiled as if she hadn't just confessed her love to another man. Walking up to her, I grabbed her by the hand, pulling her with me to my truck. I wasn't about to let anyone overhear what I had to say to her. And I didn't want the man she'd been with to come out and interfere in any way. Which, him being a fool for her, he might have done. "I really can't believe you, Zuri." I opened the passenger door of my truck. "Get in. We need to talk." She climbed in, looking a little confused. "Okay." I got in from the other side and glared at her. "I heard what you said to that guy. That Reese guy. And let me tell you that he might not have figured you out yet, but I sure as hell have." "You don't understand," she said, trying to interrupt. But I didn't let her. "You let that poor guy think you were going to marry him. But you weren't ever going to do that, were you? Otherwise, you would have given up that shitty little car of yours. So that makes you a liar. I should have known that you couldn't be trusted. Is anything you've said to me true at all?" I held up my hand to stop her before she had the chance to tell me more lies. "Don't answer that. I can't believe a thing you say anyway." I didn't lie to him. I was very honest with him at all times. I kept my car because I wasn't sure about marrying him. That is true. He must have forgotten how I'd told him that I wasn't 100% sure yet when I accepted his ring. Wow. I had no idea how malicious she was. "So, you took that guy's engagement ring even though you were not fully committed to him." She flinched as if I'd slapped her. I was committed to him. I would never have been unfaithful to him. I wasn't sure about marriage though, but he made me take it. He said you were a month away from getting married. If you went so far as to plan a wedding with the man while you weren't fully sure of him, then what would you call yourself? Okay, I can see how this sounds really bad on my part. But the wedding plans weren't much. We were just going to Vegas to get married. We hadn't set a date at all. But then one day he came to me with a date that he'd set, and I told him these exact words, "We'll see." And he was fine with that. I would have never been fine with that. Reese is the type of man who hears what he wants to hear, no matter what words are actually being spoken. He told me that he wanted a stay-at-home wife who would raise the kids. I told him that I wanted to work and wasn't sure about having kids yet. I also didn't want to be on call to jet off with him to wherever he wanted, just to be his arm candy. Then why were you with him? Because he loved me. And he took care of me. And he was kind. I didn't want to hurt him. I wanted to love him like he loved me. It took me so long to end things with him because he is a nice guy who doesn't deserve to get hurt. He picked the wrong woman. That was all he'd done wrong, she said, sighing. Believe me, I have kicked myself for leading him on for as long as I did. You just told the man that you love him. I heard you say it. I couldn't believe her at all. Because I do love him. I don't see how. You left the guy. You lied to him. I didn't lie. He knew how I felt all along. He just chose to ignore it, but I had told him many times how I felt. I loved him, but I had never fallen in love with him. You make no sense. I didn't even know why I was talking to her anymore. I know it sounds crazy. I really do. But that is the way it was. I still love Reese. I think I always will. He's a nice person. There's no reason to stop caring about him. But our futures are not aligned. I don't think our futures are aligned either. She needed to know that now. I needed to know that too. Nodding, she said, they may not be. I agree. I'm not sure if things would have been different if Nico hadn't pulled me in on his thing against you and your brothers, but the gap between you and I may be too wide. Sounds like you're breaking things off with me. I found that incredible. I wouldn't say that I'm breaking things off. But I don't know if we can get through the murkiness of this situation. I'm willing to try. But I'm not sure you will be. And I am honest when I tell you that I feel I have to guard my heart against you. You have to guard your heart against me. Things were getting topsy-turvy very quickly, and I had no idea how that had happened. I could fall for you, Casey. So yeah, I've got to guard my heart against you. For now. Her chest heaved as she sighed. I've got a lot to do still. I really didn't have time to come to lunch with Reese. So I'll let you go now. You've got lots to think about. I'll be waiting for you to call or text with your answer about tomorrow. She opened the door and got out, then turned back to look at me. I know this might sound weird, but I don't want you to go back to Mantabo just for me. I need you to go back. That's the truth. But it's painful to think that something I said made you decide to do something that you don't want. She closed the door, leaving me stunned. What just happened here?
Chapter 23. Zuri.
Casey looked confused as I closed the door of his truck. I knew he was just as confused as I was. We were on opposite sides, and thinking that we could find some common ground was a long shot. I had deluded myself into believe it could be otherwise for a few hours, but I saw now how stupid that was. As hard as I was trying to be honest about as much as I could, I understood why Casey would think I was still lying about things. After all, I had left some things out. I didn't have any kind of hold on Casey. So, telling him about the way Nico was threatening my family might make Casey do something that I didn't think would be safe for them. Meeting Reese had been a good thing, though. I could get him to handle things the way I thought they should be handled. So now I had an ally. And I already noticed that Casey was jealous of Reese. So anything Reese and I did would have to be kept from Casey. I knew I was being dishonest, but I didn't really have any other choice. But talking to Reese about kids and the future he wanted had made me realize something. Now I had other things on my mind. Important things. Life-changing things. The pressure I'd been under might be about to skyrocket. It was time for me to find things out for sure, before I made any plans. First, I stopped by the pharmacy to pick up a pregnancy test since my period had never shown up. I knew stress could cause missed periods too, so I wasn't positive about being pregnant. But I needed to be sure before I did anything else. Pulling into the least busy pharmacy, I walked in and asked the lady at the counter, "Are there any pregnancy tests that can tell if I'm pregnant even though it might be as early as a week or two?" She reached underneath the counter and pulled up a box. "This one can. You want it?" "I do." I wasn't sure how to feel about things. I didn't want to have negative feelings about having a baby if one was already inside of me. But the timing was terrible, and I wasn't sure how the father being Casey, would react about having a baby with me. She scanned the box. That'll be $15.50. That was cutting into my budget, but it had to be done. I swiped my bank card, then took the bag she handed me. Thanks. Good luck, she called out after me. I nodded as I went to the car. I needed some good luck, that was for sure. Just as I got into the car, my cell rang, and I saw that it was Nico. Great. I swiped the screen, answering the call. Hello. So, you were with Casey yesterday and again today. I expect good news. I don't have any yet. He is considering coming back to work on Monday, though. So that's something, right? I pulled out of the parking lot, thinking about the little box inside the small pharmacy bag. What if I'm having Casey's baby? You said that he is considering coming back? He asked hesitantly. Yes, that's what I said. Stopping at a red light, I looked at the bag sitting on the passenger seat. If I'm going to have a baby, I will need a safer car. And a car seat too. I can't afford either, though. He better decide to come to work then. For your sake, he said with a threatening tone. It would benefit me, yes. If the test came back positive, I would have to put my brain in gear and figure things out a lot more quickly than I had been up until now. The stress Nico had me under couldn't be good on a new pregnancy. I would have to alleviate that as soon as possible. If I'm pregnant. Why do you sound so distracted? He asked with irritation. Obviously, I have a lot that I need to accomplish and not much time to do it in, I snapped at him. I'm not a miracle worker, Nico. I don't understand why you're not focusing on finding new people to fill the spots they've left vacant. That's what you should be doing, instead of trying to get back men who don't want to be there in the first place. I mean, what do you expect them to do for you anyway? Do you honestly think they'll come back under duress and do the same great job they used to do before? You have guts when you're talking to me over the phone. But you will have to face me, Zuri. And you know that I can make things hard on you. So watch your tone and what you say to me, he barked back. My eyes rolled, as he sounded like a tyrant. But he was right about one thing, he could make things hard on me. Sorry, I said with false reverence. I didn't need him mad at me. Casey has promised to let me know his decision by early tomorrow at the latest. I will let you know what he says as soon as I know. Or there may be no need to tell you a damn thing. With Reese ready to help me, there were now options that I didn't have before. I was foolish for not reaching out to Reese in the first place. My damn pride had gotten in my way. Between pride and fear, those two things could really mess me up. I would have to watch out for them in the future. Even if Casey comes back, your job won't be over. You'll have to keep up the pressure on him to get his brothers to come back too. And by the end of next week. So don't go getting complacent on me. You have much to do, Zuri, he reminded me. Or you know what will happen. Yes, I know. I hated the man. Truly hated him. I had never experienced this level of hate before in my life. And I knew, pregnant or not, that I had to do something to end his reign over me and the Duran brothers. Like I said, I will contact you as soon as I know anything. You better. I am not happy with how slow you're going. And when I'm not happy, I tend to think up more ways of motivating people. Think on that for a bit, Zuri. On that lovely note, he ended the call. As soon as I pulled up at home, I went inside and headed straight for my computer. I'd never been more thankful for having an online bank account in my life as I was that afternoon. Most banks were closed on Sundays, but not mine, allowing me to close down my current bank account and open a new one. One with a different account number. One that Nico Armstrong could not hack. While doing that, I drank a bottle of water. It soon worked on me, so I picked up the little bag and went to the lavatory. Reading the directions, I found that I would need to wait up to 3 minutes to get the result. After doing the deed, I placed the little stick on the side of the sink and cleaned myself up, never daring myself to look at the stick. I didn't even know what I wanted to see there. Of course, it wouldn't be the best thing for me to be pregnant. especially with Casey's baby. I'd never had a reason to suspect I was pregnant before. I didn't know how I was supposed to feel or react to either of the results I was about to get. A negative result should warrant a happy reaction, I thought. And a positive result, for most women in my current situation, would surely warrant a sad reaction. Only, I didn't think I would react that way at all. And I had no idea why that would be. I'd never given much thought to having children. The whole time Reese and I were together, I stayed on birth control. I did not want to have children then. But now, I began to think that I just didn't want to have children with Reese. Maybe Casey was right about me lying to Reese. Maybe I hadn't been as honest with him as I should have been. Maybe I should have left him long before I did. It might not have even been right to ask Reese for help, but I was going to do it just the same. He was the only person who I could absolutely trust to do what I thought was best. I went out to get my cell. I wasn't going to let the test results get in the way of making plans to end Nico's hold over me. So I called Reese. "Zuri, I'm glad you called," he said as he answered. "Reese, I need to talk to you. I need a big favor, and you're the only one who can help me. But I don't want to lead you to think this will mean you and I will get back together. That's never going to happen. I love you. Just not in that way. So, if that is the only reason you would help me, please let me know right now so that I can figure something else out." I felt bad about how I'd hurt him, and didn't want to add to the guilt that I already had in his regard. "Would you like to come over so we can talk?" he asked. "No matter what, Zuri, you can always count on me. If I can't be your boyfriend, I'd still be honored to be your friend." I didn't deserve his loyalty, not even a little, but I would let him help me. "I'll come over soon. And thank you for being such a wonderful and faithful friend to me, Reese. You have no idea how much I appreciate you." "I know you do, Zuri. I'll see you soon then. Bye." With someone to help me now, I felt a lot better. Walking slowly back to check the results that had to be ready by now, I took a deep breath, preparing myself for whatever was in store. But before I got too far away from my phone, another call came in. I went back, picked up the phone and saw that it was my mother. "Hi, Mom." "Hello, Zuri. I was just calling to check up on you. How are you, dear?" "Mom, I'm actually doing very well. And I have some fantastic news for you too." I hadn't asked Reese yet, but I was sure he would say yes. "I might be coming home very soon. Like tomorrow." "What?" Surprise rang in her voice. "Zuri? How wonderful. But how can you afford to fly home?" "I have a friend. You do remember my old boyfriend Reese, right?" They'd never formally met, but they did know about each other. Reese had wanted to take me back home so he could meet my mother and sister, but I hadn't wanted him to see the way I'd grown up. "Are you two back together?" I heard her clapping. "That's wonderful. Well, we're not back together. I haven't asked him yet, but I'm sure he'll take me. And there's more too. I'm going to see if he can help me move into a bigger home, so you and Antiqua can come here to live with me." Fear filled her voice. "How would we get there?" "On his private plane, Mom. You'll be fine. I'll get you something to calm you down and you will be fine. I need you both with me. Please don't argue about this. If it will make things easier on you, then we will come live with you, Zuri." "How soon will that be?" "I will need to pack." "It will be very soon, Mom. And there's no need to pack anything but the essentials. You can't bring the furniture or anything big like that." "Oh, I see. Okay then. Let me know when you're coming." She clapped her hands again. "I'm actually excited, Zuri. What an adventure for us." Good. I was glad that she was looking at it in a different light than she had before. "I love you. And I'll talk to you soon about the plans." "I love you too. I'm going to go tell your sister. She's going to be so happy. Bye now." Putting the phone down on the kitchen counter, I sighed in relief. That had been way easier than I'd thought it would be. I turned to go find out the result of the pregnancy test. I had to admit that even thinking that I might be having a baby had made me feel stronger. Like I had a power inside of me that I hadn't seen before. So, whatever the result was, I was happy that this had happened to me. It had kick-started my brain and put things into the right gear. All the fear was gone. I didn't know how, but it had just vanished. Strength and courage had grown in spades. I had the feeling that those things would continue to grow too. I was a survivor. It had just taken a little bit of panic to remind me. Closing my eyes as I picked up the little stick, I held my breath for 3 seconds and then let all the breath out as I opened my eyes. My heart sped up. My eyes filled with tears. I dropped down to my knees, the stick still in my hand. I am having Casey Duran's baby.
Chapter 24. Casey.
The decision I had to make was too big for me to make alone. So, I'd called up my brothers and asked them all to come over to my place. With burgers cooking on the grill outside and a case of beer on ice, I welcomed them warmly before telling them what I had to say. Sitting around the outside table, empty plates that had once been full in front of us, and fresh cold beers in our hands, I brought up the unpleasant subject. So, I asked you guys to come over today for more than just a meal. Callan leaned back in the chair. Is this about work? In a weird way, yes. I knew that it was no use beating around the bush, and that I had to get to the point. Nico Armstrong has hired someone to blackmail me. He wants all of us back at Mantabo, like right away. Chance laughed. Did the blackmailer just tell you about this today, or what? No. I shook my head. She got something on me before she told me anything. Damn man, Chance said with concern. What did she get? I slept with her. And she claimed that I put something in the bottle of water I'd given her just before she turned into a raunchy seductress. And what proof does she have? Chase asked. She said that she went to the hospital to get checked. So they have my seed. But they don't have my name because she didn't give it to them. She also said that they took some of her blood and ran tests, and it came back with some MDMA in it. But I know she must have taken that all on her own, if I can even trust that she got those things done. And how do you know all this? Callan asked. Because she went to the bathroom acting one way, and shortly after she came out, she was all sorts of hot for my body. I knew it sounded crazy. I shouldn't have slept with her. We'd been out on a date, and she wouldn't even drink any alcohol. She'd been in total control of herself the whole time. And then she suddenly went for me like I was some delicious treat. Where did this happen? Chase asked. Here. I mean, the date began at that bar and grill I had asked you guys to come to. I'd had a few drinks, and since she'd had none, she offered to drive me home. I thought why not, so I let her. And then I brought her inside to give her a little tour, and the next thing I knew, she was all over me, asking if I wanted her to stay the night. Didn't you just show her the security footage and tell her to go hell because you've got evidence that proves she came on to you? Callan asked. Footage? I asked as I hadn't even thought about that. Damn it. I forgot about the security cameras. Shit. I've had the power to stop this shit from the very beginning. I had never felt so stupid in my life. Chase's expression had turned to pure fury. I tell you what we're going to do. We are all going to go to that creep's office tomorrow morning, and we are going to rip Nico Armstrong a new one. That's what we're going to do. And after that, we'll find this little skank who did this to you, and put a few nails in her coffin too. Holding up my hands, I put a stop to his tirade. I didn't want them to think that badly of Zuri. Okay, so about the girl. She's not a skank. At least, I don't think she is. And I kind of slept with her again recently. Are you an idiot? They all asked in unison. Probably. But I don't want anyone going off on her until I know for sure if she's good or evil. I'm sort of split down the middle right now. But my gut tells me that she's good. Most of the time, at least. There have been times, even today, that I thought she was lying. But that might not be the case. I guess I'm saying that the jury is still out on her. That was a hell of a lot of butts, bro, Callan informed me. Yes, I know. I wasn't blind to the butts. Let's head inside and see if we can rustle up that security footage so we can take it to Nico in the morning. Within a few minutes, Chance had found the footage I needed and had downloaded it onto his phone. Got it. He looked at me, his eyebrows wiggling. So this is pretty spicy, Casey. See, I told you. I knew it was. But it wasn't inappropriate. At least, not on my part. You see the change in her not long after she came back from the bathroom. Nodding, they all agreed, yep. Callan smiled as we watched the clip again. She's kind of gorgeous. I punched him in the arm. Yes, I know. And if she's not a lying sack of shit, she's mine, bro. Are you sure you want to start a relationship with someone who would do this to you, Casey? Chance asked. I mean, that's not the greatest start to a healthy adult relationship. You should probably rethink things. You obviously like her. And she is attractive. But you have to think with the big head, not the little one. I know. I did know, but it hadn't mattered much. She and I have this off-the-charts chemistry. I feel things when I'm with her that I've never felt with any other woman. It's amazing. And she can infuriate me to a point no one else has. Which is bad. I know it's bad. But the good is so damn good. It's amazing. Chance shook his head. She's a professional blackmailer, Casey. You can't trust her. She's not a pro. Not at all. She works in the research department at Mantabo. Nico picked her because he thought she could entice me into doing something that could be held over my head to blackmail me with. And he was right, Callan pointed out. She can make you dance, monkey. He wiggled his fingers as if he was moving a puppet. I know. I had to completely stop thinking that Zuri was good. But I just couldn't. I think there's more. I mean, she told me that he had a briefcase full of $100 bills, but he hasn't given them to her yet. So, you think he might be messing with her in other ways too? Chance asked. Because that might mean she's as much a victim as you. Callan took hold of Chance's shoulder. Don't fall into the same thing Casey has. She did this to him. She's not some innocent victim, the way our brother is. And Nico wants us as well, which makes us victims too. I held up one finger. Only if we let him turn us into victims, which we will not. We can take the wind out of his sails with what we have here. This video clears me. It proves that I wasn't the instigator, but that she was. And the kitchen camera caught me taking the water bottle out of a fridge full of them, without ever doing a damn thing to it. I'm in the clear. Chase slammed his fist down hard on the kitchen countertop. Screw taking the wind out of his sails. I want him behind bars for what he's done. I say we call over Ronnie and Brad. Let them take a gander at this. Let them hear your story, Casey. They'll tell us how to proceed from here onward. Ronnie and Brad were old classmates of Chase's. Both had gone straight into law enforcement after high school, and were now both detectives at the Brownsville Police Department. Now that Chase had mentioned them, it made me mad at myself for not thinking to contact them when the man had come over, claiming to be one of their own. Zuri had seriously messed with my ability to think clearly. Shit. I forgot about them. Well, I haven't, Chase said as he took his phone out and made the call. He walked out of the kitchen to talk while the others looked at me as if I were a complete idiot. Chance patted me on the back. She's done a number on you, Casey. We can all see that. You're gonna have to sever all ties with her now. No matter what you think about her, she cannot be trusted. I didn't know if I could do that. Let me see how this plays out. If things still look bad for her by the end of this whole thing, I will gladly cut her out of my life. But if she comes out clean, then I don't think I can or will do that. With a huff, Callan got up to get himself another beer out of my fridge. Dude, there are way more fish in the sea. This fish ain't the only one. She's done too much to you. Set her free. Or better yet, set yourself free from her lure. She's reeled you in. Hook. Line. Sinker. He made the gesture of throwing out a rod and reeling it in. He might have been right. They might all have been right. But there was something that kept me from agreeing. We will see. Callan laughed as he shook his head. You look like a man in love, and that's weird. This chick has put you over a barrel, but you're still not sure if you should cut her out of your life or not. I guess you're into that S&M shit, and you just never knew it. Are we gonna show up one day, and she'll have you trapped in some tiny cage, leather diaper on, and a huge pacifier in your mouth? That was a bit too much, and I was getting tired of being the butt of my younger brother's jokes. How about I kick your ass, and then see if you say something like that again? I raised my fist, ready to punch him in the arm. Shit, man. Callan backed away slowly, hands in the air. I'm just kidding. Sure you were. I wasn't stupid. Look, you guys don't know her. She's complicated. A mystery. One that I would like to solve. If possible.
Chapter 25. Zuri.
Going back out to Reese's estate after being gone for over a year felt odd. The winding road that led the way through the sandy loam was still as smooth as glass, just like it had always been. The grass was neatly trimmed, the hedges cut to perfection, and the Mexican hacienda-style mansion as grand as ever. Reese lived in a perfect world. He felt at peace there. But I never had. Maybe living my life in homes that were much closer to shacks than real houses had made me an ill fit for wealth. While I found Reese's house amazing in every way imaginable, I'd never felt like it could be my home. I'd never felt that I would fit in with his friends and family, either. They were all very nice to me, but I couldn't find much to say to any of them. They talked about things I had no knowledge of, and the things I had to say seemed to bore them. Even though Reese and I came from different worlds, he still loved me. He still cared about me and my well-being. For that, I was lucky. But despite how lucky I felt, I also felt guilty for asking him to go to so much trouble for me when I wanted nothing more than friendship from him. Like I have any other choice. Texting Reese that I'd arrived, I saw the front door open and him coming out to greet me. Zuri, I'm so glad you came to me for help. You're the only one I trust right now. And I don't want anyone to know what I'm about to tell you. I looked around, spotting the groundskeeper. I also knew that there were other members of the staff inside. We need somewhere private to talk. I can't risk anything I say getting back to my boss. The pool house. He took my hand, leading me to the one place we'd have absolute privacy. He closed the door behind us, and then we went to take a seat on the sofa. Nico isn't just blackmailing Casey Duran. He's blackmailing me too. Sparks of anger shot in his blue eyes. That son of a gun. I'll kill him. Wait. I knew this would be his reaction. I felt Casey would have had the same reaction. But while I had no idea if I could work with Casey or not, I was absolutely certain that I could work with Reese. This is a delicate situation. He's got someone in Pretoria who can hurt my mother and sister. He sent me this picture of them sitting in their yard, I said as I showed him the picture on my phone. His hand shook as he took my phone to look at it. I'm so mad I could spit fire right now. Who does this man think he is? I'm not sure who he thinks he is. God, maybe. The thing is that I need to get my family out of there as fast as possible. It takes around 20 or so hours to get there. I'm due to be back at work tomorrow morning. When I don't show up, I'm sure Nico will send his henchmen to do something to my family. So I need to get them somewhere safe. Like a hotel or something. And I need to get them and bring them back here. Do you think you can help with all that? I can do that, he said with a nod. And I'll hire security to watch over them too. I can do that right this instant. What time is it over there right now? It's 2 here, so it's 9 at night there. I was happy to see Reese so on top of things. Do you think you can send the security guard to pick them up and take them to the hotel? You call your mother and have her pack their things. I'll call my security agency and get that going. They will have security within the hour and be safe and sound inside a hotel within an hour and a half. He got up and went to the kitchen to make his calls. I called my mother, who answered the phone with a sleepy voice. Zuri? Mom. I need you to get up and get dressed. Did you pack a suitcase already? Although I was excited that my family would soon be safe, anxiety about whoever was watching them for Nico made me shiver. Zuri, it takes a lot longer than a few hours for you to get here. Why would I rush? I hadn't told her a thing about them being in danger. I hadn't wanted to scare her, but it seemed like now might be the right time to light a fire under her. Mom, I've been keeping something from you. My boss is making me do something that I didn't want to do. And he's using you and Antigua to get me to do it. You both are in danger. What? She shouted. We're in danger? And you knew this, but decided to keep it a secret from me. Zuri, why? I didn't want you to be upset. You know, just like you are now. But I need you to hurry up and pack your bags. Reese is going to hire a security guard to watch over you two. One will be coming to pick you up soon. You'll be taken to a hotel in town, and the guard will stay with you. I'm assuming he'll stand outside your door. Reese and I will be heading that way soon, I think. But it'll be almost a day's time before we can get to you. Zuri, this is crazy. Believe me, I know. So, can you get packed and get yourself and my sister ready? I looked at Reese, who was still on the phone. Now that I know we're in danger, I can move with the speed of a jungle cat. Will we be able to come back here to finish packing once you arrive? I need to know how much to pack. I'm sure we can go back to the house to finish packing up your things. Just pack for a couple of days. I saw Reese putting his cell phone back into his pocket. I've got to go, Mom. I love you. See you soon. Bye. Bye, Zuri. Be safe. I put my phone into my pocket and turned my attention back to Reese. So, did you get things set up? I did. My personal assistant is setting up the hotel now, and she'll call the security agency in Pretoria with the information as soon as she has it. I've hired 2 guards to watch over them. But I need you to give me the address so that I can text it to them, and they'll be on their way to pick up your family. I wiggled my fingers. Give me your phone, and I'll type it in. With those things out of the way, I already began feeling better. Not entirely, though. I had the feeling that I wouldn't feel normal again until I had my mother and sister with me. So I've got more favors to ask of you. Anything you need, I will do. He reached out, taking my hands, then pulling me in for a hug. You've been carrying all this on your shoulders all alone. You need a hug, honey. His hug did make me feel better. Thanks, Reese. You've always been the best hugger. I am feeling better already. He let me go, and we sat back down. So tell me what else you need. I need to get into another house before I bring Mom and Antigua back here. There's no room at my place. Holding out his arms, he asked, what about this place? It's got 3 bedrooms and 3 baths, you know. It would be perfect. And it would be safe, too. Once we get back, I will have the authorities on Nico Armstrong's butt. But you know how that stuff can go. He's got lots of money to keep himself out of jail. But you all will be safe here. I have security here already anyway. I hadn't thought about staying at Reese's. I wasn't sure that would be a good thing for him or myself, but he was right. The pool house would be the safest place for us. Thank you. I'll take your offer. It's more than generous. And now for more favors, I continued, hating how much I had to ask for. I'm going to have to quit my job. He held up his hand. Say no more. I've got you, Zuri. And I know that working is important to you. So, once it's safe for you to be out and about again, I'll help you find something. I've got friends in high places, as you already know. Thank you again, Reese. I'm so thankful for you. Now that some of the adrenaline was starting to leave me as things fell into place, I felt tears of gratitude spring into my eyes. I really am. I don't know what I would do without you. I took his hand and held it against my heart. You're the best friend I've ever had. His chest rose then fell as he sighed heavily. I wish you thought more of me than just that. My head dropped as guilt rose inside of me. Me too, Reese. Now there was the baby I had to think about too. Not that I was going to let him in on that just yet. When all the dust settled, I would have to tell Casey about the baby. If I knew anything about Casey, I knew he wouldn't be cool with me living in my ex's pool house while carrying his baby. But I couldn't deal with everything at once. That would have to wait. I've called my pilot, and he said he'll have the plane ready to go within the hour. All you need to do is go home, pack some clothes, and then I'll have my driver take us to the airport. I think you should leave your phone at your place. It might be bugged. I don't want Nico to know you've left town. So, leaving your car at your place is the smartest thing to do. He was right. I knew people were watching me too. I'll go home then. And I'll stuff my hair under a ball cap, and put on some baggy clothes and big sunglasses. When you get to my place, park at the far end of the apartment complex. I'll go out the back door, and walk behind the buildings to go get to your car. That way no one will see me leaving. Good idea. He pulled me toward him, hugging me, then he kissed the top of my head. Act casual. I would send someone with you, but I'm afraid that would tip Nico off. Just know that this will all be over very soon. I will see that that man faces justice for what he's done to you, Zuri. Thank you. I kissed him on the cheek. I'll get going now. As I drove away, I looked at his home through the rearview mirror. I would bring my mother and sister to the place. They'd never even seen anything like it in their lives. Everything was about to change for them. I was about to bring them to a life that would probably seem like heaven to them both. I knew Reese would waste no time getting them the surgeries and healthcare they needed too. He was just that type of person. I put my hand on my tummy. I hope your father is as good a man as the one who's helping us right now. I thought that our futures might not be aligned, but your presence has changed that. They're aligned now for sure. You're our little binder. With no idea how Casey would take the news of our baby, I didn't want to assume things would work out for us. I didn't want to end up disappointed if he said that he didn't want anything to do with me or the baby. Who am I trying to kid? If he says he doesn't want anything to do with us, it will tear me apart.
Chapter 26. Casey.
We were ready to face Nico Armstrong bright and early the next morning. The detectives Ronnie and Brad were with us. They'd wired Chase to get recorded evidence of anything Nico might say that could be used against him. His days of blackmailing me would soon be history. The detectives sat in their unmarked car just outside the gates of Mantabo's secured parking lot. They had a judge lined up to give them a warrant for Nico's arrest if they got enough evidence to take him where he belonged, jail. I pulled up to the gatehouse with my brothers sitting beside me. "Hey Kyle," I greeted the gatekeeper. "We're here to see Nico. He sent for us." "Yeah. I've got your names on the list. They've been on here since the day you guys left this place," he told us. "How's the new business going?" "Great. We're already in the building stage," I let him know. "Cool. I can't wait to see what you four geniuses come up with. Here, I'll buzz you in now. It's great seeing you all again." "Same here," I said, then pulled through the gate. I spotted Nico's Lamborghini parked in his usual spot. Good, he's here. I looked around for Zuri's little silver Toyota, but didn't see it. There weren't many cars in the parking lot, as it was only 7 in the morning. I parked next to Nico's car, then we all got out and headed inside, straight to his office. We found him waiting for us as we went into his office without bothering to knocking. "Your secretary wasn't at his desk, so we let ourselves in," I informed him. With a gracious demeanor, he said, "The gatekeeper informed me that you all were coming in to see me. Please sit down. I took the liberty of bringing more chairs in here, so we can all talk about what's best for you gentlemen." He acted like we were there because we wanted to be. Looking at my brothers, I shook my head. "We'd rather stand." I wasn't about to let him think we were going to a single he wanted. "We're just here to let you know that none of us will be giving in to your blackmail, Nico Armstrong." I wanted to be sure his name was on the recording. "Blackmail?" he asked as if he had no idea what I was talking about. "Don't play dumb with me. Don't you recall the conversation we had over the phone?" I couldn't believe the man. "Your plan of using Zuri to get to me didn't work out. Although that was never my plan, the girl came to me for help after you took advantage of her, and I do beg to differ," he said as he pushed some papers toward me. "Read 'em and weep, Duran. Hospital reports don't lie." I picked up the papers that I already knew were fake. "Funny that you should bring these up. See, I made some phone calls and found out that Zuri never went to the hospital. There were no lab results that said she had MDMA in her system. This is all garbage." Without batting an eyelash, he said, "You're lying. Hospitals and their staff must adhere to confidentiality rules, so they would never give out that kind of information to anyone other than the patient. And I happen to know that Zuri would never give you any information about any of that. She didn't. The detectives had been able to get the answers, but I wasn't going to let him know they had our back just yet. You can believe whatever you want. I know she didn't go to the hospital. Hell, I don't even think she took anything that night. I think she made the whole damn thing up. I'll give you this, Nico. You hired a damn good liar to do your dirty work." "Hired her. Not me. You can ask her if I've paid her a dime. She will tell you that I have not." He wore a smug grin, thinking he'd covered all his bases. "She told me about the briefcase full of cash, Nico. And yes, I know you haven't given it to her yet, but you did promise it to her if she could deliver me and my brothers." "I have no idea what you're talking about. But here you all are," he said as he gestured to us. "You all came to see me. It doesn't sound as if you were going to ask for your old jobs back, though." "We are not here to ask for our jobs back." It was obvious that I would have to bait him, piss him off, if I was going to get him to say anything that would send him to prison. "We're here to let you know that by blackmailing me, you've broken the confidentiality agreements that we've all signed. By doing that, you've made it so we can sell the secrets that you hold so dear." His face began to turn red, and I saw the fury in his eyes. "How dare you threaten me?" "Oh, so only you can do the threatening, Nico?" I asked with a chuckle. "And it's not a threat. It's a promise. My brothers have already been talking to another weapons company in Montana. They're very interested in buying our valuable information. In short, you're done for trying to blackmail me. You should have thought about who you were messing with." "I think it's you who doesn't know who you're messing with, Duran. I'm in control. I've got Zuri. Keep in mind that I'm watching out for her best interests. And she will go to the cops with her accusations. Are you really willing to risk not only ruining your reputation, but also going to prison? All you have to do is come back to the lucrative pay Mantabo provides. I don't think I'm offering you gentlemen a bad deal at all." "We don't want to work for you," Callan snapped. "We will never work for a man like you ever again," Chase added. I looked at my brothers, proud of their courage. "You can't force us to do a damn thing, Nico. You should do yourself a favor and just give up. Admit what you did and we can all move on from this." Of course he would move on to jail, but he would find out about that little surprise at the end of our discussion. Chance had put the video from my security footage on a memory card. As he handed it to Nico, he said, "Plug that into your computer real quick so you can see why my big brother doesn't have anything to worry about." Nico took the card, plugged it into his computer, then watched the video play on his screen. "If you think this clears you, then you're sadly mistaken. Zuri has clearly been drugged. You can tell by the way she acts after leaving the room and coming back. For all I know, you could have drugged every bottle of water in your fridge. And I feel certain that a judge and jury will think the same way. Nothing seemed to shake the man. And I wasn't sure he'd said enough to get himself into real trouble with the law. I had to pry more out of him. You said you're doing this for Zuri. You said you're looking out for her best interests. But what I have trouble understanding is how us coming back to work here will benefit her. He looked at me with unblinking eyes. I'd stumped the man. He had no idea what to say now. Well, you'll be under my thumb then. This is a zero-tolerance workplace. If you were to ever do anything to her while working here, then you would most definitely have to face charges. That's ultra lame, Chance said. Now that you've come up with why you want Casey back, how does that explain you wanting us back too? Or, let me put it in better terms. How does that explain why you are demanding that we all return to the jobs we left behind here at Mantabo? Callan added, See, it's not making sense, is it, Nico? The way I see it, you got the prettiest woman who works for your company, a woman whom you could manipulate by offering her more money than she'd ever seen in her life to find my brother. You got her to entice him. And then you got her to say it was non-consensual. I didn't get her to do anything. From what Zuri told me about the whole thing, she met Casey while eating breakfast that morning, and then they met for drinks later that same night. He was drunk, so she drove him home since she hadn't been drinking at all. And that's where he gave her the laced water and took advantage of her. Another smug grin followed his lengthy description of that day's events. She told me differently, Nico, I informed him. She's told me a hell of a lot. Can you get her to say those things in a court of law? He asked as he eyed me. Because if you can't, then how is anyone to believe you? For all I know, she told you those lies because you've been trying to force something out of her. Is that the case? If you have, I do believe it might be time to involve the authorities. Chase huffed, taking our attention. Here's the deal, Nico. Nothing you're saying makes sense. Why would Zuri come to you over something that happened outside of work? That's one thing I'd like to know. The other thing I'd like to know is why you think it's plausible for you to make us come back to work here if we want to avoid our oldest brother being charged with a crime. How in any way will that help Zuri? Because your notion that you would have him or any of us under your thumb is just stupid. You are using Zuri to blackmail my brother. That is the only thing that makes sense. And Zuri admitted this to him. So, what good is it doing for you to pretend you aren't behind this whole scheme? I'm not behind it. I'm telling you all the truth. Well, we're not coming back to work for you, I said. So now what happens? With a shrug, he said, I guess you've made the decision to face criminal charges. I laughed. And you don't call that blackmail, Nico? Either we all come back to work for you, or you will force Zuri to press charges against me. You have no idea how much Zuri has admitted to me already. And she did that all on her own. I haven't forced that woman to do a single thing. I have noticed that you two have been spending more time together. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers as he went on. Why would you feel safe doing that, Casey? My brows rose as I said, because she and I have a connection. And you can bet you that as our connection grows, she will tell me more and more about what you've cooked up. He looked at each one of us before stopping to rest his eyes on me. I don't think she'll tell you another word. Not with the hold I have on her. What he said wasn't a confession, but it was damn close. We're out of here, I stated as I turned away from Nico. This is a waste of our time. We're never coming back to work for you. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Casey, Nico growled. I stopped and turned back around, hoping he was about to blow his top. And why is that? It's obvious that you've grown to care for Zuri. If that's true, then you will take your jobs back. He said it with such confidence that it made me pause for a moment. How would that show Zuri that I care about her? Because if the whole lot of you don't come back to work here, then she will lose her family. Permanently. He's blackmailing Zuri too. Red seeped in, clouding my vision. A roar came out of me, and I flew at the SOB who was threatening the woman I loved. "Hey, Nico Armstrong." My brothers all grabbed me, pulling me back as Nico laughed. "I'm not. But they will be, if you don't accept my generous offer." And that's when the detectives burst into the room. "Nico Armstrong, you have the right to remain silent. May you burn in hell, Nico Armstrong."
Chapter 27. Zuri.
Flying back to Texas with my sister and mother with us, I was feeling so much better than I'd felt ever since Nico had dragged me into this ordeal. Mom was crashed out after taking her nighttime sleep aid. She'd spent most of the 22-hour flight sleeping. That was the way she had wanted it. Antigua slept some, but not a lot. She was excited about everything. She also thought Reese was the most handsome man on the planet. I watched her giggle as she looked at Reese, who was sound asleep across the aisle from her. She turned her eyes to me as I sat behind him. "How come you don't want to marry Reese, Zuri?" I held my finger to my lips. "Quiet, Antigua. He's sleeping. You don't want to wake him up." One of Reese's eyes opened. "She doesn't love me that way," he told her. "I don't know why," my sister said. "You're gorgeous. And very nice too." "I guess she's not into those things," he said, and then laughed as he looked back at me. "What are you into, Zuri?" Tall, muscular, dark hair and eyes, quick wit and apparently quick-tempered too. "Casey. I was into Casey Duran." "Let's talk about something else, shall we?" I wasn't about to start talking to Reese about what I wanted in a man. Knowing him, he might try to become something he just couldn't. "So, Antigua, are you excited to see where we'll be staying?" "I sure am," she said, clapping her hands. "Reese said I can have my very own room. And I get my very own bathroom too. I'm so happy. I don't have to share with Mama anymore." Reese reached across the aisle, touching her on the shoulder. "Would you like it if I got you into a group with others, whose company you might enjoy?" "You mean people with mental disabilities?" she asked, already nodding. "Are there groups of people just like me where we're going to live?" "There are. And they have lots of fun together too. I could take your group on a boat ride someday. Wouldn't that be fun?" "He's got a really big boat. Some people call it a yacht." "It's very nice, Antigua," I told her. "I would love to go on a boat. But one time I saw this movie with a shark, and it was scary. It ate almost everybody on the boat." "Does that happen on your boat?" she asked Reese. "Never. I would never allow that sort of thing to happen on my boat. You have nothing to worry about, Antigua." He winked at me. "You could come too if you'd like." "Yes," Antigua said as she smiled. "You come too, Zuri." "Sure, I'll come along too." The way Reese was making plans for my family, I knew that would mean he and I would be spending lots of time together. And I knew that wouldn't bode well for me and Casey. If Casey wanted anything to do with me. When you added up all the things I'd done to the man, then threw in a pregnancy to boot, it made me highly doubtful that he'd want a thing to do with me. But I had to have hope. Whatever happened, I couldn't just walk away from Reese. Not after all he'd done and was going to do for me and my family. If Casey and I were going to be together, then he would just have to accept the fact that Reese was going to be a close friend. And I hoped Reese and Casey could become friends too. I probably was asking too much from both men, but I was going to ask for it anyway. But only if Casey wanted me and the baby. Or even just the baby. I did have to consider that he would not want me, after all I'd done. But no matter what happened between us, I wouldn't keep him from being a part of his child's life. Even if it meant I had to share custody with him. Rubbing my forehead, I tried to convince myself to stop thinking about all the what-ifs that might come along in the future. I'd read somewhere that it was best to live in the moment and let the past and future go. With such an uncertain future, it was proving hard to do though. "You know, Reese, it would be nice if we could find my mother a group too." I remember that there were several older ladies who walked together in your neighborhood each morning and evening. I wonder if they'd let her join them. I wanted my mom to finally have a life of her own, now that she would have help taking care of my sister. Reese nodded. I'll have someone come over and treat your mother and sister to a spa day, right at the house. They can get haircuts and dye jobs if they want. And they can get all set up with the best makeup too. You can help them shop for new wardrobes online. I want them to feel like they belong here. That way, they'll be accepted right off the bat. I wasn't accepted right off the bat, I reminded him. Only because you refused to let me pamper you. If you had, then you would have fit right in with the other people in our neighborhood. Your sister and mother seem more than appreciative of what I have to offer. I want blonde hair, Antiqua said as she ran her hands through her naturally dark hair. Then you shall have blonde hair, he told her. And the finest clothes too. Designer handbags and shoes as well. She squealed with delight, and I thought I'd never seen her look so happy. I'm going to love my new life. My mind drifted to another place, and I closed my eyes. One day, Reese would surely find someone else. I wanted that for him too, so badly. But where would that leave my sister and mother? I could definitely keep them comfortable with the money I could make. But I couldn't keep them in the same lavish lifestyle they would have, staying under Reese's care. Once another woman was in the picture, everything would end. And they would be heartbroken. I knew how easy it was to become spoiled by the things Reese could provide. I felt a hand on my knee, and opened my eyes to see Reese had turned around in his seat and was looking at me. I know you too well, Zuri. You're worried about how this will all turn out. Maybe. The man did know me well. I had to admit that. I don't want you to worry at all. I've been thinking during our long trip, and I've come up with something. I know you would never accept something like this, so I'll leave you out of it. But I plan on giving your mother and sister separate trusts. Trusts that will last them their entire lives. I wasn't sure what he was talking about. Trusts? Money, he clarified. Money that accountants will take care of for them. That way, they will never want for a single thing for the rest of their lives. His smile was a little on the sad side. I know that you and I will never be together. And I can accept that. I also know that I can't possibly keep you and your family in the pool house forever either. Yes, I know. As soon as I get another job, I'll find a place to rent and we'll move. I didn't want to get in his way of finding someone else to love. No, you won't do that. He tapped my knee with his finger. As part of the trust, I'm going to buy your mother and sister a home. You can stay with them, of course. But I have the distinct feeling that you might want to have the freedom to leave if you wanted. Plus, your mother told me that she's never driven a car. So, I'm going to give them a car and a driver. It'll go along with the trust. Staff will be hired for them as well. They won't have to lift a finger unless they want to. I took his hand, pulling it up to my heart. You're an amazing human being. You don't know how much I wish things were different. But they're not. And I will be fine. One day. Not today. But one day I will be fine. Thank you. Thank you for being so chivalrous. You're going to surpass any dreams my mother or sister has ever had. I had no idea how I'd gotten so lucky as to have had that man fall into my life. I figure since you won't let me surpass any of your dreams, I may as well do it for them. It'll make me happy. It'll make me happy too, my sister said, making us burst into laughter. Mom began to stir, opening her eyes a little. What are you laughing at? Was I snoring? No, I said as I looked at Reese. You should fill her in. Blanche, I've got some great news for you. She wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. More great news? I nodded. Even more, Mom. Reese took over. See, I think you and Antiqua have gone through quite enough in your lives. I want to end that. I was lucky enough to be blessed with wealth, and I like to share it with those I feel can benefit from it. So, I'm going to share some of my money with you and Antiqua. Mom's eyes went wide. What? Share your money? Really? Why? Mom, he's a nice person, is why. Just say thank you, I told her. Thank you. I do mean that too. But I don't understand. And I don't want to sound unappreciative, but I don't know how to handle money well. I've never had a large amount of it. I might lose it. He laughed. That's why I'm going to have people take care of the money for you. That way, you won't have to worry about it. You and Antiqua will each get cards that you can use to buy whatever you want. And you'll have a driver to take you to any place you want to go. People will clean the house that I'll buy for you, and they'll tend to the yard too. I'll even hire a chef for you, so you won't have to cook. What will I do? She asked with confusion. Anything you want, Mom, I let her know. Anything and everything you want. But I don't know what I want to do. I've never had the opportunity to do much. What is there to do? She looked at me with wide eyes. I'm not sure how to handle this. I'll help you. I patted her hand. I will help you too, Blanche, Reese said reassuringly. Me too, Mama, my sister chimed in. I think I'll be a good rich lady. I'll probably have all the boyfriends too. Mom and I looked at each other with raised brows. Oh? Looks like Reese might be creating a monster.
Chapter 28. Casey.
3 days had passed, and still, there was no sign of Zuri anywhere. Chase's cop friends had gone to her ex-fiancé's home to ask if he'd seen her, and the staff told them that he'd taken Zuri on a trip. They didn't know when he'd be back or where they'd gone. Her phone was off, so I had a terrible feeling that she'd run off with her ex and maybe even gotten married. Maybe she thought if she married him, then he would save her family from Nico. Maybe he told her that it would be the only way he'd save them. I really didn't have any idea of what was happening. What I did know was that Nico couldn't hurt her family anymore. He was in jail, and the judge wouldn't set bail, deeming him a flight risk. So, Nico wasn't going anywhere. Chaos had ensued at Mantabo too. The board members were scrambling to get Nico out of the company before too much damage could be done. The media had already gotten wind of his crimes, and the internet was ripping him and his company apart. I was pretty sure the company would close soon. The only people I felt sorry for were the workers. They were already searching for jobs, as certain of the collapse of Mantabo as I was. I doubted Zuri had plans to go back to work there anyway. I guess she's trying to make a life with the poor sap who fell in love with her. Downing my fourth beer, I stared at the television with the sound turned all the way down. I felt for the poor sap. Mostly because I'd had a realization when Nico told me that he'd been threatening to hurt her family if she didn't go through with blackmailing me. I love her too. How could I blame her for what she had done when she was just trying to keep her family safe? She could have told me about that though. I would have helped her. She didn't have to turn to her old lover. She didn't have to leave me without saying a word. She could have at least left me a short text. Even something as simple as, "I've got to go save my family," would have been better than what I'd gotten from her. Which was nothing. Not a damn thing. Our last conversation might not have been the best. I had to admit that. But it wasn't the worst either. As far as our conversations had gone, we'd had worse ones. That was one of the main reasons I was desperate to talk to her. I had to apologize for all the ugly things I'd said to her. Had I known she was being blackmailed even worse than I was, I wouldn't have ever said those things to her in the first place. Another reason why I wanted to talk to her was so that I could tell her about my epiphany. I loved the woman. I really did love her. I knew it without a doubt. I would have beat up Nico if my brothers hadn't stopped me. And beating someone isn't something that you do over a person that you merely like. Only love could that kind of reaction. A buzzing sound came from my phone, and I picked it up off the coffee table. That sound meant someone was at my gate, pressing the call button. It was nearly midnight, so I had no idea who would be trying to get into my place. I had a security camera on the gate, so I pulled it up on my phone and found a black BMW parked outside. Who is that? Finally, a hand flew out the window and began waving at the camera. Then a head popped out of the window, and silver hair blew in the breeze. Zuri. I pressed the button to open the gates, then ran to the front door. Shoving my hands through my hair, I tried to tame it, knowing it had to be a mess from all the laying around I'd done while wallowing in my sorrow. I turned on the lights to welcome her, waving like a school kid whose mother had just come to pick him up. Zuri. She parked the car, and as she got out, she looked at me with a puzzled expression. You look happy to see me. I ran to her, grabbed her up, and spun around. I'm more than happy to see you. Where have you been? Can we go inside to talk? I put her feet on the ground, but wouldn't let go of her hand. I grabbed her left hand and pulled it up to see if there was a ring on her finger. When I saw a nice naked finger, I let out a whoop. Oh, thank God. What is up with you, Casey? Nothing. I'm just happy you're home is all. Heading inside, I couldn't wait to hear about what she'd been doing. You've got to tell me what happened. Your phone is off. You've been gone 3 days. And I've got a lot to tell you too. Have you talked to the cops yet? When did you get back? I had to shut up. It was like my mouth had diarrhea. We sat down on the couch as she looked at me with her head cocked to one side, still looking puzzled. Why would I have talked to the cops? Nico was taken in. My brothers and I went to see him on Monday morning. We got him to confess some things. He told us that he was threatening you by saying he'd have your family killed if you didn't do what he wanted. Detectives were listening in and they locked him up. She put her hand on her chest, gasping. Thank God. That's why I left. I had to go for them and bring them here to safety. You went with your ex. I tried not to sound petulant, but it didn't quite work. I know that because the police went to find you, and when you weren't home, someone said that you might be with your ex. That person had his address, so she gave it to them. But when they went there, the staff said the two of you were gone and didn't know when you'd be back or where you'd gone. I was worried sick, Zuri. Sick. I'm sorry, Casey. An adorable little smile graced her lips, and she ran her hand through my hair, almost like she was trying to comfort me. I honestly didn't know that you'd be worried. I left my phone at home, just in case Nico had some way of tracking it. I didn't tell a soul that I'd left or where I was going. I couldn't take the risk of Nico finding out and sending someone to get rid of my mother and my sister. So you asked that guy Reese to help you. I knew I had to look pitiful. And not me. Taking my hand, she put it to her lips and kissed it. Casey, I wasn't sure I could tell you everything because I was afraid that you'd confront Nico. And I couldn't let that happen. Plus, I needed someone with lots of money to help me. Reese has his own plane and the financial resources that I needed. That's why I asked him to help me. So that guy is rich then? I asked with surprise. That must be his car you drove here in. Yes, it is. We just got back about it an hour ago. He let me borrow it to come and see you. So he knows you're here. With me. And he's not mad about that. I would have been mad if I had been in his shoes. He just took you around the world and picked up your family. I suppose he's got them with him even now. Yes. We're going to stay in his pool house until he buys my mother and sister a home of their own. He's such a nice person, Casey. He's going to set them up well. Jealousy spiked within me, and I pulled my hand out of her grasp. And how about you? Is he going to take care of you too? I mean, he would. But I would rather not have that. So with Nico locked up, what's happening with Mantabo? It's crumbling. So I really have no job then, she muttered. Well, I'll just have to find another one. With Nico locked up, going to my place is safe, I suppose. So that's good. Mom and Antiqua will be fine. Reese has staff waiting on them hand and foot. I could go visit them each day, I suppose. I felt she should know that I had all the resources to help her family too. I might not have told you this, but I'm well off too. I can help them. I can help you. She looked at me for a moment. You're what? Well off. Well, a billionaire really. It's sort of a new thing. But I am. So are all my brothers. Our cousins brought us into the family business, so to speak. So you don't have to have him help you. I could do that for you, Zuri. I mean, I want to do that for you. See, something happened when we met with Nico. I sort of lost my mind when he said that he'd been threatening you. I sort of wanted to kill him. She slapped her hand over her mouth, which had dropped open. You what? I didn't do anything. Obviously. My brothers held me back. But I would have snapped his neck like a twig had I gotten my hands on him. And that told me something about what I felt for you. It did? I wasn't going to go gushing my feelings out until she did so herself, even if just a little. First, how do you feel about me? I couldn't stop thinking about you. This whole time you've been right here. She tapped her forehead. In the forefront of my mind. I think that means that I care for you very much. Like you might even love me. I asked, hoping she would agree. Her smile made me melt inside. It might be love. Yeah, me too. I think that I just might love you, Zuri. And I want to be with you so we can explore this. What do you say about that? Nodding, she whispered, I think that would be very nice. I'm really sorry for all the mean things I've said to you, all the accusation and assumptions I made. I really am. You have no idea how bad I feel about all that. I wouldn't blame you if you hated me for some of the things that I've said or the names I've called you. I can promise never to call you anything like those ugly names again. I can forgive you for all that. I was being malicious. I'm not really that person. I guess you figured that out when you heard what Nico had to say. Yeah, I figured it out right away. I laced my fingers through hers. I'm glad you're back. I know that this might be very sudden, but I'd really like it if you came to stay here with me. I'd also love it if you'd come head up the research department that we will soon need for our company. Head it up, she asked with a grin. That sounds like a pretty good paying job. It is. I kissed her lips softly. It comes with benefits too. Lots and lots of them. Placing her hands on my shoulders, she gently pushed me back. I have something to tell you first. And it can't wait. So tell me. I was starving for her now. I had to have her. You and I are going to be parents. She took my hand and pressed it against her stomach. You put a baby inside me, Casey. I did what now? I laughed, hardly believing how much my life had changed in such a short time. Grasping her face in my hands, I pulled her toward me and kissed her.
Epilogue. Zuri. 1 year later.
Lying in our bed, I watched Casey as he rocked our 3-month-old baby girl, putting her to sleep for the night. You know, I don't think you could be any more attractive than you are right now. Is that right? He leaned over to place a kiss on Clarice's forehead. Just got cuter, I said with a smile. She looks like she's out like a light. What do you say to coming to bed now? Easing up out of the rocking chair, he tiptoed out of our bedroom to lay her in her crib inside the room right next to ours. When he came back into the room, Casey had already stripped off his shirt. You better be ready, baby. Oh babe, that does not sound right at all. Come here. Casey. The next day. Standing next to all 3 of my brothers, I waited for Zuri. I can't believe this day is finally here. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Chance said. She hasn't shown up on the red carpet yet. Yeah, Callan added, she could chicken out. Chase, who stood right next to me, bumped his shoulder against mine. Don't let them mess with you. That girl loves you something fierce, Casey. I tell you what, I just hope I find someone who looks at me the way she looks at you. Mushy much? Chance laughed. Okay, you two look great together. So what? It's still a lifetime of commitment that you're about to trap yourselves into. I don't see why anyone would want to celebrate being stuck to just one person for the rest of their lives. He shivered. It gives me the creeps. You're only 26, so I don't expect you to understand true love, Chance, I told him. When you meet the right woman, you just know is all. I know I will never want another woman. And by marrying Zuri, I know that she will never be with another man. So that's why people get married. To make sure no one even thinks about touching their spouse. I think that's what she's thinking too. Callan looked at me like I was crazy. I think marriage is about more than that, Casey. I was putting it in a nutshell, Callan. It's about a lot of stuff. But basically, at the core of marriage is the idea that neither party will ever be with any other person as long as they both shall live. But what if you die? Chance asked. Then what? Or what if she dies? I think the vow says it all. As long as they both shall live. I think that means if she dies, then I still won't be with another woman, and the same goes for her. The preacher leaned forward. That's not what it means at all. If one of you dies, the other can move on. It's actually healthier, mentally speaking, to move on about a year or so after the death of a spouse. I looked at him with one raised brow. I'll thank you not to tell the woman who is about to become my wife your theory of that vow, sir. With a shrug, he leaned back. I was just saying. Yeah, well, keep your sayings to yourself and just read the questions when it is time to. The last thing I want to be thinking about on my wedding day is my wife being with another man. I rolled my eyes as I jerked my thumb at the man who stood behind the podium. Can you believe this guy? A couple of years in the seminary, and he thinks he knows everything. He leaned back in. Actually, I didn't go to the seminary. I was ordained by an online church. But I'm very sure that I'm correct about this. I looked at Chase with a blank stare. You were in charge of finding us a preacher, and this is what you find? He's legal, he argued. And he was available. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a preacher who'll marry people that don't go to any church? Let me tell you that it's impossible. Once more, the guy leaned in. Also, I'm not called a preacher. I'm called a minister. So there's that. Just saying. Maybe call me minister next time. A sudden onslaught of music made me jerk to attention. She's coming. She's really gonna marry me. Chase laughed. Did you really doubt her? A little. Yeah. Just a little. It's a big step. I mean, anyone would be worried. I adjusted my tie. How do I look? Do I look good? I hope she's surprised when she sees that I got a haircut and a shave. I hope she recognizes me. Her mother came walking down the aisle, holding our baby girl. I waved at her for some damn reason. Blanche, glad to see you. My brothers looked at me like I was crazy, then Chase asked, Can you just shut the hell up, Casey? Damn. Nodding, I knew he was right. Her sister, Antiqua, came out next. Her arm was looped through Reese's as he helped her walk down the aisle. He was a nice guy. Genuinely nice. He'd paid for her and her mother to get the surgeries they needed, despite me trying to take care of that. He'd even paid for Antiqua's physical therapy to get her back walking again. He and I had become good friends. They took their seats. Then the bridal music came on, and there she came, dressed in a flowing white wedding gown, her silver hair in a gorgeous updo and her eyes on mine. I felt something burning the backs of my eyes, and couldn't believe it when a tear ran down my cheek. Crap, I whispered, wiping the damn thing off my cheek. When I looked up, there she was. Hey you. I'm here. Shall we do this thing? You want to live happily ever after with me, baby? Thankfully, she nodded. I most certainly do. So that's exactly what we did.
The end.
Sneak peek for Saved by Her Boss, a secret baby mafia romance, Irresistible Brothers 11. Chapter 1. Chase.
Our dream of Whispering Waves Electric Company was finally coming to fruition. With the building done, it was time to get to work, innovating new ideas and products to harness the energy that the waves of the Gulf of Mexico had to offer. That meant the majority of my time would be spent at work. With 2 German shepherds at home and all the chores that came along with owning a home with pets, I would need someone to help out with my personal responsibilities. My ad in the Brownsville newspaper for an experienced personal assistant had been answered by no less than 10 candidates. My day was full of nothing but interviews. I needed to hire someone that day. I couldn't take another day away from the real work I needed to get doing. With 10 people vying for the job, I was sure that I would find someone I meshed with. We had to rub along well together since a perk of the job was living in my guest cottage. With the dogs, I needed someone to be at home with them most of the time, or they would get destructive. Doing the interviews in my office at work, I pressed the button on the intercom to let my assistant know I was ready for the first applicant. "David, you can send someone in now. First up is Eugene Brady, bossman," he let me know. "If you'll check out your email, I've scanned and uploaded his resume and sent it to you so you can have it open on your desktop." Smart thinking, amigo. David and I had gone to school together. We hadn't been the best of friends back then, but I knew he had an awesome work ethic, so he was an easy hire as my business assistant. Send him in. Moments later, the door to my office opened, and in came a very tall, very thin man. The first thing I noticed was the lack of a smile on his face. He extended his hand as I stood up behind my desk. "Eugene Brady, Mr. Duran. It's a pleasure to meet you." Shaking his hand, I nodded. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, Eugene. No need for the Mr. stuff. Just call me Chase." He took the seat on the other side of my desk, as I took mine again. "I prefer to keep things professional, if you don't mind. You may call me Mr. Brady, Mr. Duran." Nope, this guy's not going to make the cut. I finished 3 more interviews before lunch, and was beginning to worry. None of them were meshing with me as I had envisaged. One was obviously lazy, as she showed up to the interview wearing house shoes. She said she liked to keep it real, and that she was into being comfortable at all times. Another was super bossy, starting the interview with how he was going to change my life. Since I didn't need my life changed, I saw no need to hire him for the job either. After an hour lunch break, I walked into the reception area of my office to find 6 more people waiting for their interview. "Hello, everyone. I'll try to make the interviews quick, so you don't have to sit here all day." I pointed at the mini fridge. "Feel free to grab yourself something to drink while you wait." I pointed to the door on the left side of the room. "And feel free to use the restroom over there if you need." Out of the 6 people, 4 were men and 2 were women. My eyes landed on one of them, and when she smiled at me, I lost my train of thought. "And you are?" She looked at everyone else in the room before asking, "Me?" Nodding, I let her know that I was talking to her. "Yes, you." "Oh, I'm nobody. I mean, I am somebody, but you wouldn't know me. I'm new in town, is what I'm trying to say." She was clearly flustered by my simple question, and I quickly noticed that she was the youngest of the group. Deciding not to embarrass her any further, I turned to go to my office. "David, give me 5 minutes before you send one of them in." "Got it, boss." I sat down at my desk, then pulled up the email with the next person's information. The resume was stellar. 10 years of military service. 3 years of working in the hospitality industry. And even military dog training. Dawn Rutherford seemed like a dream come true. I wonder if that's the girl I noticed. A knock came to the door, and it opened slowly as a woman, not my woman, but an older woman, asked, "Are you ready to see me, Mr. Duran?" This woman was much older than my woman. Listen to me, calling her my woman. Good Lord. Standing, I gestured to the seat on the other side of my desk. "Of course, Dawn. And please call me Chase." "Chase it is then." She took the seat. The first thing I noticed was how professionally she was dressed. Starched white button-down shirt tucked into black slacks and sensible black loafers too. Her short bob haircut hung to her chin, the blonde color slightly subdued as a hint of grey seemed to be coming in. I had to admit that she was the first great candidate I'd interviewed. So, tell me why you think you would make a great personal assistant for me, Dawn. When I read about the 2 dogs that would need taken care of, I knew I was the perfect fit for this job. I enjoy working with dogs. And I would love the chance to train them for you. They have a trainer who comes over a couple of times a month to work with them. That's great. I can see what he does with them and keep up his training. Unless you find that mine is even better than his. I have trained dogs for the military, primarily teaching them to sniff out bombs. Well, I don't think I'll need them to do that, I said with a laugh. But having someone to back up what my trainer does would be helpful. If you give me the job, you can expect all your clothes to be starched and ironed as well. I love to do laundry, she let me know. I'll even starch your skivvies. I wasn't a fan of stiff clothing, and I wasn't sure what skivvies were. Skivvies? Underwear, she said with a wink. I'll do your bed linens as well. I run a tight ship. I've got a housekeeper who takes care of the house and the bedding. I wouldn't expect you to do my laundry either. I drop that off once a week at the dry cleaners so that Flo can fluff and fold it for me. I've never been into starched clothing anyway. But thanks for offering. You'll get used to it, she assured me. It really makes a person pop. And with me as your personal assistant, you will pop. I'll make sure of it. Not good at following orders. So she's not so great for this job after all. More hours went by, filled with people I just could not imagine being so ingrained in my life. And then the 10th interview came. The youngest of them all, the cute dark-haired young woman with piercing blue eyes I'd noticed earlier. I'm Arabella Lauren, she introduced herself shyly before taking a seat. And I am Chase Duran. Call me Chase, Arabella. I have to tell you, that is a beautiful name. Were you named after someone in your family? A grandmother, maybe? No, nothing like that. She smiled sweetly and looked around my office. This is nice. Thank you. I opened the email on her that David had sent me, and found a resume with nothing more than what she'd accomplished in high school. So, Arabella, you don't have to answer this question, but I would like to know how old you are. There was no date for her high school graduation. If it had been recent, then I could understand her lack of employment. I'm 23. How old are you? 35, I answered, finding it odd that she would ask that of me. But I found it oddly charming. You have no experience in anything, Arabella. Yes? She nodded. I don't have any experience at all. But I am a fast learner. And I follow instructions well. I follow them well too. And I need a job, so I'll do anything. Did you read the whole ad? Yes? You have 2 dogs and need someone to help you with personal tasks and chores. I think I can do that. She didn't look very secure about that, though. Do you like dogs? Shrugging her narrow shoulders, she cocked one perfectly arched eyebrow. I've never been around any. But I'm not afraid of them. I've seen videos of dogs, and I think they're smart, and most of them are cute too. Mine are as smart as they come. They're on the large side though. Do you know what a German Shepherd is? I wasn't sure she would like my dogs. And whoever got the job had to love them. She nodded her head. I don't know much about dog breeds, but I looked up some pictures to be sure. They look friendly. She smiled shyly. Well, except the pictures I saw of them when they're defending someone. They look fierce then. But I think that as long as you're nice to them, they will be nice to you. So, you don't feel that you would be afraid? Shaking her head, she laughed. The sound was angelic. Heavens no. The tasks I would need you to do aren't hard at all. You would do the grocery shopping, and you would take my dogs to their veterinarian appointments from time to time. You would do things like dropping off and picking up my laundry. I did want my assistant to make dinner a few times a week for me as well. Do you know how to cook? If she couldn't cook, it wasn't a deal breaker. I could pick up dinners if I had to. I make excellent Italian food. Can you clean up after yourself? The maid only came once a week. I didn't want dishes piling up a week at a time. I will clean up after myself. I won't be of any hassle to you. I promise you that. I will do the things you want as you want them without complaining. She seemed more than ready and willing to accommodate me. But she also was young, and that meant she might be interested in going out to party. I couldn't hire someone who was going out in the town every night. I needed someone to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed all day long. Arabella, it's been my experience that people your age tend to go out a lot. So, I'm not sure you would be the best choice for this job. It requires someone who can be attentive at all times of the day. No sleeping in after a long night out. No long naps to make up for the lack of sleep from a night of partying. Hangovers and chores don't go well together, is what I'm getting at. She relaxed in the chair, her teal dress wrinkling at her midsection. Oh. Lifting her head, she said, well, I don't do that sort of thing. I don't know anyone here. I just moved here a couple of weeks ago. Oh. I exclaimed. Where did you move from? Immediately, her eyes left mine as she looked to one side. It seemed as if she were trying to think a bit too hard about her answer, which was definitely strange. The East Coast area. Like New York? I asked, trying to narrow it down a bit. Shaking her head, she said, no. Not New York. More like Maine. So, you come from Maine? Not exactly.
Chapter 2. Arabella.
The interview was going great until he asked what should have been a simple question. The hard part was that I couldn't let anyone know where I came from, so I changed the subject. I just thought I should mention that I don't currently have my driver's license. Like my physical license. He cocked his head at me as if I was speaking another language. Shit. I can't have him thinking I'm an idiot. I mean, I lost my wallet at some point while traveling here. I traveled by bus, so there were a lot of transfers, and somewhere along the way, my purse and I got separated. The bus company said they'll contact me if anyone turns it in, but they told me not to hold my breath. So you have no identification? He asked me with a frown. Yes, I have none of that. I fiddled with my hands in my lap, nervous. Will that be a problem? Tapping his long fingers on his desk, he made a humming sound before shoving his hand through his sandy blonde curls. His sea-green eyes looked upward as he contemplated his answer. He looked the part of a guy who loved living on the beach, with his short-sleeved tropical printed shirt, khaki shorts and top-sider shoes. Finally, he moved his eyes back to me. Do you recall your social security number or your driver's license number? No. I had been to interviews every day since I'd arrived in Brownsville. So far, no one would hire me without my identification. You do have a driver's license though, he asked. I mean, I know you said you don't have one with you. But did you ever get a license to drive? Yes, I did. I got it when I was 18. I had to change up my tactics. Obviously, my approach to all the other interviews had gotten me nowhere. So I made something up. I can try to get a copy of it sent to me, I think. If I can go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, I think I can get them to give me a replacement. It might not be that easy since you're not from Texas. And each state has its own DMV. But if you'll at least try, I might be able to overlook that, for now. You will have to get one eventually. And if you're going to stay in Texas, which I hope you are since you're trying to get a job here, then you'll need to get a Texas driver's license anyway. Yes. He's willing to overlook it. That was more than anyone else had said. Yes, I'll definitely try to get something done about that. The job comes with a car. I've got a Range Rover to haul my dogs around in. Whoever gets this job will have access to that car. I suppose if you get pulled over for some reason, you can tell them your name and what state your license is from, and they'll be able to look it up. I won't get pulled over, I assured him. I'm a cautious driver. But I think you're right about that. So, I don't think it will be a big deal. As long as you're okay with that. I was so excited that a car would come with the job. I'd been going everyone on foot ever since I'd gotten into town. There is the issue of not having your social security number, though. How am I going to pay you? That had been the other big problem everyone had with hiring me. But I'd done my research this time. You could just pay me as a contract employee. At the end of the year, I'll just have to pay taxes on the money I made. Smiling, he nodded. I could do that. But once you get a replacement for your social security card, or even just know the number, then I'll get you payroll. He was far more accommodating than anyone else I'd had an interview with. Thank you so much. You don't have the job yet, Arabella. He chewed on his lower lip, and his actions made me notice the firmness of his jaw. He was a very nice-looking man. I loved his perfectly tanned skin, and since the top 2 buttons of his shirt had been left unfastened, I could see the firmness of his pecs too. He was what we called a triple threat back home: attractive, muscular, and wealthy. Yes, I know that. I ducked my head, not wanting to act like I had the job already. I'm just thankful that you're still considering me even after I told you about my lack of identification. Every other interview I've had ended abruptly as soon as I told them about my lost purse. And how many interviews have you had? I've had 1 or 2 each day for the last 14 days. I knew that sounded bad. Where are you staying, Arabella? He asked with concern. In a motel. I couldn't look right at him as the expression of pity he wore on his handsome face made me cringe. It's fine. I've got enough cash to pay for another week or so. And the manager said I might be able to do work around there if I run out of money, just to pay for board. Chase fell quiet for a moment as he looked up at the ceiling again. Living in a motel seems unsafe to me. I had heard some scary things since I'd arrived there. But I wasn't going to complain. It's okay. I lock my doors and don't go out after dark. I tried to smile reassuringly. His green eyes landed on mine. The job comes with a house. It's a small cottage behind the main house. Just 1 bedroom and 1 bath. But it has a full kitchen and living room. Cables hooked up in both the living room and the bedroom, and Wi-Fi is available all throughout my entire property. That sounded like a dream come true to me, and I knew I had to be glowing as I thought about being able to live in an actual house again. It would be nice to have a home. He leaned forward. Arabella, why did you come to Brownsville in the first place? Because it was as far away as I could get. That was a much trickier question to avoid. I mean no disrespect, but I would rather not talk about something so personal that doesn't seem to pertain to the job. I prayed I hadn't just ruined my chance of getting the job that I so desperately needed. Not only would it allow me to start making money, but it would give me a home and transportation. This job would essentially solve all my problems, and I wanted it badly. With a sigh, he sat back in his chair. I suppose you're right. So, let's talk about the responsibilities the job entails. My dogs get fed twice a day at the same time each day. If you can't keep track of something as important as your purse, the thing that carries your entire identity inside of it, then how can I expect you to remember to feed my dogs on time? I knew losing my purse seemed like the most irresponsible thing a person could do. But the thing was, I hadn't really lost it. Not that I could tell him that, though. Have you ever ridden on a bus? No. He crossed his arms over his broad chest. Would you like to tell me how that went? I could tell him about my journey. I changed buses 4 times. When you travel by bus, it takes twice as long to get anywhere. There are lots of stops to let people off and on, and that means there's a lot of shuffling around. And then there were the transfers, where I had to get off one bus and wait for another to show up. It took 3 whole days to get here. I get motion sickness sometimes on long trips, so I couldn't sleep. The entire trip was tiring and my head got fuzzy from the whole ordeal. I took a deep breath, shuddered, trying to forget the experience. I told myself that if I was playing up my discomfort a bit in the attempt to garner a little extra sympathy, it was only because I needed this job so badly. So, I must have gotten off one bus to get onto another and left my purse behind, I continued. Either on the seat or maybe in the bathroom on the bus. It's not like I had time to go back and check once I noticed it missing either, as that bus had already taken off by the time I noticed that I no longer had it with me. They might find it. You never know, he said with optimism. Optimism that I had to squash. It's been 14 days since I reported it missing. What do you think are the odds that I'll get it back? Okay, slim to none, he agreed. I understand a bit better how you were able to lose the most important thing to you. But you've yet to convince me that you can be responsible for living creatures. My dogs are my babies. I'm not married and have no kids, so they're my family. I treat them that way too. Whoever I hire will be expected to treat them as nicely as I do. And making sure to feed them on time and to always make sure they have access to clean, fresh water is a must. He's single. With no kids? Didn't you say that you're 35? I asked before I could stop myself. Oh, so you think I should have gotten married and settled down by now? A smirk formed on his lips. By now you think I should have a couple of kids, is that right? I'm sorry. That's none of my business. I clamped my mouth shut, but then something made them open back up. But yes, most people your age are married with children. Were you ever married? Did it end badly? Did she die? His laughter pealed through the air, deep, honest, and sensual as hell. Arabella, you certainly know how to give a good interview, he said sarcastically. My heart sank. I knew I'd said too much. He would be a fool to hire someone like me. Someone who had no idea when to shut up. Someone who had no experience in anything. Someone who wouldn't even be truthful about where they were from or why they had traveled so far away from home in the first place. I'm so sorry. Don't be, he said as his laughter died down. You're not the first person to ask me why I'm still single. And I sincerely doubt you'll be the last. If you want to know the honest-to-God truth, I just haven't met the right woman for me yet. I'm sure she's out there though. Until then, I have my dogs to keep me company. And I do date, now and then. Just nothing serious at the moment. I like to keep my options open. Holding my hands up, I tried to show him that we could stop talking about his private life. None of my business. I'm sorry I went there. Here I am telling you that I don't want to talk about my personal life, and I'm all up in yours. That was rude of me and I am sorry. I accept your apology. Can you tell me if you've ever paid any bills before? I'm paying the motel bill. And I paid for my bus ticket. I knew that sounded lame as hell. I mean like monthly bills. You know, bills that come around each month. Like the electric bill, he asked. Bills like that. No. Yet another thing I had never done. There were so many things I had never done. It's simple stuff. If I taught you how, I'm sure you could handle stuff like that, right? Most of my bills are paid automatically anyways, but I have a few for which I get notifications through my personal email account. Do you think you could monitor my personal email and pay the bills when they come in? I'm sure I could. Even though I'd never done it before, I didn't think it sounded too hard. Most people who had normal lives did it all the time. I could get a notebook and write down everything you want me to do, and by when or what time you want them done. I did well in school. I always turned in my assignments on time. So it sounds like you can manage your time well. That's a great skill to have. I like that you're already thinking of ways to get the job done. He smiled at me and it made my heart thump hard in my chest. I could only hope it meant he was going to give me a chance.
Chapter 3. Chase.
The girl lived in a motel, and since she'd come to town on a bus and lost access to all her personal and financial information, I assumed she had no car either. What have you been using as transportation, Arabella? Her cheeks went pink as she looked down. My feet. It's mid-July. The temperature hovers in the high 90s every single day. You're telling me you've been walking to interviews every day in this heat? I thought about how far removed my office was from just about everything. Wait. How did you get here? We're 15 miles out of town. I walked. She ran her hand over her dark hair, which was slick and shiny and looked more like she'd just stepped out of a salon than that she'd walked miles in the blistering heat. I had my hair up in a tight bun to keep it off my neck, and I freshened myself up when I got here. She lifted up her purse, obviously recently purchased, and shook it slightly, an adorable smirk on her face. You'd never guess the wonders a woman's purse can hold. She was right, I could not believe it. She'd walked 15 miles to be at this interview, but still looked like she hadn't broken a sweat. That took plenty of courage, planning, spunk, and dedication. What time did you have to leave your motel to get here on time? Early, she said with a nod. A couple of people stopped to ask me if I needed a ride, but I don't like to ride with strangers, so I turned them down. Given the chance to get inside an air-conditioned car and not have to walk the rest of the way here, she'd chosen to keep walking in 90-something degree weather. I've got to tell you that you have some admirable qualities, Arabella Lauren. Being honest with me about your lack of identification showed a lot of character. But knowing that you've been walking around town to do interviews and then walked way out here to talk to me is pretty astounding. With a shrug, she said, I had to do what I had to do. No reason to think I'm admirable. How wrong she was. Well, I do think that about you. So, I'm going to give you a shot at this job. Her face lit up. But I wasn't finished yet. Hang on. It's a probationary trial. We'll see if you can pull things together during the first 3 months. You'll need to get your license and social security stuff straightened out. And you'll need to prove yourself with my dogs. Plus, I'll have to see how reliable you are with all the other responsibilities I give you. For one brief moment, she looked upset, but then that expression changed to one of jubilation as she jumped up. I'll do it. Thank you. You won't regret this, I swear. Don't you want to know what the pay is first? I asked as I got up. I already know the job comes with a home and a car, so I don't care how much money you pay me. I would do the job for free with those perks. That told me how desperate she truly was. I could see she wasn't anywhere near ready to tell me about her situation, but I knew it had to be dire. Coming all the way across the country just to settle in Brownsville wasn't something a 23-year-old young woman did, had her situation not been dire. Arabella, you have to make money too. I came around the desk. $500 a week. I pulled out the debit card I'd gotten from my bank to give to my personal assistant. She'd need it to run errands and pay my bills online. Can I count on you to keep this card safe and not lose it? She smiled and held out her hand. I bought a new wallet to go with my new purse. So the answer is yes. You can absolutely count on me. Handing her the card, I smiled. This is so you can buy the things I need you to, and to pay those bills I was telling you about without having to put yourself out. I know this is short notice, but can you begin today? I didn't want her spending even one more night in the motel. Her safety there concerned me. I can begin right now, she said with a confident expression. I can't thank you enough for giving me this chance. So, how about I drive you to my place now? I can introduce you to my dogs and show you where you'll be living. And then, I can give you the keys to the Range Rover, so you can go to the motel to pick up your things and bring them back to your new place. My new place, she whispered. Her eyes clouded over with an emotion I couldn't quite identify. You have no idea how amazing that sounds to me. I did have some idea since the girl was nearly homeless. Come on. I led her out of the office. David looked at me with raised brows. She's the one, David. I can see that. Welcome aboard Team Chase. He's the best boss I've ever had. I'm sure you'll soon agree, Arabella. I'm sure I will too, David. The girl glowed as we left my office. Here we are, I said as we walked up to my truck. Hop in. I opened the passenger side door for her. Wow. This truck is very tall. She looked around, trying to figure out how to climb up into it. I like the red color too. It's a four-wheel drive, so it packs a punch. I stood there watching her, holding back my laughter as she tried to figure out what to grab hold of to help her get in. Finally, I pointed it out. You grab this handle, then you put one foot on the running board down here and hoist yourself up. Oh, I see. She grabbed the handle, then tried to pull herself up high enough to get her foot on the running board 3 feet off the ground. Hopping, pulling, and huffing, she finally fell backward, and I caught her. Sorry. How about I lift you up? She nodded, so I took her by the waist, lifting her to get her inside the truck before the afternoon sun melted us both. There you go. Buckle up now. I got in, and we took off. All I wanted to do was help her feel safe and cared for. It was obvious that she had isolated herself by moving here. You know, I was thinking about barbecuing something in the backyard this evening for dinner. Would you care to join me? She looked at me with twinkling eyes. You're a very nice person, Chase. I try to be. So, is that a yes? Nodding, she smoothed out her dress. Yes. And thank you very much. I can pick up some nice cold beer on my way back with my things. That's what people usually drink at a barbecue, right? Her smile was dazzling, and I was struck by the lack of knowledge in her question. Had she really never been to a barbecue before? You don't have to pick anything up. Any good Texan always has some ice-cold brews in the fridge. I'm pretty well stocked up on them. Well, I've got to bring something. I can't let you do it all. How about dessert? She seemed set on contributing. You know, I like you more and more as the minutes tick by, Arabella. I'll make you a deal. I'll cook and you clean up. I hate cleaning up. Deal. Her chest rose with a heavy sigh. This feels good. A fresh start. Yeah, this feels right to me. Me too. I pulled through the gates and went up the drive to the house. This is it, home. My home, and now you're home. I like the gate, she said as she looked around. There's a high fence all the way around, she asked. All the way around the 5-acre property. I can't let my dogs get out, so it's extremely secure around here. I pointed at the surveillance camera on the garage. And there are security cameras everywhere. Well, except the bathrooms and bedrooms. Some places require privacy. I parked inside the garage with all the other vehicles. Her jaw dropped as she saw my collection. Wow. Chase, you've got one of pretty much everything. A motorcycle. I watched her head swivel and take stock of everything. A dune buggy. Wow. I can see you're gonna ask me to give you a ride in my buggy. Laughing, I got out of the truck, then went to help her down. Come on, I got ya. This truck is so tall. She put her hands on top of mine as I took her by the waist to help her down. I tried to ignore the zaps of electricity that shot through my hands. She wasn't there to be my girl, she was there to be my employee. The guest cottage has a one-car garage. That's where the Range Rover is parked. Now, ready to meet my dogs? Yes. She smiled as she followed me into the house and then to the sliding glass doors. We looked out into the backyard, where my dogs eagerly awaited my arrival. She kneeled, placing her hands on the glass as the dogs came up to her on the other side of the glass. You guys and I are going to be best friends. I could feel the smile stretching my face as I watched her innocent excitement. The dogs were wagging their tails, looking just as excited to see her, for which I was grateful. They seem to like you already. Wanna come outside with me? Standing, she trailed her hand over the glass, and the dogs followed her. Of course. Unlocking the door, I slid it open, and my dogs went to the sitting position the way they were trained to. The handsome young male with the red collar is named Jürgen. I held out my hand, and he put his paw into it. Shaking his paw, I turned to Arabella. Jürgen, this pretty young lady is named Arabella. Can you shake her hand? As soon as I let his paw go, he turned and offered it to her. She took it, smiling away as she did. It's so nice to meet you, Jürgen. He barked once, and she giggled. That's his way of saying ditto, I told her. I walked over to my other dog. This adorable young male is named Gunter. I did the same with him, and he shook my hand. Gunter, can you shake Arabella's hand? He presented his paw to her, and she looked at him with adoration in her eyes. How smart you both are. Being friends with you guys is going to be very interesting. I liked the way she put it. You know, you just keep making me feel better and better about hiring you. I'm glad. The dogs moved to stand on either side of her, and she ran her hands over their heads. I love them already. They seem to love you too. I felt great about her. Come on, let me show you to your new home. We started walking toward the cottage, and the dogs trailed behind her, already looking enamored. Now, remember that it's not much. Only the 1 bedroom and the 1 bath. I keyed in the code, then opened the door and stepped back to let her walk in before me. Her eyes were wide as she looked around. Granite countertops. She looked at the floor. Shiny hardwood floors. White leather couches. So nice, Chase. It looks like you had a designer do all this. Yeah, I hired someone. She looked like she belonged there too. You think you can make this a home for yourself? Cocking her head to one side, she looked at me. You know what? I think I can. Then come with me, and let's get you into the car so you can go and get your things. I closed the door and tapped in the code to lock it. The code is easy to remember, it's 4 2s. Is it the same for your house too? She asked as we went to the attached 1-car garage. No, mine is 4 4s. I opened the garage door with my key fob and then handed it to her. Here you go, the keys to the Range Rover. As you saw, you can use the fob to open the garage. And that door leads into the kitchen, so you don't have to get out in the hot sun at all to come or go. And that fob works on the gate too. So don't lose it. Clasping it in her hand, she looked at me with shining eyes. I won't lose anything. I swear that to you, Chase. I am so appreciative of everything you've given me today. I'll do my best for you at all times. I don't want you to worry about a thing. With you on the job, I already feel my worries slipping away. I winked at her and noticed a slight blush come to her cheeks. Adorable. So go on, get your things and get back here. I'm gonna start up the pit and grill us up some juicy steaks. That sounds good to you? It sounds amazing. She opened her arms and moved forward, hugging me. And this feels amazing.
Chapter 4. Arabella.
Waking the next morning with a smile on my face, I ran my hands back and forth over the comfy bed I'd had the pleasure of sleeping in. No noisy traffic, no motel room doors squeaking open then slamming shut, no weird knocking noises, only blissful peace as I fell asleep with a full stomach. Having to watch every penny I spent the last couple of weeks meant eating as little as possible. But that was over and done new. Chase had made the best steaks I'd ever eaten and giant baked potatoes, even the salad was tasty. He'd left me a grocery list, and that would be my first chore after feeding the dogs. I had a quick shower, put on some shorts and a t-shirt, slipped on some flip-flops, and then went to see how the dogs were doing. Jürgen, Gunter, come here boys. They barreled around the side of the house, tails wagging, tongues hanging out of their mouths, and I could swear they had smiles on their faces. My heart lit up as they ran to me. Being so well trained, they stopped just short of me and sat down. Such good boys you both are. I petted them both before going to get their bowls and food from the small storage room that held only pet supplies. With the dogs fed and happy, I went to the store. Shopping for groceries wasn't a thing I'd ever done before. That had been my mother's job. But I liked to do regular shopping, so I caught on quickly. Plus it helped that Chase gave me a good list, complete with the brands and sizes he liked. In the aisle with the coffee, I found a shelf of coffee cups, and one of them caught my eye. I picked it up, placing it in the seat part of the basket. Best boss ever, it proclaimed in bold print, and I knew I had to buy it for my new best boss. As I perused the aisles, I had an idea. Since Chase had made dinner the night before, I would make him my grandmother's famous lasagna recipe. She and I had made that together ever since I was old enough to use a spoon to help her stir the sauce. I knew the recipe by heart. She'd never used ready-made pasta, so I wasn't going to do that either. I found the necessary pasta cutters and a pasta roller, then searched the flour aisle for semolina flour, the only type my grandmother would use to make homemade pasta. It was quite a search before I found one bag, way up on the top shelf. As I reached for it, a man came up behind me. "Can I get that for you?" I jumped and made a little yelping sound. "Oh. Sorry, you snuck up on me." I saw his red t-shirt and name tag, meaning he worked at the store. "Sorry. Here, let me get that for you." He picked up the bag of flour and handed it to me. "We don't sell much of that. Is this something you'll be buying much of?" "I like to have it on hand at all times." I placed it in the seat of the basket, keeping the items I would buy with my own money separate from the items I would buy using Chase's card. "Then I'll make sure to order more of it." He smiled at me. "Have a nice day." "Yeah, you too. And thanks." I wasn't used to people being so kind for no reason at all. It was nice. There was something to say about Southern hospitality. Gathering the items for the lasagna, I found myself smiling and saying hi to everyone and just being happy. It felt like forever since I'd been happy. Chase had turned my world upside down when he gave me the job. I had been starting to worry that I might end up living under a bridge once my money ran out. I'd even envisioned myself with a piece of cardboard that I would have had to dig out of a garbage can with a scribbled message, begging for food or money from strangers. But that horrible notion was no longer part of my thoughts. I had a nice roof over my head and plenty of food to eat, and money too. All that security made me feel very safe. I hadn't felt safe since that night. But I was far away from there now, and I was safe. There was no way anyone could find me. I'd made sure of that. I'd left my cell phone behind and had bought a pay-as-you-go phone at a dollar store before leaving town. I'd covered my tracks well. My old life had finally begun fading away, and the future looked brighter than I could have ever imagined. Whistling as I drove home, I felt so wonderful I could hardly believe it. When I got back to the house, I found a little black car parked close to the front door. I pulled up next to it, needing to unpack the groceries that were to go into Chase's kitchen. Using the code to get inside, I carried in the bags and heard the sound of a vacuum cleaner going. His maid? He had told me that he had a woman come in to clean once a week. And he had a lawn service that came around every other week. He told me they would just show up and take care of the yard, then bill him later. So I knew not to freak out when they came. I took the groceries to the kitchen and began putting them away. Chase had shown me around his home too, so I knew where things went. While putting away the frozen food, I heard a woman's voice ask, "And who are you?" Turning to face her, I smiled. "Hi. I'm Arabella." "And how did you get in here?" she asked as she put her hands on her hips. Chase gave me the code. "What are you doing?" She gestured to the groceries. "You think that just because you slept with the man, you can move in?" For a moment, I was taken aback by the vulgar assumption. "Oh, I see." I shook my head. "It's not like that. I work for Chase. I'm his personal assistant. He hired me yesterday." He told me nothing about this. Her arms crossed over her chest. "I'm sorry, what's your name?" "Mary. Mary Rodriguez. I've worked for Mr. Chase for 5 years. He's never had a personal assistant in all that time, so why am I to believe he needs one now? He told me that he's going to be remarkably busy with work, and that's why he needs someone to take care of his personal responsibilities. I'm sorry that he didn't tell you about this." I got back to putting the groceries away, not loving her attitude. "You have an accent that's not from here. Where did you come from?" She just wouldn't let up on me. "The East Coast." I tried to ignore her prying eyes as I continued with my task. "So, why are you here in the South now?" "I wanted to see more of the world," I lied. So you came here to Brownsville, Texas to see more of the world? Yeah. I wasn't loving the way she was grilling me. You're young. Where is your family? Back home. Why would your parents let you leave and go so far away? Because I'm a grown woman. I have to show her that I wasn't enjoying all her personal questions, and wouldn't tolerate many more. She ignored my hint as she said, "Well, it seems suspicious to me. And you better not be here to take advantage of Mr. Chase. He's a nice man. Maybe too nice. Maybe too trusting." I couldn't disagree with her on that. But I wasn't going to admit that to her. Look, he's a nice man, and I'm not the type of person who takes advantage of anyone. I'm here to work and earn money. I understand that you don't know me yet, but you'll see that I am trustworthy and a hard worker. She looked right into my eyes. I know nothing about you. I know nothing about your family. You can tell a lot about a person from their family, I always say. And yet, you have no family here. So, how can you expect me to welcome a complete stranger with open arms? I don't expect you to welcome me at all. Had this woman never met a stranger before? We just happened to work at the same place. I had no idea co-workers could be such a pain. Esta chica Debbie pensa que soy un idiota, she muttered under her breath. I had no idea what she'd just said, and I didn't care. If you'll excuse me, I have to go put some things at my place now. I wasn't going back into Chase's house until that woman was gone. She had a few streaks of grey in her dark hair, so I guessed she was in her 50s and sort of thought she was some mother-like figure to Chase. Her thick dark brows rose. Your place? I'm staying in the guest cottage. I walked out of the kitchen to find that, unfortunately, she was following me. You are staying here? She asked with concern. Yes. I walked out of the front door, heading to the car. It's part of the job. You're driving his Range Rover too? Her eyes rolled as she muttered some more words that I didn't understand. Cuerdo Dios. Yes, he's letting me use this car so that I can do his errands and drive his dogs around. Not that it was any of her business. Again, it's part of the job. What are your references? She called out as she walked out of the door, still following me. I'm going to need their phone numbers so I can check them out. Obviously, Mr. Chase isn't thinking straight because he's impressed by your beauty. She might have been right about that. But all that mattered to me was that I now had a job, a place to live, didn't have to walk everywhere I went, and could use more of my money to buy better food for me to eat. I turned around and faced her. With all due respect, I don't think that's your job. If Chase wanted someone to check my references, he would have asked himself. I placed my hands on my hips. Now, I've got lots to get done, Mary, so I'll let you get back to work. That's Miss Mary to you, chica irrespetuosa. Whatever that means, I muttered under my breath as I got into the car to park it inside my very own garage.
End of sneak peek for Saved by Her Boss, a secret baby mafia romance, Irresistible Brothers 11. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.